Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8980 under Committee Report number 155. This pertains to the 2024 General Appropriations Act. The parliamentary status is that we have sponsored the measure and we are now in the period of interpellation. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, motion is approved.
Mr. President, under the agenda this morning is the interpellation on the general principles. With that, I move that we recognize the sponsor and chairperson of the Committee on Finance, the distinguished senator from Aurora, Senator Sani Angara, and to interpellate our minority leader, our deputy minority leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. I move that they be recognized.
Our distinguished Deputy Minority Floor Leader is recognized, and the sponsor is a gentleman from Aurora, Senator Sani Angara. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we accept questions from the good Deputy Minority Leader, we'd just like to acknowledge the presence of our economic managers, economic team. We have with us DOF Secretary Ben Diokno, DBM Secretary Amina Pangandaman, NEDA Secretary Arsenio Balisacan, who's celebrating his birthday today. He's very happy to be here. Monetary Board Member Rosalia De Leon, who is representing BSP Governor Eli Remolona, who is in a international conference. Senior Deputy Executive Secretary Hubert Guevara, Bureau of Treasury OIC Sharon Almanza, Bureau of Customs Commissioner Ruben Rubio, BIR Commissioner Romeo Lumagi Jr. And I'd like to greet our colleagues and you, Mr. President, and our Majority Leader, and our Minority Leader, and our Deputy Minority Leader. Good morning.
Magandang umaga rin po, Maayong buntag, Mr. President, and good morning to Mr. Chair.
The NEDA Secretary. Yes, we'd like to also greet a happy birthday to the NEDA Secretary, Secretary Balisacan. My apologies to Madam Risa. Please proceed.
No apologies necessary, Mr. President. Salamat kaayo. And once again, good morning to our good chair and sponsor, and to the whole Government Economic Managers team, and especially a happy birthday to Secretary RC. And then even happier and healthier New Year of Life, Sec RC. So, muli magandang araw po sa ating lahat. In 2024 and beyond, the Marcos administration will be pulling out all stops to market the Philippines as a hot investment destination. That is good. But we have to ask, paano tayo magiging competitive sa pandaigdigang merkado kung tumataas ang bilang ng nagugutom? Maraming Pinoy ang nagtitiis sa low-quality jobs. At ang learning poverty ng ating kabataan ay pinakamalala sa East Asia and Pacific region. Mr. President, ang binabalangkas nating 2024 national budget ay dapat maghatid ng solusyon sa mga pinakaseryosong developmental at fiscal challenges ng bansa. Dapat nating tugunan ang epekto ng tumataas na inflation sa Pilipinas kasama ng high interest rates sa purchasing power ng piso. Higit dyan, dapat nating aksyonan sa pamamagitan ng 2024 budget ang kalunos-lunos na 2.3 milyong Pilipino na bumaba sa poverty line dahil sa COVID-19 pandemic. Sa taong 2024, Mr. President, kailangan nating ng national budget na nakatapak sa lupa. Kailangan nating ng national budget na walang mispriorities. Ang limitadong pondo ng bayan dapat mapunta sa aktwal na kailangan ng ating mga kababayan. We have to do so much amid a very, very tight fiscal space. Like many countries in the post-pandemic era, our fiscal situation is characterized by high debt and high deficit. We need to better manage our national debt and the deficit, but more importantly, set spending priorities that raise growth, growth that is both inclusive and fiscally sustainable. And yes, that means rechanneling allocations like confidential funds in civilian agencies with no direct relation to national defense and public safety, and funds that eat up other sources of development financing like the Maharlika Investment Fund. Ngayong panahon ng krisis, malayo ang maaabot ng bawat piso ng pamahalaan sa pag-angat ng buhay ng Pilipino. So having said that, I'd like to begin by asking questions about the national government's spending performance. Back in August, Mr. President, good chair, our economic managers acknowledged the persistent problem of underspending and directed agencies with poor spending performance to come up with catch-up plans. The Treasury's report shows that in the first half of this year, the target disbursement level was 2.58 trillion pesos. However, actual disbursements in the first half of the year were only 2.42 trillion pesos. May we know which specific departments and agencies contributed to the lower than target disbursement performance and why they had not spent what they committed to spend in the first half of the year? And has DBM been able to zero in on which projects and programs were lagging behind, Mr. President?
According to the Department of Budget Secretary, they've just presented to Malacanang, to the President, the catch-up plans of the various agencies. As to the question of which agencies are contributing to the underspending, these are the top ones. The top, in terms of underspending, Your Honor, are the DICT, the DMW, the DSWD, the DOE, and the DOT.
And the DOT. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Has DBM also identified why or the reasons they hadn't spent according to disbursement targets in the first semester?
Well, there are some varied reasons, Your Honor. There are procurement-related difficulties, such as the late delivery of goods. Sometimes there are failed biddings. There are checks which have yet to be disbursed. I suppose this is with respect to DSWD. The ongoing implementation of social protection programs, like the 4Ps, requires a lot of preliminary work, like profiling, registration, evaluation, and validation of beneficiaries, Your Honor. These are just some of the reasons.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And among these 5 top or lowest spending departments, nakapag-zero in na rin po ba yung DBM on which particular programs and projects were lagging?
Yeah, there are some, with respect to the DICT, the programs where they have to catch up are those lodged in the Office of the Secretary, the ICT Systems Infrastructure Development Advisory Program, the e-Government Program, the Government Emergency Communication Systems Program, ICT Systems and Infrastructure Management Program, ICT Governance Program, ICT and Cybersecurity Policies Management Program, ICT Workforce Reskilling, the Digital Transformation Centers or Tech for Ed program, as well as other projects like the National Broadband, National Government Portal, among others, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I suppose there are also, therefore, identified programs and projects for the 4 other disbursement
Yes, for
lagging
DMW,
departments.
there's the overseas, for the OSEC, Overseas Employment Facilitation Services, the Overseas Employment Regulatory Program, the Promotion of International Labor Affairs. For the DSWD, there is the 4Ps program, the Protective Services for Individuals and Families in Difficult Circumstances, the Sustainable Livelihood Program, the Supplementary Feeding Program, the Multi-Sectoral Nutrition Project, the National Household Targeting System for Poverty Reduction, Those are the programs with respect to TSWD. For the DOE, there is the Biofuels Program, the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Program, National Energy Efficiency and Conservation Program, the Alternative Fuels and Technologies Program, Nuclear Energy Program, Philippine Conventional Energy Contracting Program, among others. And the fifth agency is the DOT, or the Department of Tourism. There is the Market and Product Development Program, the Tourism Policy Formulation and Planning Program, the Branding Campaign Program, and the Philippine Commission on Sports Scuba Diving Program, Your Honor.
Thank you so much, Mr. President and Mr. Chair. And I suppose these lagging programs and projects are also identified and targeted for catch-up in the catch-up plans. Maybe also please have copies of the catch-up plans.
Yes, certainly, Your Honor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Among the catch-up plans include the constitution of additional BACs, or Bids and Awards Committees, the engagement of additional workers to assist in procurement, capacitating the procurement management teams. For the DMW, it's strengthening the Migrant Workers Office, enhancing the full cycle reintegration program of OFWs, hiring of the newly created 198 positions for OFW hospitals, and the reprioritization of the repatriation fund for the requirements of assistance to nationals. For DSWD, there's the fast-tracking the validation and assessment of households for the 4Ps, the following up on the social preparation process of the regional offices for the supplementary feeding, the fast-tracking of the approval of proposals on regular projects at the regional levels, as well as the approval of partnership agreements. For the DOE, there's the conduct of information and education campaigns and public consultations, as well as focus group discussions on energy projects of national significance, Your Honor, among others.
Thank you so much again, Mr. Chair, and we look forward to what the Chair has committed, hard copies of the catch-up plans. Thank you very much for that. Now, our analysis of the DBM's latest status of allotment obligation and balances shows that a number of agencies posted either low obligation or disbursement rates, which we've started talking about, the latter. Three major departments are particularly glaring. Kung kanina sa disbursement may top or bottom five or lagging five, dito naman po sa either low obligation or low disbursements, so tatlo yung gusto kong itanong. The Department of Agriculture has a 60% obligation rate, but only 47% disbursement rate. 47 of the 60% obligation rate. Department of Transportation has a 42% obligation rate and only 28% disbursement rate out of that. And the Department of Public Works and Highways, 75% obligation rate, but only 33% disbursement rate out of that. And if I'm not mistaken, these are also the same agencies among the agencies with the highest budget allocations in the national budget. Their spending performances are critical to drive growth, and for DA in particular, to cushion the effect of food inflation. So, pwede po bang malaman kung yung low disbursement performances nitong ahensya, itong tatlo in particular, ay nag-ambag din dun sa quarter-on-quarter decline sa GDP mula 7.1% nung first quarter of 2023 sa 4.3% sa second quarter.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
And regarding the low obligation rates, I don't handle the budgets of the DA and the DOTR, so maybe during those agencies they can better explain why they have not achieved higher obligation rates. But for DPWH, which I defend, usually the picture improves on a 2-year horizon because in the first year there's usually a lower obligation and disbursement rate, but in the second year it usually reaches the 80s or 90s, Your Honor. Actually, even during an 18-month time horizon. So it takes time for some of these projects to get going, but eventually they do contribute to economic activity and contributing to GDP, Your Honor.
So we'll be looking out for that and hoping for that, Mr. Chair, anytime now or at the end of the two-year horizon, particularly for the DPWH. Now, which of the infrastructure department's big-ticket programs have not been obligated to date and which have significant undisbursed cash cover?
Big ticket items daw. While the secretary is retrieving that information, Your Honor, just to update
Thank you,
on
Mr.
the figures for the DA, I was handed some more recent figures as of September 30. The obligation for DA is at 75.8% with a disbursement of 63.8%. For DPWH, it's 87.5% with a disbursement of 50.9%. For DOTR, obligation of 61% and a disbursement of 35.2%, Your Honor. So these are the updated figures for the three agencies Her Honor mentioned.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what about particularly for DPWH, the previous year's disbursements?
For 2022, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. President.
DP. For the DPWH, it's 95.7 for 2022, Your Honor. That's the obligation rate.
And disbursement, Mr.
Disbursement
Chair?
rate over obligations is 64.1%, Your Honor.
64.1. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So back to my previous question about the big-ticket programs, which of these of the infrastructure departments haven't been obligated to date and which have significant
We don't have the
undisbursed
details now,
cash
Your
flow?
Honor,
All
but
right.
during the particular agency budget discussions, we can provide those details with respect to DOTR, DA, DPWH, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And aside from the big-ticket programs, which of the DA's programs and projects have also not been obligated to date? And maybe overall, Mr. Chair, where are the bottlenecks for these three departments?
Your Honor, maybe it's best to ask those questions during the DA budget because this representation is quite frankly not very knowledgeable about the DA budget.
All right. Then at least for the DPWH, where are the bottlenecks?
With DPWH, I think right of way is one bottleneck. Ano pa? Ha? Bakit? What's the bottleneck? Why? I think some of the projects that don't have the preliminary work, like the detailed engineering and design, Your Honor, yeah, feasibility studies, so that sets back the timelines for some of the projects. But again, the details are perhaps better discussed during the agency budget discussion, Your Honor, since right now we're discussing general principles, Your Honor.
Yes, I understand, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So, all right, also, so as to even better prepare for the agency budget plenary interpellations, maybe request a report detailing these, the programs and projects that haven't been obligated to date per these three departments especially. Pati yung ibang mga department na nag-post either ng low obligation or low disbursement.
Yes, certainly. Thank you for the heads up. We'll certainly ask them to provide the figures you request.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. So now, DBM has, as we were talking about earlier, directed departments and agencies to come up with catch-up plans. And I hear that they have submitted these to the President and we do await copies also. And earlier, the chair informed us kung ano-ano per yung 5 nangungunang may low disbursement sa ngayon, ano yung mga corrective measures na gagawin. So let's take a step backward. Can the chair enlighten us on the monitoring process that DBM is conducting to help agencies improve their budget utilization rates? And how often does DBM monitor agencies with problematic spending performance?
The DBM is recommending certain steps for agencies to speed up. Number one, there's the conduct of early procurement activities. Secondly is the provision of capacity building and training for the procuring entities. The third is the adoption of the, what does IFMIS stand for? IFMIS, or the Integrated Financial Management Information System. Through the Budget Treasury Management System, these are technical terms, BTMS, across all agencies to allow for real-time transaction monitoring across agencies, Your Honor. Fourth is to direct the preparation of agency roadmaps, as we discussed earlier. The fifth is to incorporate policies in the annual budget circular on the release of funds, which is to prioritize the big-ticket items at the start of the year. And sixth is to encourage all government agencies to utilize safe and efficient digital payments for goods and services, including the distribution of financial assistance to the public, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And of course, these are further and perhaps even more strategic across the board for all agencies and departments, corrective measures that DBM is implementing or will be implementing. But what is the monitoring process that DBM uses in order to spot problem areas, in order to formulate proposed solutions, and proactively encourage the departments and agencies to spend better and more timely?
There is a quarterly monitoring, Your Honor, on the part of DBM for the various agencies, where they submit their progress reports.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
But that's
Yes.
one thing that the BTMS, which we mentioned earlier, Your Honor, might help a lot, because then it's real-time monitoring of the projects, Your Honor.
Yes, exactly, Mr. Chair. I think that's one of the most important things that the DBM can share with us, even in this initial discussion about the general principles of the 2024 budget. Kasi, and this is actually leading to my last question on this topic of underspending. Siyempre, yung catch-up plans, mabuti siya kung within a year nakikita natin mabagal yung paggastos natin. Pero corrective measure na lang siya at palapit na sa finish line ng taong iyon. But it's really good to know that not only is DBM, of course, already conducting quarterly monitoring, pero iniisip na rin yung possibility ng real-time monitoring. And useful din po yun, hindi lang para sa gobyerno, para sa atin na nagtatrabaho sa gobyerno, even the private sector, even civil society, citizens, taxpayers, para unang buwan pa lang ng taon, medyo may feedback, may information sa ibang stakeholders, and then may feedback mechanism para mas timely din makapag-catch up early and not later in the year. So before I get to that last question, just this other one, Mr. Chair, what is the current total magnitude of obligated and unobligated balances in the 2023 GAA?
That's unobligated. Obligated is. The obligated amounts are total around 4.08 trillion, Your Honor, whereas the unobligated amounts total around 1.27 trillion, Your Honor.
1.27 trillion. At ilang percent ng 2023 GAA pa po ito, yung 1.27 trillion? Mga 20, less than 20%, Mr. Chair?
The 76% is the obligation rate, Your
Yes.
Honor. The
Okay.
disbursement rate is 80%, Your Honor.
So kung 76% po yung obligated na, so yung unobligated pa na balance is about 24%.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then, sorry, I missed to write down yung sinabi yung magkano na yung disbursed sa
That's
total obligations.
80%, Your Honor.
80% po nun.
Yes.
All right. And then, okay, so 80% of the total obligations. Tapos, anong percent yun ng total allotments and appropriation? So, 80% of 76%.
Sorry, just you're asking, what's the question, Your Honor? The percent of...
Anong percent yung 80% disbursed na sa total allotments and appropriations?
61%, Your Honor.
61%. Salamat, Mr. Chair. Now, I believe these will give us a real sense of the absorptive capacity of the various departments and agencies. Tas lalo na pag bin-breakdown na natin per department, per agency. So lastly, Mr. Chair, about this topic, as I mentioned earlier, catch-up plans are short-term solutions or immediate, urgent solutions to inefficient spending. Besides digitalization, na binanggit na rin ng good share, what other institutional reforms does DBM intend to roll out to tackle the low absorptive capacity and inefficient spending of agencies? Idagdag ko, ano yung institutional reforms ang i-roll out, balak i-roll out ng DBM, papunta doon, for example, sa real-time monitoring, Mr. Chair?
There are a number of projected reforms with respect to procurement, Your Honor. There's even a draft bill which was submitted to us a few weeks ago, and we had one hearing on it to amend the GPRA, or the Government Procurement Reform Act, the RA 9184. So that's a whole series of reforms, Your Honor, and that will be definitely system-wide. And another is the conduct of early procurement activities. They are recommending that. And of course, capacity building and training for all the procuring entities, among others, Your Honor.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we ask these questions as a matter of accountability, as is often pointed out in COA audit reports. We deprive taxpayers of public goods and services whenever agencies don't efficiently spend, or worse, when funds are unspent. And it's good to know na dito sa mga niro-roll out na institutional reforms, meron na ring ask sa atin dito sa Kongreso in terms of amendment of one of the important laws. So, salamat para doon, Mr. Chair. Moving on now to on improving the targeting of beneficiaries. Kanina na-note ko na yung isa sa slow programs sa DSWD, halimbawa ay yung 4Ps, no? Pati SLP. So, tawag pansin talaga. We were told by NEDA naman during the DBCC hearing that in the face of high inflation and economic volatility, that will strengthen our safety nets and ensure that they're better targeted. We believe better targeting will also contribute to fast-tracking the implementation of key government programs, and thus the budget utilization of agencies such as the DA and others, which we earlier talked about, that posted low or are posting low disbursement rates. So, can we ask the NEDA to please identify the budget requirements so that the lists of persons and enterprises na nagde-deserve ng suporta ay makumpleto sa 2024 at maging sa 2025. I actually have a partial enumeration of lists, Mr. Chair. Non-colorum drivers and operators who are supposed to be supported by the DOTR subsidies for the PUV modernization program. Jeepney and tricycle drivers, farmers and fisher folk who are supposed to benefit from fuel subsidies. farmers and fisherfolk who must be included in the various DA registries, like the registry system for basic sectors in agriculture, or the RSBSA, FishR, National Coconut Farmers Registry System, and the registry of ARB beneficiaries whose loans are to be condoned. Gayon din yung registry of priority beneficiaries of the DSUDS 4PH program, who are to be given priority for housing subsidies. Registry of graduates of the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program of the DSWD, which, according to the DSWD, will continue to receive livelihood support. And registry of beneficiaries of the new food stamp program of the DSWD, that, according to the recent statement of the NEDA Secretary, is set to be scaled up in time for the El Nino. So at the proper time, Mr. Chair, and in consultation with NEDA, will the sponsor and chair of the Finance Committee join me in ensuring na may budget support para sa generation at pagkompleto ng mga registries na ito?
Yes, certainly, Your Honor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Dako naman po ako sa EO 138. During the DBCC briefing more than a year ago, we were told by our economic managers that there was a DBM, NEDA, DOF technical working group that has already or had already formulated amendments to EO 138. That set of rules, which generally goes in the direction of reducing central government spending for activities listed in the local government code as having been devolved. And during the DBCC briefing a year before that, we were also told that there was an ongoing ADB research that would recommend options for the new division of labor between the central and local governments, given that the Garcia-Mandanas ruling took revenue proceeds from the central government and delivered these to our LGUs. Last I heard, EO 138 has not been repealed, but it is also not being implemented. In other words, the NEP and the GAB continue to propose spending on some items, that LGUs can now very well afford. Will government's indebtedness increase even more because central government continues to spend money that we no longer have at the Treasury, Mr. Chair?
Your Honor, the study, you're correct. There's a study that the executive is undergoing, and they've tasked NEDA Secretary RC to head that. And that will be done in February of next year. And they will present the results to the President, Your Honor. But yes, yes, it's really difficult to kind of balance the needs of the various LGUs given that EO. And that EO is currently, well, not being implemented, or the implementation has been postponed pending the results of the study, Your Honor. And perhaps, maybe it's incumbent upon Congress to maybe amend the local government code, because no matter what the executive branch recommends, they place guidelines. Like I remember in past NEPs or GABs, there were limitations as for classroom, school building to be limited to 4th, 5th, 6th class municipalities. But
Yes.
it was also Congress which removed those restrictions, Your Honor. So that's the irony, you know. So, you know, you really, if you want something to be really binding, then of course the law is the most binding instrument, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Chair. And since the results and probably recommendations of that study will be complete and presented to the President in 3 months' time yet, in another quarter of a year yet, then I'm just thinking aloud, Mr. Chair, then perhaps the taking on of additional indebtedness will maybe wait a bit for the recommendations that will be presented in February of 2024 yet. And I'm glad also that the good chair mentioned possible amendments to the local government code, kasi naalala ko po, just 7 years ago, nag-uusap po kami ng good chair, na-excite kami sa posibilidad, ano kaya? Dahil silver anniversary noon ng Local Government Code of 1991, parang napapanahon i-review yung implementation niya, and there, of course, in aid of legislation, possibly give birth to some updating, improvements, amendments. So I'm glad to hear the chair mention that possibility again now, especially dahil after that historic LGC, nasundan ng historic na Mandanas-Garcia ruling and has really important implications para sa spending share division of labor between national and local governments. Of course, Mr. Chair, no, for the record po, Mr. President, I think we should have a policy of continuing to support LGUs, even in the financing of some of the projects that had already been listed as devolved under the local government code. At isa nga ito sa, nung nakaraang administrasyon, maya't maya, ina-argue ko kay dating Sec. Dominguez. But we should be more selective and try to do more with less. We should focus on projects that are given less attention by our LGU officials, possibly because the benefits and costs of some important projects exceed their term of office as LGU officials, or the costs and benefits of some important projects go beyond the jurisdictions where they get their votes. And ilan ito sa mga interesanting programa at proyekto, di ba? Going beyond the politico-administrative boundaries, kunyari to ecosystems that span more than one municipality or city. And as a last point on this topic, for example, I think we should continue to spend on projects that address floods, droughts, dwindling fish supplies, so lahat ng may kinalaman sa climate change at disaster resilience din natin. Also gaps in rural-urban logistics and value chains, animal diseases, and just overall readiness for climate change extremes. And then, of course, we should do more for those LGUs that have less. Kaya salamat sa pagbanggit nyo, Mr. Chair, dun sa yung pagsuporta pa rin sa 4th and 5th class municipalities. So, yun lang po yung mga tanong ko dun sa EO 138. Dako naman po ako, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, dun sa itong contingent fund. So, with respect to the augmentation of the CIF from the contingent fund, as was done last year for the Office of the Vice President, we wish to propose an amendment to the current special provision of the contingent fund. Again, as a matter of fiscal prudence, we'd like to include the augmentation of the CIF as a prohibition under the contingent fund, along with the prohibition to tap the said fund for the purchase, say, of motor vehicles. The current text is special provision. I'll just read it, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. The amount of 13 billion pesos appropriated herein shall cover the funding requirements of new or urgent activities or projects of national government agencies, GOCCs, and LGUs that need to be implemented or paid during the year, such as, but not limited to, the following: legal obligation of the government arising from final and executory decisions of competent authorities, such as compromise agreements, arbitral awards, mediation settlement agreement, and professional services in connection thereto, requirements of newly created offices, or deficiencies in the appropriations for local and external travels of the President of the Philippines. In no case shall this fund be used for the purchase of motor vehicles, including any improvements thereon. Would the sponsor be willing to discuss this representation's proposed amendment?
Yes, certainly, Your Honor.
At the proper
I think
time.
there's some merit in that. But I'm just being told that there may, it may, if it's overbroad, Your Honor, it may hamper some of the security agencies, Your Honor. So perhaps there may be an exception to the exception, or an exception to your proposal, in case that there are emergencies, because I think there have been occasions in the past where they found the need to supplement the security agencies, not just the civilian agencies, Your Honor.
And this representation would have no quarrel with that, Mr. Chair. Salamat sa paalala, but definitely yung iniisip kong i-propose na amendment at the proper time will not pertain to security agencies that have clear national defense and public safety mandates and expertise, kundi sa mga civilian agencies na wala namang direktang mga ganon.
Understood, Your Honor.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. So moving to my my last topic, Mr. Chair, on DBP, Land Bank, Maharlika, and budgetary support to government corporations. So first on the withdrawal of the 75 billion pesos, Land Bank and DBP Capital, the good sponsor himself introduced a provision to the Maharlika bill stating that the contributions of Land Bank and DBP to the equity and the projects of the Maharlika Corporation should not exceed 25% of the net worth of these banks. Do we know if we might need to infuse equity into DBP and Land Bank because of the possibility that this 25% limitation might already have been breached when DBP and Land Bank wrote 75 billion pesos worth of checks for the Maharlika Corporation?
I'm told the answer is no, Your Honor, because the contribution in percentage terms of the two banks is 3 and 4% respectively, Your Honor. So still far from the 25% threshold that we. Thank you for reminding us about that.
Yes, nasa batas mismo. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and of course you are very welcome. So the answer is that we will not need to infuse equity because allegedly we are way below the 25% limit. And of course, Mr. Chair, I'd like to impose the burden of proof not on the sponsor himself, but on the DOF, on the Land Bank, and the DBP. So could we please ask Land Bank, Development Bank, and the DOF Secretary to submit a report demonstrating their compliance with this 25% limitation, even after the banks convey their 75 billion pesos to the equity to the Maharlika Corporation.
We will do that, Your Honor.
Thank you.
They will do that.
Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you. I wonder, Mr. Chair, ang batas po ba at yung IRRs nun, pinapayagan ba yung infusion nitong total na 75 billion pesos papasok sa Maharlika Corporation na gawin on an installment basis, for example? Para halimbawa, ang Kongreso hindi kailangan mag-infuse ng capital talaga sa Land Bank at sa DBP sa 2024. At para talagang yung 25% rule hindi malalabag, which we will assess based on the report, at para yung mga importanteng kliyente ng Land Bank at DBP, masaserve pa rin nila.
The 75 billion is the initial funding, Your Honor. So, according to Treasurer Lea, now with the Monetary Board, yeah, the law provides that must be
Lump sum, Mr. Chair.
provided immediately, Your Honor.
So, initial siya, initial funding. So, therefore, hindi po siya pwedeng i-infuse on installment basis.
I mean, never mind. I'm told it's not possible, Your Honor.
It's not
because the
possible.
law is clear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, and since not possible, at ito, ang premise ko kasi dito sa susunod na tanong, Mr. Chair, ay baka pag nabasa namin yung report, mapapatunayan yung pangamba ng ibang mga observers na na-breach na yung 25% limit na yon. Then, equity might need to be infused into Land Bank and DBP, say to the total tune of 75 billion pesos. At mangangailangan tayo maghanap ng source o sources para sa equity infusion na iyan. So ngayon, Mr. Chair, mga tanong ko tungkol sa Maharlika Finance via DBP at saka Land Bank, kaugnay ng private sector investing. Dahil if it is indeed the case, as reported in the news, na yung 50 billion pesos from Land Bank at 25 billion pesos from DBP will be charged against the capital of these two banks, then is it correct to say that the consequence of the transfer of 75 billion in DBP and Land Bank capital is a reduction of about 600 billion pesos in the ability to lend of these two banks? Gaya ng unang babala ng credit rating firm Fitch at pati ng investment banker na si Stephen Kuunyeng.
During the deliberations, I was reminded by Treasurer Lea, former Treasurer Lea, that Land Bank themselves said that they had 1.3 trillion in investable funds, Your Honor, and DBP had 850 billion in investable funds. So I think the 75 billion that the law requires of them is on the prudent side, Your Honor.
So nothing to worry about the warnings of Fitch and Mr. Kunyeng?
None, Your Honor.
Should we also be worried that either DBP or Land Bank will not only need to refuse future, for example, renewable energies and agrarian reform emancipation borrowers, in fact, that one or both of these banks will have to give notice to some of their existing borrowers na baka dali na lang nila yung business nila sa ibang mga bangko na mas willing magpautang sa kanila. Dapat ba tayo mag-alala doon, Mr. Chair?
No, Your Honor.
Well, of course, Mr. Sponsor, again, we'd like to impose the burden of proof on the DOF, the Land Bank, and the DBP, since they claimed to the Senate during the Maharlika hearings that the 75 billion pesos from Land Bank and DBP could be considered idle or not generating good economic returns and could be more usefully placed as equity in the Maharlika Corporation. Could they please provide us a technical report on this, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Those are my last questions on the Maharlika. In these interesting days na hinihingi yata ng isa sa mga bangkong ito na ibalik muna yung in-infuse nilang kapital habang ngayong araw, habang nakasuspend pa ang pag-implementa ng batas na iyon hanggat hindi pa na officially reissue yung implementing rules and regulations. So maraming salamat po sa inyo, Mr. Chair. Daghang salamat, Mr. President.
Many thanks to our Vice Chair and Deputy Minority Leader for her very incisive questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, thank you to our Deputy Minority Leader. Mr. President, can I ask for minutes suspension? We'll just fix the
Yes,
Minority
while we're
Leader has some
waiting,
requests.
for our minority floor leader to ask some questions, maybe if it's with the permission of my dear colleague Senator Angara, just a quick policy question lang, because I was with the Japanese Prime
Yes,
Minister.
Mr. President. Yes.
Yes, thank you. I was with the Japanese Prime Minister and the delegation last week, and I think we all know the issue, I think even the Secretary knows the issue, is the issue of the VAT refund. I believe we're going to amend the create to make it create more and make a policy move already there, particularly on the issue of the VAT refund. However, the Japanese companies, I was seated beside the cabinet minister of the Prime Minister. Basically, he's the ES of the Prime Minister. And ang tagal namin pinag-usapan itong problema ng VAT refund. We're in the previous administration. Obviously, when you buy, for example, when the Japanese companies that are manufacturing here buy from local producers these certain goods, and these goods are exported anyways together with their products, the last administration, Your Honors, made it clear na magbabayad muna sila ng VAT and then i-refund pag-export. Ang problema, hindi nagva-VAT refund ang gobyerno natin. And we owe them billions of pesos already, and they've already threatened, well, there are threats that they might move shop to other countries. These are already locators here, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if you're aware of this. These are already locators here. Now, prospectively, ayusin natin. Congress, I committed, and the Prime Minister was very happy. He shook my hand and he thanked me. And we're going to see him again on December. I believe the Secretary is also joining me in that trip. That's the APEC trip in so ASEAN-Japan Friendship Summit. That will be on December 15 to 18. The President had asked me to come precisely to be able to confirm that we are going to amend the CREATE law prospectively. Pero ang problema, for example, like companies like Itochu, which run Dole Philippines, which is huge in Bukidnon. Dole in Bukidnon, Your Honor, has about 15,000 employees. If Itocho pulls out of the country, what will happen to Dole Philippines and 42,000 of its employees? They have 42,000 employees, Your Honor, because they cannot get their VAT refund. I'm taking this opportunity because I see the BIR here, the head of the BIR. So what is the policy, Your Honor? This is a policy question. Are we going to refund them? Are we not going to refund them? How are we going to refund them? Is it in this budget to refund them? Because I'm being pestered every day by the Japanese. I'm the head of the Philippine-Japan Friendship Association. Therefore, it is my sole duty to bring this up in plenary and take this up with the, of course, the officers at hand of these departments. Would you like a 1-minute suspension? I'll move for a 1-minute suspension. You can discuss. Person.
It's ready to resume, Mr. President. Yeah.
Yes, the session is resumed.
Mr. President, I was told they have 90 days to pay, and the Secretary said they will pay it. But according to the Commissioner of the BIR, there are some instances where it's already in the courts. So in that case, they have to wait for the final decision for those in the courts. But for those that are due and demandable, they have 90 days to pay that. They promise to pay by the end of the year, Mr. President.
Yeah, but that's a policy issue again. No? I believe that the BIR, I'm not sure if it was this administration or the last administration, their policy was, take us to court. Imagine telling a billion-dollar investor, take us to court. So they would rather that this VAT refund, which is automatic in other countries, Senator Angara, we had just come from a visit to Europe and we were all detaxed. Everything was detaxed upon purchase of certain goods. Ganun kabilis. Dito sa atin, take us to court, sabi ng BIR. So now, these poor Japanese companies who are hiring thousands of people in our country are suffering because they have court cases and they would rather settle out of court. But anyway, as you mentioned, nandyan na yan. We can only look prospectively. I hope that the Court of Tax Appeals can act on this quickly para magkaroon ng settlement dito sa issue na to. So you're addressing it. So the answer is yes, they're addressing it, and within 90 days, they will pay the VAT refund. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. That's what I was told by Secretary Ben.
So while we're waiting for the law to be amended, what is the exact policy now? Will they refund or again take us to court?
As long as the documents are complete, Your Honor, they will pay. But in certain cases, I think the documentation is not complete, Your Honor. That's what the Commissioner is telling us.
Mr. Commissioner, please work on that because really that is a black eye. We're trying to sell the country to investors, but this is a recurring theme. Each and every country we discuss because the Japanese Chamber of Commerce is, sa foreign chambers, very influential. So let me just explain really quickly. For example, you produce bananas in Bukidnon or pineapples. The boxes are locally produced. They would rather buy local boxes, which is, for me, the best thing that they can do, buy from local producers. And then they put the pineapples or bananas in the boxes are shipped abroad. Before, walang problema, that process was VAT-free. Diretso na yan, kasi exported yan eh. It's not sold locally. Now, they have to pay, when they buy the boxes, they have to pay the VAT to be refunded once it is exported. It's a double layer of, can't we just, that's why we're going to try to amend and create so that it no longer will have to go through that again. Just remove the VAT totally as long as it's for export. And I can see the Secretary is very engaged because that's the next, hopefully, we can pass create more as soon as possible so that we can address this issue. We committed to the Japanese Prime Minister that we will tackle this at the soonest possible time. Thank you to the BIR Commissioner. I haven't seen you yet, so we haven't spoken personally. Maybe later during the break, I can see you on the side to discuss this at length. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to put this on record because of the successful visit of the Prime Minister last week, who had asked me personally about this issue.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for raising this very important issue. And also, thank you. Congratulations on your successful invitation to Prime Minister Kishida.
Thank you very much. Hopefully, the next one will be the King of Spain. I hope he accepts our invitation. Our invitation, you were with me when we invited him.
That's right, Mr.
Now we will have the King of Cagayan de Oro. We recognize our Minority Floor Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, my dear colleague and kababayan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just the king of a certain household in a certain structure along Hay Street in Cagayan de Oro, where more spirits live than human beings, Mr. President. It's an old structure already. So thank you, Mr. President, for this chance. With the permission of our sponsor, Mr. President. So we're still in the topic of the general principles governing our budget for 2024, Mr. President.
Yes, that's correct. Your
I've
Honor.
noticed, Mr. President, that see 2023 GAA compared to 2022 increased by 4.9%. But this one, the proposed budget for 2024 is 9.5% higher than this year's budget. Can we get an explanation as to not only the increase, but the rate of the increase? It's almost a doubling of the increase, relatively speaking or comparatively speaking, Mr. President.
Reflects your optimism about the world economy and the local. It reflects the expectation and the optimism of the economic managers regarding the country's performance and the recovery of the global economy, Your Honor. Although there, of course, because of the various wars, there are headwinds all over the place, Your Honor.
So thank you for that, Mr. President. That means we, of course, when the budget team drafted the budget, they were kind of looking into the future, diba? There were assumptions being made. So may I know the time frame? When did we start the budget process, Mr. President, for this particular one? February? Yeah, the budget call,
Yeah, there's a budget call in January, Your Honor, and the agencies are given until March to submit their budget proposals, Your Honor, and then the DBM goes over them, and the process is terminated at the level of DBM by June, Your Honor, and after the President gives his SONA, there is I think it's a 30-day period under the Constitution to submit the National Expenditure Program to Congress, Your Honor.
Opo. Yan yung budget process natin. No? It all starts with the executive branch, and then we have this team, the DBCC, and of course a specialized department, the DBM, to finalize the president's budget. And of course, they made some assumptions there. Okay, so let's go through the assumptions. And these assumptions were made more or less June 2023. Am I correct, Mr. President? Or earlier than June 2023 when we made these assumptions? Kasi na-fix na natin sa papel yung yung final amounts. Therefore, may time lag yan eh.
There are initial assumptions, Your Honor, but the finalization is, you're correct, around June, Your Honor.
June. Yes, okay, sige po. And then, because I went through the President's message on the budget, so are the assumptions still valid? Daanan natin kung pwede isa-isa. What were the assumptions that I have encountered in the President's message? That our GDP growth rate for 2023 would be 6 to 7%. That's the DBCC team still, anong tawag mo ito? Stick to this projection or assumption?
It's still doable, Your Honor.
Still doable? Okay, sige po. The inflation rate, the executive assumed to be 5 to 6% for the year 2023, so at the end of the year. What's our current position on this? Will it hold?
They're expecting around 6.2, Your Honor.
Okay, pasok pa rin.
So on the high side, yeah. A little higher than the range, yeah.
Okay, above the above the upper range. So,
Yeah.
so my question is, if things like this happen, let us say that the assumption behind the budget is that the inflation rate is 5 to 6%, and then the actual inflation rate turns out to be 6.2, which is above the upper limit. How does this affect now the budget execution as well as the budget's efficiency, Mr. President?
Well, this doesn't sound so good, but according to them, inflation is actually good for revenue because they're able to collect more, Your Honor. So,
Well, kawawang taong bayan eh. So,
yes, but that's the byproduct, Your Honor. It's not an intended result.
and only because of indirect taxes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, so that's why that is one of the evils of indirect taxation, Mr. President. That's why I think, andito naman si Atty. Hubert Guevara eh. So I think if you go to our constitutional law, basic na basic yata yun, that the state should favor a progressive direct taxation and progressive, hindi yung indirect and regressive like indirect taxes like VAT. So masama, Mr. President, sa taong bayan, from the point of view of the people, masama.
Well, a higher inflation rate is certainly worse from the point of view of the public, Your Honor.
So is there now? So we made an assumption 5 to 6. Tapos another assumption that most likely we will end at 6.2%. Hindi pa naman tapos yung taon eh. Okay. Are there realistic interventions from government which could possibly bring down that inflation rate and within the range of our original assumption?
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, inflation for October is down to 4.9, and they're expecting it to go to lower from 6% also for succeeding months. And there are a number of measures taken to address the food inflation and mitigate its impact. One is filling the domestic supply gap through timely and adequate importation, strengthening the implementation of biosecurity and hog repopulation programs through the continuous monitoring of ASF, or African swine fever, and the implementation of the Integrated National Swine Production Initiatives for Recovery and Expansion, or INSPIRE, and improving and expanding the Kadiwa program, which directly connects producers and consumers, as well as fast-tracking the distribution of targeted subsidies to farmers and fisher folk, as well as the provision of monthly food credits to the poorest Filipino families. So these are some of the measures which can help to mitigate inflation, as well as the following interventions for crops and livestock and fisheries subsectors. They include buffer stocking of agricultural inputs, provision of short gestation, multi-tolerant seed varieties, provision of organic fertilizer, shifting to alternate crops with less water requirement, and establishing satellite hatcheries as sources of fingerlings. Your Honor, those are the for food inflation. And for non-food inflation, they implement demand management measures such as energy and water conservation and efficiency, the conduct of extensive and timely review of wage and transport petition hikes to ensure that inflation is not exacerbated, Your Honor.
And regarding that last part, Mr. President, the executive attitude or intervention would be to prevent the hikes. Tama mo ba? Because the by the book analysis is that if we allow the increase in transportation fare, etc., we also increase inflation, Mr. President.
The policy is not to prevent, Your Honor, but to manage the hikes. And they've been managed because they've been gradual, Your Honor, rather than a sudden hike, which, according to them, may be inflationary.
Yes, yun na nga. Itong mga by the book, ano natin kasi, kawawa ang mga kababayan natin naghihirap. Actually, di ba, ang by the book analysis nga is unemployment is good for to bring down because it brings down inflation. Tama po ba yan?
Well, the economic managers are saying they promote job creation, Your Honor. They're not promoting unemployment.
That's correct. Tapos pagdating naman, tingnan natin yung mga yung mga regional wage boards natin. Pag-increase nila ng mga ng mga minimum wage, i-compare natin ano yung rate of increase. The rate of increase reflects the published inflation rate. Ganun lang. Ganun ang nangyayari. So, pati sa mga fare hike, ima-manage, we use the term manage, but actually we're preventing the reasonable, the more justifiable or the fairer increase of prices like fares, which is fair, F-A-R-E, which is the fare, transport fare, which is fairer to the drivers, Mr. President. But at any rate, yan yung mga, I already heard the answer of our sponsor. So meron tayong executive action to implement the budget, the programs to increase food production. Yun yung una. Okay, so unfortunately, ang utang po ba ay nakaka-contribute din sa inflation? Kasi budget na sagot natin, we will execute the budget. Yung budget naman natin, backed up by utang year after year after year. So, is debt or the increase in our debt related also to inflation or to the rising inflation, Mr. President?
Indirectly, Your Honor, because what really matters is the interest rate, Your Honor. That's something that can really be felt by the people. So if you have excessive borrowings, then that can affect your credit rating sometimes, based on your ability to pay, and then that will be reflected in the interest rate, Your Honor, and that can sometimes be negative, Your Honor. But in our case, I don't think that is the case. In our case.
And interest rate is set by the Bangko Sentral. Yan naman, tama? Am I right? Are we talking about the interest rate which is influenced by the rate set by the Bangko Sentral? Because there's a certain rate which is set by the Bangko Sentral.
Yes, Your Honor, but there are also interest rates which are set by the market based on your creditworthiness, Your Honor.
Okay.
So those are things we have to watch out for as a sovereign country. To ensure that the benefits of a lower or of creditworthiness translates to a lower interest rate for consumers, for the public, etc.
Okay, even on creditworthiness, I think we also made some assumptions there. Pupunta tayo dun mamaya. So okay, so if it turns out that the actual inflation rate for 2023 will really be 6.2%, which is above our projection, what will be the implication of just this particular factor on the budget for 2024 and its execution?
Affect the budget from 6.2%.
Pwedeng wala.
It doesn't really affect the budget, Your Honor.
Thank you. I will accept such an answer, Mr. President. I'm just getting the position of the executive branch. So, it's the ano tawag mo nun, hindi naman miscalculation ito eh, the misappreciation as far as inflation is concerned will turn out to be immaterial if it is that small. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Now, then we made some assumptions on the price of the Dubai crude oil. Tama. When we made the budget, ang assumption po ng ating economic team, it will be $70 to $90 per barrel for this year. So, how has this turned out, Mr. President?
What's the price of Dubai crude?
Right now, kumusta si Dubai crude oil?
Dubai crude, 17 to 19. What's the figure? Range lang. Kasi he's comparing to the assumption of 70. But what is going to be the range? What is the range going to be for this year? Most likely.
Tanong next natin. Mababa ba ngayon ang Dubai crude oil?
So tama. Mr. President, pasok pa rin sa 70 to 90 kasi the current price of Dubai is 81, I'm told,
Okay,
Your Honor. So,
Yes, so pasok. So, therefore, if that holds up to the end of the year, so it should not affect the budget execution and the budget. We also made an assumption as to the peso to dollar exchange rate. Sabi po ng ating economic team for 2023, it should be within the range of 54 pesos to 57 pesos to a dollar. Oh, so, kumusta po itong assumption na ito? Is it correct? Valid? Magkano ba siya ngayon?
right now, it's below 56. For the year, it will still be within the range?
Yeah.
Yes, it will still be within the range,
Okay,
I'm
so
told.
good. So good. Congratulations for that, for the accurate projection made by our economic team, Mr. President. We also made an assumption that our goods exports growth rate bali ito, will be 1%. But there was an admission that you lowered this from 3%. Maybe in the past years the assumption was 3%. So may we know why? From the very start, our economic team already was parang anong tawag mo dyan? Pessimistic about goods exports growth rate, Mr. President. It will still grow, pero binabaan natin to 1% lang ating projection.
Well, it's in anticipation of the lowered global demand, Your Honor.
May we know the year to date? What is the goods export growth year to date?
Negative 5.4%.
Yun. So how will that negative 0.5 or 5?
Negative 5.4.
Wow, 5. Okay. So nakita natin yung swing, Mr. President. Kanyari ganun. So assumption is exports will grow, goods exports will grow by 1%. Reality says, oops, nag-contract by negative 5.4%. How will this affect now the budget as well as its execution next year, Mr. President?
What's the effect on the budget? On the budget.
Nag-contract pala. So humina export natin pala. Sama. Paano labanin?
There is no real impact in terms of budget execution, Your Honor, because the revenues will be unaffected. So the revenues will still be able to fund whatever we put in the budget or whatever's in the budget in terms of expenditures. So there is.
So, yes, may we know why? Why parang the goods export growth rate does not even matter as to revenue collections? So,
No, it matters with respect to the macroeconomic picture, Your Honor. But I think I was my understanding of your question is that you're asking what is the effect on the budget and budget execution. It doesn't really affect the budget, Your Honor. But
even collection, revenue collection, it does not affect?
yeah, but greater revenues because you have more imports. Yeah, you have greater imports, Your Honor. So there is actually more revenue. So that's one result. That's one way of looking at it. No, but of course, it's not. If you look at it from another standpoint, obviously it's not purely positive, Your Honor. But in terms of my understanding of your question was how will the budget be affected in terms of funding the budget? Andun pa rin yung revenues, andun pa rin yung suporta because your imports the imports are still there. Yung exports do not factor into that equation, Your Honor.
Di ba income sana yun ng ating taxpayer din? The exports should have also been an income of a Filipino or Philippine-based taxpayer, Mr. President.
Yes, to a certain extent, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, that's actually my next question because we also made a goods import growth rate projection. It's mentioned in the President's budget message. And for this year, when you prepared the budget for 2024, 2% growth rate ang inisip nyo for imports. And that was down also from 4% siguro sa previous year assumption ninyo. So, it's good to be realistic. Tama, maganda yan when we make assumptions. So, why were we realistic / pessimistic when we lowered? Actually, happy nga ako na lower ang imports kasi sa trade deficit yan eh. So why did we do this, Mr. President? Assumptions from the very start, nag-assume na sila 2%, hindi 4%.
There's also lower commodity prices, Your Honor. And secondly is, bumagsak din yung ekonomiya ng ibang bansa. So, there's less, I think, or even the local economy, there's less demand. So, it's a factor of demand also. And lower commodity prices according to the economic managers, Your Honor.
So this was the projection. So may we get the year to date? Goods, imports, bale to, growth rate.
It's negative 5.3, Your Honor.
Okay, so mas kumonte. Okay, so parang, from the figures given to us, international trade of the Philippines contracted. Bale, tama? Is that the correct conclusion? Negative growth rate si export eh. Negative
Yes, Your
growth
Honor.
rate si import eh. Okay. So, sige po. Thank you. So, and okay, given this year to date na ibabangga natin ngayon sa assumption, will this now again
Yung pinag-uusapan natin yung goods ho. But
Goods,
in
yeah.
terms of services ho, it's the picture is reversed because positive naman ho. Yung projection is 17%, pero yung actual is 22%. So it's nababalanse yun yung negative, yung pagka-negative nung goods ay nagiging positibo po sa services.
but the imports growth assumption made by the DBCC, what was it about? The goods or services or joint?
It's for both, Your Honor.
So that 2% assumption pala was for both? Ganun ba?
Goods lang daw ho yun, yung
Tama.
2%.
Yun ang tinatanong ko.
Goods lang ho yun, goods
Yun po,
lang ho yun.
sa goods lang po. Opo.
Yes.
Sige,
Because iba yung figure ho sa services.
Sige, can we get Mr. President, can we get the figures for services?
For services for 2023, Your Honor, the growth for exports was projected to be 17%, and for imports it was 11%. But the actual growth of services turned out to be 22.2,
22, okay.
and for imports it was 12.5.
Okay. So services. So both increased. Okay, sige. Pero yung goods kasi, goods manufacturing kasi medyo critical eh. That's the
Yes.
one which is proven to really create jobs for economies, Mr. President. Okay, so back to my question. Same question with the goods exports. Sa goods imports, Mr. President, binabaan natin yung assumption natin, and yet the year to date mas mababa pa. So same question, Mr. President. Any anticipated effects of this one on the budget as well as its execution for next year?
Which figure, ho? Sorry.
The goods imports contraction, Mr. President.
So less revenue. Well, this one affects the revenues because the lessening of imports also lessens your revenues, Your Honor. So there may be a slight impact on the ability to finance projects, Your Honor.
So since we have established the contraction in as far as goods trading, okay, is concerned, pagdating sa goods, has it been affecting our 2023 budget, Mr. President?
No, Your Honor. No.
Ano, it's not. Okay, so ang ibig sabihin, correct me if I'm wrong, no? Kasi I'm sure every quarter ba meron tayong expected revenue collection. Are we so far for 2023? Naka 3 quarters na po tayo. Have we met the revenue collections?
They're above target, Your Honor, for the revenues, on the revenue side.
Okay. Because the next assumption underpinning our budget for 2024 is about revenues. The assumption is that this will increase annually by average of 11.2%. So are we going to hold this, affirm this for year 2023? Are we still on track, Mr. President?
Projected lang. So far, actual. There's an actual increase of 6.79%, Your Honor. Year to date.
6.79%, okay.
Yes.
So, did we make the assumption when we made the NEP 2024 that revenues for 2023 would grow by 11.2%? And since if we could not meet that, what is the effect, Mr. President?
What is the
Kasi year to date, 6%, di ba? Ano ba, tama ba? 6% ba sinabi?
ito ba yan? 14.6? Is that 14.6? 14.6, ito ba yan? That's your projected, 14.6% increase.
Tapos, maharli ka nga, i-follow up ko yung mga tanong ni Sulat.
The projected for 2024 is 14.6%, Your Honor.
14, mataas. Mataas. So, are we going to hit that? Given na, kanina, I think you nag-year to date kayo, 6% lamang?
Well, the projected for 2023 was actually 5.2. So, mas mataas pa rin tayo. Yung 6.79 so far, still higher than the projected, Your Honor.
Yes, yun na. So, that means, are we being too ambitious for 2024? At 14%? 14% na sinabi.
They say it's realistic, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mas alam nila yung yan.
Nga. We're just here to to find out where the truth lies, Mr. President. Bring our feet back to the ground, Mr. President. I think that's the role of the minority.
Yes, Your Honor. They say it's a realistic assumption, Your Honor.
Realistic assumption,
yes.
okay. Okay. And then, given what we know now, kasi kaya nga, di ba, we made assumptions in June eh. Ano na ngayon, November na eh. Given what we know now, so we can now probably project it to 2024, were the assumptions that we made when we drafted and crafted the 2024 NEP still valid, Mr. President? If not all of them, which ones ang hindi na valid, and how will it affect the budget as well as its execution?
All the heads are nodding behind me, Your Honor.
Confident, still
Yes,
confident.
they're all valid, yes.
Okay.
There is none, no one is shaking their head.
Yes, okay. So these were well-studied assumptions and projections, Mr. President. Okay. So, which should have been done talaga naman. Oh. Okay. See you next year na lang. For the last time. Okay. I think the confidence is backed up because of some plan. There's a plan by the administration to propose revenue-generating measures and structural reforms daw. So yung revenue generation measures must be some new ones. Are there some new ideas, Mr. President, to be introduced and which are anticipated to be effective by next year to help in revenue collection? Ano po ito, Mr. President?
Well, there are proposed revenue measures, Your Honor. Yung VAT on digital service providers, yung PIFITA, or the Passive Income and Financial Intermediary Taxation, the excise tax on single-use plastics and pre-mixed alcoholic beverages, the excise tax on sweetened beverages and junk food, the mining fiscal regime, and the motor vehicle road users tax, Your Honor. These are some of the proposed measures from the DOF.
I think that's what gives them the confidence. Pero mag-ingat-ingat lang po tayo kung baka additional pabigat po sa taong bayan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Lalo na yung huling dalawa. Ano yung dalawa? Yung isa yung motor vehicles
MVUC,
users
ano?
charge na naman. Medyo mahal-mahal na ngayon maging may-ari ng motor vehicle. Grabe ang mga registration fee. Ano yung second to the last? Yung sa mining, sir, yun sana. Maganda siguro yung sa mining. Dapat siguro talaga naman the state should get its fair share of the exploitation of our natural resources. Wala namang manufacturer niyan eh. Gift sa atin yan eh. Gift sa taong bayan, hindi dun sa taong nakakuha ng konsesyon na binigay na isang taong hindi hinalal ng bayan. Ganun ang sistema natin, tama ba? This MPSA, all of these concession agreements are given by a functionary in a department na hindi naman elected by the people. Wala naman siya periodic review ng mandato niya sa taong bayan. And he gives a favor to private citizens, private corporations. They exploit commodity which they do not manufacture. Ano yan? Ano tawag mo doon? Blessings of God to the Filipino people. So what's the plan for that, Mr. President? Pipigain ba natin ang mining sector to generate more revenues for the government, or we will be even more lenient to the mining sector, Mr. President?
Ano yung Well, there are estimates of what they can, what income they can generate or what revenue they can generate from a new mining fiscal regime, Your Honor.
May bill na ba yan?
Around 12 to 14 billion a year. I suppose this is by increasing the charges for. If memory serves me correctly, Your Honor, it's based on the amount of minerals that you nakabase yung tax. So it's indexed to the weight, Your Honor. So I suppose they'll be increasing the rates as they go along.
That's 12 to 14 billion in new additional revenues. Ganun po ba yan?
Yes, Your
On
Honor.
top of existing siguro.
Yes, Your Honor.
Siguro, is there already a bill filed in the Senate or prepared by the executive branch, ready for filing?
Wala pa po sa Senado, nasa House.
Nasa House. Okay. Sige. Mr. President, the Deputy Minority Leader wants to interject.
Yes, Senator Risa Ontiveros is recognized.
Salamat kayo, Mr. President, and with the indulgence of the good chair and my minority leader, this is a really important question. I think the good chair is right. There is no bill yet filed in the Senate on a new mining fiscal regime, but this representation has a bill on an alternative minerals management bill. I also remember in the previous administration, or was it the previous administration before that, there was an executive order issued by the president that, interestingly, was not completely acceptable to environmental movements, but was not also completely acceptable to the chambers of mines. So interesting, because maybe there was an opening to come to something more mutually acceptable between the two parties or among all the parties. And last but not the least, Mr. President, meron pa pong pending kaso sa Korte Suprema precisely on the issue of a new fiscal regime for the mining industry. So, ang ganda eh, in all three branches of government, the contest can be joined and generate legislation, new programs, even jurisprudence on this important question. So yun lang po, dagdag, Mr. President, to the very important part of this conversation now between our two colleagues. Salamat kayo.
Thank you. Thank you very much,
Thank you very much.
Senator Risa, Vice Chair Risa.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we're talking about revenues eh. Yung, di ba there's a metric, parang may metric yan eh, na how much of your budget or your expenditure is being raised by your revenues. So for 2024, what is that? What is that the metric, Mr. President?
How much of your expenditure
What is that called? Can I get guidance from our budget expert? What is that called? Yung parang revenue to budget, ano ba yan? Ratio? Ano pong tawag dyan?
How much?
Nalimutan ko lang.
Revenue over appropriations. If you're talking about revenue over appropriations, it's 74%, Your Honor.
Revenue over, okay, 74% revenue over appropriations. Okay.
26 ang inutang mo. Tama? Tama.
Ang ibig po bang sabihin nito, kunyari, so kung 74%, ang ibig sabihin nito, sa kada 100 piso na ino-authorize nating gastusin, tayo mismo ang nagpundo ng 74 at uutangin yung 26 pesos doon.
It's correct, Your Honor.
To be borrowed. Okay. Has this been increasing? If we can ask the DBM to look at the trend over the years, has the revenue over appropriation percentage, what is the behavior of that ratio, Mr. President?
Di ba mas malaki ang utang dati? Has it always been at 70 plus? Yeah. Because the budget is constant, increases also. It's more or less constant, Your Honor, because all the factors are increasing.
Constant lang. The
Roughly, Your Honor.
the MTFF has no has no position on the revenue to appropriations ratio, Mr. President.
Well, to be exact, it has been increasing actually, although roughly not by dramatic numbers, Your Honor, because in 2022 it was at 68%. In 2023 it's 70%, and for 2024 it's 74%. projected, of course,
Yes,
for
project.
2024, Your Honor. So that
Yes,
shows,
that-
that shows less borrowing.
That affects
more.
the deficit to GDP ratio?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tama?
Yes.
That affects it, right?
Yes.
Okay, so can we, yes, so okay, if we can go to the details, Mr. President, of our budget next year. The proposed national budget is 5.768 trillion pesos, Mr. President. And then therefore, and then revenues would be how much, Mr. President?
Projected is 4.073 trillion, Your Honor.
Trillion. Okay, which now gives us the deficit, di ba? Ganun po yan. The revenues would come from who are our top revenue generating agencies, Mr.
The figure I gave is just the tax, Your Honor.
The
because
BIR
there
would generate.
Yeah, the BIR is the biggest with around 3.04 trillion. The BOC is next with around 1 trillion roughly. And then you have the smaller figures given by various offices like LTO, BFP, DNR, BI, Bureau of Immigration, and then you have Bureau of Treasury Income, among others, Your Honor.
The balance, that would be the balance, Mr. President.
The total revenues would be around, anticipated to be 4.27 trillion, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah, the earlier figure I gave is the tax revenue only. Your
Tax only, okay.
Honor. Yes.
So
4.272 trillion, Your Honor.
tax and non-tax, yes. Thank you. So thank you for that, Mr. President. Therefore, giving us the budget deficit figure of
Budget deficit figure.
but that would be ano no?
1.3 trillion. Trillion. 1.35 trillion, Your Honor, roughly. Anong page yan? 3.
Tama ba? 1.35 trillion. Ima-minus lang yung dalawa. In absolute terms, the budget deficit for next year is lower than what was projected for the 2023 budget.
Yes, Your Honor.
So congratulations for that, Mr. President. Kasi sabi ng notes ko nga, ang budget deficit natin last year was 1.6 trillion. Pero after execution, doon natin malalaman yung
Actual.
what is the actual, right, Mr. President?
Tama po.
But year to date, Mr. President, as far as the budget deficit for 2023 is concerned, are we just on target or are we doing better? Better in the sense na lesser ang deficit, Mr. President?
We're doing better than expected, according to them, Your Honor.
So congratulations again, Mr. President. You will rarely hear this from me, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But the answers are surprising me, and I'm glad. I'm glad to be surprised, Mr. President. Isa lang naman bansa natin eh. Isang bansa na we want our country to succeed,
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Thank you for your patriotism, Your Honor.
So, Mr. President, according to the President's budget message, government disbursements will be sustained at 20% of GDP on average. So, tama ba yan? Ito ba yun? Ito na yan? This is
Government
the
disbursements.
disbursement. That should be the budget, di ba? That should be the budget.
Yes, 20%, Your Honor.
So it's above, our budget is above 20% of our GDP.
5.7% GDP.
Infrastructure spending will be around 5 to 6% of GDP. Did we also,
Yes, Your Honor.
did you also follow this?
Yes, we're at,
So if I were to ask, what is the amount of, total amount for infrastructure spending?
for
Are we ready?
2020, for which year, Your Honor?
For next year, for 2024. Because sinasabi natin 5 to 6% yun of GDP.
It's around 1.4, Your Honor, across the budget, Your Honor.
1.4 trillion.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, and this would be basically found in DPWH, DOTR.
DOTR.
Yun yung dalawa would account,
biggest, those
would
are the
account
biggest,
for the
Your Honor.
bulk of that 1.4.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tingnan mo yung deficit natin. Oh. Ilang percent yan? And then our projected budget deficit, Mr. President, 1.35 trillion. What is the projected, what is the projected GDP for 2024? Of course, we also made that projection, di ba?
What's the projected GDP?
Siguro growth rate lang naman yan. Current
Hindi
GDP
growth.
times
Actual
growth
GDP
rate.
figure.
Yun na project.
For 2024? 26.6 trillion, Your Honor, approximately. Yeah.
Lumaki naman pala. Lumaki naman pala. Sige nga, yan mo nga si ano. Now, what is now Mr. President, what is our national debt to GDP ratio as of the moment, Mr. President?
For the current year, Your Honor?
Yes, if they have real time as of November, kung kaya, kung hindi, what is the latest?
Walang later figure. As of June, it's 61%, Your Honor.
61%, okay. Do we have a target, Mr. President, that by the end of year 2024, what should be that national government debt to GDP ratio?
Yeah, 59.5%, Your Honor.
Okay, so by next year na lang siguro tatanungin din natin if we can meet it, no? So our borrowing for this year, for 2023, has been following the plan, the program. We have not had any borrowing which is a surprise borrowing, which is we were forced by circumstances to go beyond the plan, Mr. President.
Wala po. We're on track.
Per plan po tayo. Okay.
Apo.
We have noticed, Mr. President, that there are some items in our budget na parang they start high in the NEP, they end up low in the GAA. There are some items naman, they start low in the NEP, end up high in the GAA. And this phenomenon happens year after year after year. Akala ko ba the DBM, when they prepare the budget, they look at the past, of course, performance or usage of the budget. Why are there some items in our budget where they always start high? When they know that at the end of the day, the budget law, will provide for a lower figure, Mr. President, a substantially lower figure, in fact. So just a theoretical explanation, Mr. President. Kasi di ba si DBM, very strict kayo sa mga agencies. Yung level of this year affects the level of next year. And yet, there are some items in the budget na it always is there at the stratosphere, pero pag napakatapos ng pag-GAA na siya, it's to a lower level. Mr.
Yes,
President.
you're correct, Your Honor, in certain cases or certain departments or budgets. But from the DBM standpoint, it's always NEP to NEP, Your Honor, meaning when they prepared the 2024 NEP, they were looking at the 2023 NEP. And when they look at the 2025 NEP, they will still look at the 2024 NEP rather than the that year's GAA. That's been the practice, Your Honor.
So DBM will continue with that practice even though experience already, decades-long experience is already telling us that your NEP figures are not based on reality, Mr. President. Masyado mataas. Example, I'll give an example. MPBF. 2023 NEP, 89 billion. GAA, 26. I'm rounding off, 26 billion. So, and if we go back years past, ganun din ang behavior. We always start high, we end up low. Ngayon, we're starting sa NEP natin 135 billion. And siguro, a fearless forecast, the ending figure for that would be, in the GAA for 2024, would be below that. So, why is this practice being maintained by DBM, Mr. President? May formula ba ito for you to come up with a NEP figure? Do you apply a formula? So may we know the formula?
Formula for the NEP of MPBF. Yeah, what is the formula every year? Ang tanong. Ang tanong niya, what is the basis? What is the formula? Not whether, why is the increase? What is the formula for every year for computing?
Oo nga, tapos may inauguration.
For others po, yung feeling of yung to support po yung creation.
PGF po na example.
70% po. Of the total. Yes po. And the rest po yung
Kaya ako nagtanong kasi.
mga pinakailangan such as PBB, depende po yung sa computation po natin. Mga projections, projected estimates po natin.
Oh, nga, pero how did you crystallize it? How did you come up with the projection? For the figure every year? What's the basis?
For the PBB po yung base po siya.
Ay, hindi, tatanungin ko yung education. Kung na-maintain ba na, respeto ba natin yung education as the highest priority? So,
Hindi po 60 to 80%.
wala bang kabangga sa education?
You assume a rate of eligibility.
Yes po sir. Pero po yung sa feeling po, automatic po yung system generated po yung ating formula sir, that 30%.
Sa 30% buhat.
The total ano po, 30% the total PS cost of the unfilled positions po. Nasa budget po.
There are certain metrics that they use, Your Honor. I forgive the long. I was trying to understand because the MPBF is made up of several components, Your Honor. Yung filling up the new positions, etc. Performance-based bonus or PBB. So sa PBB, performance-based bonus, they assume that 60 to 80% will be eligible to receive the PBB. With respect to the filling of positions, they assume 30% of the PS cost of unfilled civilian positions. Yun po yung mga yun yung thought process nila dito sa MPBF, Your Honor.
Yes, yun yung ano, then they apply a formula, then they arrive at that ano. So, is the plan to continue with this practice even though we know na hindi. I mean, it's the amount that we propose is 3 times higher than what is actually used by or authorized by Congress to be used for that purpose. For the same purposes, binababaan natin yung amount for the same purposes, binababaan ng Congress. So, is that a good practice to retain, Mr. President?
Ayaw nila na mawalan daw tayo ng trabaho, Mr. Minority Leader. Pagka sinundan lang nila yung GA, di parang wala nang role yung... No, seriously speaking, I think they just really base it on the NEP. I think that's been the tradition. They just work from NEP to NEP, Your Honor. So, maybe if you have any
Yeah.
concrete proposals, then they can take it under consideration.
Because they
Your
don't
Honor.
do it, for the other agencies, does the DBM do that, NEP to NEP? Or they look at what is the actual figure in the GAA also, Mr. President? Ano yan? Andito.
Yes, as a general rule, yes, they look at the previous year's NEP, but they also consider the inclinations or priorities of the president, of course.
Oh, okay.
If the president,
Yeah, I agree
so
with
that's why certain programs receive greater allocations in certain years, Your Honor, depending on, I think that's why maybe anti-drug programs and certain peace and order programs receive greater allocations during the previous administration, Your Honor.
I agree with that, Mr. President. And I believe that's the reason why the budget emanates from the executive. It should reflect the priorities of the executive branch, Mr. President. That's why you get the mandate from the people, i-deliver mo ngayon yung campaign promises mo. So, diyan ka rin susukatin kung natupad mo o hindi, Mr. President. So, okay, so unfortunately, the practice will continue so that, if I understand correctly, our chairman, so that Congress has still work to do, Mr. President.
Baka wala na tayong gagawin, Mr. President. I'm just kidding. Well, I think even not only the DBM, but even us as an institution, if we look at it, we're really bound by certain practices, no? Unless, and then there is a certain amount of inertia built in institutions, you know. Unless there is a compelling reason to change certain practices, then they usually stay that way, Your Honor.
Siguro, Mr. President, sige, let's just talk about this one last point before we go on lunch break. The NEP is 5.768 trillion. Okay. So we're talking about the committee report of the Senate. How much of that amount, sir, Mr. President, ang ginalaw po ng ating committee? Ang gumalaw. So, because that's the extent of yung pakikialam ng Congress eh. Hanggang doon lang tayo nakialam eh, sa executive's budget eh.
In the House, around 210 billion movement. In the Senate, around 60 billion, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay, para lang to put it into context, no, Mr. President. So, we received the executive's budget of 5.765 trillion 768 billion.
Yes, Your Honor.
Committee report natin just touches on items with a total amount of
60 billion.
60 billion.
Yes, Your Honor.
So that's and we will spend 8 days on those on this work, Mr. President.
Hindi kasi yung 8 days, hindi lang naman yung 60 ang pinag-uusapan,
Correct,
Mr.
correct,
President. We talk about other aspects also. In fact, we even talk about the aspects that we cannot change, like the automatic appropriations, the personnel services. In practice, the reality is we cannot change that, but we talk about it nonetheless.
But after the 8 days, with the insights that we gain, we will still be allowed to propose amendments.
Certainly,
Yes,
certainly,
so
Mr.
because
President.
after that would come the period for amendments, Mr.
Yes,
President.
yes, Your Honor.
That's it. So that's the purpose of our 8-day interpellations, Mr. President. So Mr. President, pupunta pa tayo sa
Parang gusto nyo
Maharlika.
iksiyan yung 8 days. Minority Leader.
Depende, sir. Depende because we're getting good news from good figures. Ito facts naman yung tinanong ko kanina.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Those are not projections. Pagdating sa projections, medyo siyempre, if it's so rosy or positive, medyo ingat tayo. But we were asking for facts, figures. Of course, subject to some double checking if we have the capacity to double check. Okay, Mr. President, we'll siguro after lunch, when we resume, let's go to the unprogrammed, yung principles lang po, the principles behind the unprogrammed, did we respect the prioritization for education, kumpara natin sa ibang expenditures, and of course, Maharlika, the BSP dividends, etc., Mr. President. So I don't mind, Mr. President, that we have a lunch break, Mr. President.
It's up to the body, Your Honor, to decide.
Hindi, ang dami yung tanong. Diba? Anyway, Mr. President, it will be the same resource persons will be,
Yes, Your Honor.
will have to come back to defend their agencies, Mr. President. So
Baka pwede pa, Minority Leader, till 12:30? Or you're hungry na?
but it's the same,
Alright.
unless I'm wrong, Mr. President, it will be the same resource
It's
persons.
the same,
Mr.
Your Honor.
President, yes.
Yeah.
So what's the pleasure of the body? What time would we want to come back to work?
Yes, Mr. President, I'd just like to inform for the afternoon session, for the following departments to get ready, Department of Budget Management, NEDA, and the Department of Finance for the hearing proper. And we'll resume session at 1:45 if that's
After
okay.
di ba
For the
meron
minority
tayong
leader.
inauguration eh. After your unveiling.
I know there's an unveiling of the marker. Maybe around, if it's with the permission of our sponsor, 1:45, we come back at 1:45?
It's your call, Mr. President. Yeah.
Yeah, which is an unveiling lang upstairs on the third floor. Yeah, so 1:45, Your Honor. All right? Session suspended till 1:45 in the afternoon.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we resume the interpellation on the general principles. And with that, I move that we recognize the sponsor and chairperson of the Committee on Finance, Senator Sani Angara, and to continue with his interpellation, our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel III. So move, Mr. President.
If there is no objection, motion is approved. Senator Sani Angara, our chairperson of the Committee on Finance, and also our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, our budget is structured in such a way that we can identify programs, activities, and the projects, Mr. President. And then when it comes to projects, I'm sure what comes to mind would be the infrastructure projects of the DPWH and maybe some other agencies. So my question is, are the projects which are found in the budget, or did the projects, do the projects which are found in the GAA pass through our RDC, or Regional Development Council process, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. So, meaning to say,
In the ones
Does
in the NEP, you're referring to
yes,
the
the
ones
NEP,
in the
yes, the NEP.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, so meaning to say, with confidence, we can say that if there is an infrastructure project there in the NEP, found in the NEP, like a bridge or a road, these projects have been vetted or passed through the RDC system, Mr. President?
Not all, Your Honor. Some are just from the national government, especially the priority ones. But a lot of the agency projects are vetted at the regional level.
Just by looking at the cost of the project, will we know whether it passed through the RDC or was decided at the central level, Mr. President?
May level ba yan? The NEDA board requires RDC endorsement for the infrastructure projects, Your Honor.
Okay, so, and there's no, and the NEDA board does not use a floor amount. Any amount will do for as long as it passes the criteria of the board.
Has to go through what? The NEDA board or the RDC?
Yan yung RDC process kasi dapat pala kasi.
For infrastructure projects, 2.5 billion pesos and above go through the NEDA board, and for final approval, they must have the RDC approval, Your Honor. Endorsement.
Baliktad po, it's NEDA to RDC or RDC to NEDA?
The RDC endorsement is a requirement prior to obtaining the NEDA approval, Your Honor.
Before NEDA even entertains the the project. Thank you for that information, Mr. President. Now, just to make sure that our budget will be compliant with the Constitution, sabi ng Constitution natin, education sector should get the highest budgetary priority. I'm sure we have disaggregated the amount siguro for the education sector. So for the 2024 budget, how much can we say are we appropriating for the education sector, Mr. President?
It's around 962 billion, Your Honor. If you take the funds lodged in DepEd, TESDA, CHED, and other educational agencies, Your Honor.
Earlier, Mr. President, we pointed out that the infrastructure project is 5 to 6% of GDP, and in the 2024 budget, this will amount to 1.4 trillion pesos. So then we mentioned the education sector budget of 962 billion pesos, so less than a trillion. Can we say, can we claim that we are not violating the constitutional provision that it is education which should enjoy the highest budgetary priority? Because from those two figures that we have mentioned, it looks like infrastructure has enjoyed the highest budgetary priority.
I think education still has, if you compare it, the budget of DPW is around 800 plus billion, Your Honor. But yun nga, pag pinagsama yung DOTR, then it becomes higher. But I think there's a case in jurisprudence that says that it's a case where the allocation in the budget for debt payment was higher than the education budget. I think it's Gingona versus Calagi. And the Supreme Court ruled that it's just a constitutional policy, but not something strictly to be enforced. Rather, it's an injunction to Congress to follow, Your Honor. So there was no violation in that case, even if the appropriation for debt payment was higher than education. But still, we are still guided by that constitutional policy in our, especially when the Senate committee makes the insertions. And if you look at the amendments made by our colleagues, a great deal of them come in the education sector. Especially, the majority leader is right beside me. A lot of his amendments are also in the education sector. Senator Pia, Senator Sherwin, the presiding officer, Senator JV. So,
Yes, Mr. President. So meaning to say, after the amendment process, we have to revisit the final look of the amended bill to make sure that we are not violating the constitutional prohibition, or is it the position of our sponsor that it is just a guide? It's not really a mandatory.
it's not my position, Your Honor. It's a Supreme Court decision that said that it's not a strict injunction. It's just a policy that ideally it would be nice if Congress could follow it. But when it was questioned in the Supreme Court, it was not a legally enforceable mandate, I think.
Siguro, but the position of the minority is that we have to comply with because this is a directive, Mr. President. Siguro nga in the only the debt, because the debt levels have exceeded the budget for education. But then I think we have solved that by making principal debt payments below the line item, Mr. President. Is that correct? The budget of what we're talking about here of 5.768 does not include the amount that the state has authorized to be paid as far as principal debt payments are concerned. Kasi kung dagdag mo si principal and si interest, talaga lamang sila kay education. So the technique which has been applied, Mr. President, is the principal is not part of that 5.768 trillion peso budget, Mr. President. Tama po ba yun? Principal po, principal.
Sorry, could you repeat the question? If it's combined, it's higher than education, yes. But
That's why
I think that the case of Gingon has already settled that.
No, but the principal,
there's
but
no-
as far as budgeting
yeah.
is concerned, general principles, the payment for the principal debt amortizations are also not reflected in the GAA.
Yes, they're automatically appropriated,
Correct?
Your Honor. Yes,
That's called sabi nyo, below the line.
Yes, yes.
May we know that figure, Mr. President? For next year, 2024, how much has, kasi we can cite, how much has that law authorized the government to pay as principal debt amortization payments?
It's 1.24 trillion, Your Honor.
1.24. And then, siyempre sa utang, hindi lang binabalik si principal bayad interest. The interest payments are found in the GAA. Kasama sila sa 5.768 trillion peso budget. And how much would that be for 2024, Mr. President?
670 billion, Your Honor.
670 billion?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
So pwede po bang sabihin ko sa madaling salita na 11 carry 1? Sa susunod na taon, ang babayaran po ng sambayan ng Pilipinas para sa ating utang ng national government, tama, dapat i-qualify pa rin ito, utang ng national government for next year, and authorize ito, once we pass the budget, authorize pati interest, would be 1.91 trillion pesos.
Yes, correct,
Yes,
Your
okay,
Honor.
thank you.
Yeah.
I need to ask this of our experts, Mr. President, our economic managers. So we are very careful to label this as the national government debt. So are there other forms of debt which are shouldered by, let us say, the state, an agency of the state, a local government, a sector of the people here in the Republic of the Philippines? So aside from national government debt, do we have local government debts? Do we track this? Do we know how much the running total of local government unit debts, Mr. President? I-note nyo na lang to, LGU debts.
But it's not, because national government is not liable for that. Yeah, we have the figures, Your Honor, but it's not a liability of the national government.
Yes, I know.
Yes, Your Honor.
But we have the figure.
We can
yes.
retrieve it from
Yes,
the BLGF.
and it can be
Your
shared
Honor.
with an
Yes,
interested
Your Honor,
party
yes.
like this representation,
Of
Mr.
course,
President.
of course,
Okay.
Your Honor. We'll just retrieve
Aside
it
from
the...
national government debt and local government unit debts, are there other agency debts that we did not count into the national government debt, Mr. President?
The debts of the GOCCs, Your Honor.
GOCC not count or not yet count, Mr. President?
Hindi kasama doon. It's not counted there, Your Honor.
Yes.
Hindi
Do we,
kasama.
do we also track these amounts, Mr. President?
We have the information, Your Honor. We can track it. Which is where the figure.
So are those the only two other categories of debts, Mr. President? Aside from the national government debt, we have the local government debt, and we have the GOCC debt. Are there other debts there that the government should track or the people should be aware about, Mr. President?
Well, there's a classification of a debt which they don't count in the NG debt, which is the contingent liability, Your Honor, which is debts which are guaranteed by the national government.
And debts which have been guaranteed by the national government, which has now become due and demandable against the national government, these are found in the net lending. There's an item for net lending. Is that the amount, is that the item which catches this,
Yes, you're correct,
these
Your Honor.
amounts?
Yes, you're correct.
And what would be the net lending amount for 2024?
Ito. Billion, no? 28.7 billion, Your Honor.
Billion talaga pala. So tama po ba para po maintindihan po ng ating yung mga interesado sa budget? Ito pong 28.7 billion pesos na i-authorize natin bayaran next year ay mga utang ng ibang entity, although governmental entities, na because we issued some sovereign guarantees, now it's now to be treated as a national government debt, and we are ready to pay that amount, up to that amount, around 28 billion pesos, Mr. President.
But yes, Your Honor, you're correct. But they're also considered advances, meaning ibabalik din nung principal debtor at some point when they're capable to pay, Your Honor.
And when they're able to pay or we're able to collect, binabalanse lang din yon, and then the balance, if it's still amounts due, it will appear as net lending. Ganun pa ba yan? What if the amounts are returned and then they exceed the amounts which are returned or repaid? Where are they found, Mr. President?
It goes to the general fund, Mr. President. Yeah.
Okay. It's reflected in what book of the budget, Mr. President?
In the National Government General Fund, Your Honor.
May nakalibro ba yan? Separate book, volume? Okay, thank you, Mr. President. So ito pala ay 28 billion is what an additional payment. But do we track the outstanding contingent liabilities? The potential amount to be disbursed through net lending over a certain period of time, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor. We will just wait. We're just waiting for the figure, actually.
Habang hinahanap po, yung for example, we have yung Military and Uniform Personnel Pension Fund. Teka, may hinahanap pa si sponsor. I will just follow up the matter later.
Direct document that you are guaranteed.
That's 191.
Yeah. Tapos ito yung na-assume na namin dati. Yun yung mga
This one. Which are contingent,
yes, contingent na yun, sir.
meaning guaranteed lang.
Yeah. So pag hindi naka-fall, hindi bayaran kasi everything, we advance.
Who are the principal levels?
Marami po mga units.
Okay. I have the figure now, Mr. President, for your earlier question. It's
Yes.
the contingent liabilities. It's 362.2 billion, Your Honor.
Yung pong, di ba meron po tayong so-called pension liability sa ating military and uniform
MUP.
personnel. How do we treat? Kasi we ask our sponsor, siya expert dyan eh. I think your honor, I think you
Hindi po ako,
mentioned.
I never heard the bill. In previous Congress, it was Senator Lacson under the Committee on Defense, and in this Congress, it's Senator Jinggoy. It was never under the Committee on Finance.
But the figure, we heard some figures from you around 9 trillion eh. So, ano po ba yun?
It's around 5 trillion at present, Your Honor.
5 trillion. So, parang ano yun, this amount is already due the beneficiaries, Mr. President, 5 trillion. So, how do we treat that? Is that part of national government debt? What is it, Mr. President? How do we treat it, sir? 5 trillion
Unfunded.
MUP.
No, that's that. Ano ang due? The question is what is due?
Wala pa ako sa confidential funds. Wala pa. Wala pa ako sa program pa. Patay tayo nito.
Okay. Well, what is currently due and demandable, which I think is what you're inquiring about, Your Honor, is 140, for 2024 is 140.6 billion. Yung earlier figure of 5 trillion is the sum total of the what will be due the current membership of the military and uniformed personnel, Your Honor.
It's a projection.
It's a actuarial projection, Your Honor.
Okay. So what we can admit as being due under our MUP pension system would be 104.6 billion, and it will be dispersed through the budget.
Yes, Your Honor.
Funded siya.
Yes,
So wala
Your-
tayong utang under the MUP system. Walang utang. I mean, we just projected the burden over the years.
Yes, they're just looking at how it will
Yes,
grow
yes,
over the years. That's why
yes.
they are worried that it will outpace the ability of the government to fund it in
Correct.
future, Your
Yes.
Honor. Yeah.
So thank you for that clarification, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, going back to the rules governing the budgeting process, di ba, about education enjoying the highest budgetary priority. Meron din isang rule kasi that Congress, although we can amend the budget, we cannot increase the budget being requested by the President. But we can decrease it, Mr. President. Is my understanding correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Correct, that's right. Lalo na kunyari, lumakas na ang party system sa Pilipinas, saka lang mangyayari yan if there's a party which believes in, talagang austerity or tight budgeting process, Mr. President. But then, Mr. President, this representation is getting worried about this new method of budgeting through the so-called unprogrammed appropriations. Because in reality, for example, last year's process, which yielded this year's budget, we put the amount of 5.268 trillion pesos as the amount of the President's budget, that which we should not, Congress should not go beyond. But then in reality, ang nangyari, in the GAA, we have appropriated under unprogrammed appropriations 807 billion pesos. And during the committee hearings, there is an admission that historically, 70% of unprogrammed appropriations are actually funded. So if that should hold true, 800 billion times 70%, 560 billion pesos will be funded out of this year's unprogrammed appropriations. Isn't this a way, Mr. President? Has Congress found a way to circumvent the constitutional prohibition that we should not approve a budget greater than the one proposed by the President?
Well, that's one way of viewing it, but another way of viewing it is you're just providing a standby authorization, and it is within the purview of the executive to, because I think historically also, it's also the executive who kind of chooses which from that. It's like Congress provides a menu in the unprogrammed, and it's as a standby appropriation authorization, and in practice it's the executive who chooses what to fund among the unprogrammed. So the, in quotation marks, the evil sought to be prevented by that provision is not really present in that case, because I think the danger there is that Congress will exceed its bounds and will appropriate beyond the capacity of the executive to fund. I think, if I'm not mistaken, no? If my understanding of the provision is correct. But that's not present in the case of the unprogrammed, because it's largely within the control of the executive. Kasi siya yung mangongolekta at siya yung usually namimili dun sa menu, so to speak, na provide po ng Kongreso.
But for this year's budget, for example, the 2023 budget, the NEP for the 2023 had the total expenditure program figure, which is 5.268 trillion pesos, and the unprogrammed appropriations per NEP of 2023 was around, from memory, around 500 billion pesos. Ang ending po sa law, it's 800 billion pesos. So, in effect, Congress also did not follow the recommended amount or level of unprogrammed appropriations recommended by the executive branch. We exceeded it by 300 billion, Mr. President.
Yes, by way of standby authority, Mr. President. Di naman, yun yung difference po nung regular appropriation and the unprogrammed. The unprogrammed is only a standby authority. There is no guarantee it will be funded, although yung nabanggit niyo yung 7%. I think, in a way, medyo naiiba yung 2023 or 2023 kasi it's much larger than previous years. So, to say that maybe 70% of that will be funded is perhaps not accurate. I'm just waiting for the figure.
Yes, can we get a year-to-date,
on,
Mr. President?
Year-to-date funded on 800. It's only about 218 billion, Your Honor.
218.
So mukhang hindi aabot din sa 70%, Your Honor.
218 as of up to November. Well, just for the information of everybody, the constitutional provision involved here in this discussion is Article 6, Section 25, first paragraph. The Congress may not increase the appropriations recommended by the President for the operation of the government as specified in the budget, period. That's the critical sentence, Mr. President. And unprogrammed is still unprogrammed appropriations, Mr. President, and the NEP also includes the unprogrammed appropriations. So there's also a recommended amount by the President. And during the committee hearing, there was an input given to us by our budget secretary, very insightful, that in her discussions with the IMF, World Bank, or the agencies, multilateral financial agencies, which the Philippines is dealing with, I think there was a theoretical guiding statement in unprogrammed appropriations or standby appropriations must still have some rules to follow or parameters to follow, Mr. President. And I hope the Secretary will correct me if my memory is not accurate. And I think the unprogrammed appropriations must, according to the Secretary, as relayed to her by the resource persons that they dealt with, unprogrammed appropriations should not exceed 5% of the programmed appropriations. So what value should we put to that input from these multilateral agencies that we are dealing with, Mr. President?
That's from the World Bank, Your Honor, I think. No?
Should we value the statement or disregard it?
In this case, I'm not really sure because I don't know what the limit is pertaining to. it's something I haven't really wisely recommended.
The Secretary is here. Can we get some elaboration, Mr. President?
Well, what the Secretary is saying is that is the realistic amount that can be funded. So that's the reason for the limit or recommended percentage, Your Honor.
And then saan? 281. And then the NEP 2024 unprogrammed is 281 billion. And when we computed it against the total expenditure program, it's within 5%, but very close to the upper limit of 5%. That's why I'm pointing this out, Mr. President, because pag mag-bloat after our proceedings, pag mag-bloat si unprogrammed appropriations, then that means that useless po yung pag-share ng Secretary ng information sa atin. We are totally disregarding that insight from the multilateral agencies that we are dealing with, Mr. President. Ando na tayo sa upper limit, dapat hindi na lumaki sa 281 billion po.
I respect your opinion on that, Your Honor, but there are many recommendations that are not necessarily followed, Your Honor, or percentages that are not followed only in theory, but really in reality are not being followed. But as a guide, as an aspiration, perhaps it's valid in that respect, Your Honor.
After the BICAM kasi, Mr. President, all of a sudden we see new items in the unprogrammed. Why is this happening, Mr. President? Is this good budgeting procedure, Mr. President?
I think in the case of this year, where there is a unusually large unprogrammed, it should be looked at in the context of this year's budget also, where it only increased by 4.5% over the previous year, and given the economic conditions prevalent in the country, where we weren't really sure how we would bounce back from COVID and during the health emergency, all of these uncertainties, Your Honor. So that's how I view it. The unprogrammed is a standby authority, meaning if the revenue is produced or if the loan proceeds or any of the three conditions for the unprogrammed materialize, then at least we have not capped our ability to spend, Your Honor. Because as you know, the government spending is a crucial component of our growth also.
Has it happened that an unprogrammed appropriation was disbursed released ahead of a programmed appropriation?
Yes, di ba? Yes. Siyempre, kasi di mo naman na-release mong budget eh. Yes, of course.
Tinatanong ko lang naman. Alam ko naman yung sagot.
Oh, pero there are unprogrammed that are released ahead of some of the unprogrammed. Oh, because you have cash flow. Yes, Your Honor. I think there are occasions where it will happen, Your Honor. Yeah.
And how would we justify such a situation, Mr. President, that a standby appropriation was released ahead of ano bang tawag natin sa programmed appropriation, which is a direct authorization already, Mr. President?
Kasi one of the conditions or contingencies to occur for the unprogrammed to be released is the availability of loan proceeds, Your Honor. So if the creditor says, oh, andito na po yung
Pera.
Pondo, then maring tumuloy na ho yung proyekto.
Pagdating po sa programmed appropriations, ano na po ba ang estilo ngayon? Do we release this first quarter of the year pa lang fully already? Fully to the
Well, to the extent it's permitted, the Secretary, as much as possible, engages in early procurement. So kung anong pa pwedeng o anong cash yung available, I think they try to release it as early as possible. Your Honor.
May we know the policy, sir, general principles ito. So pagdating po sa budget natin, sa programmed, so an agency has a programmed of X amount. When does the agency expect the release of the full X amount? Is it divided into 4 per quarter or? Oh, cheese, ikaw, unprogram na tayo. Ano? Pasok ka sa unprogram na. Ako lang naman nagdala sa'yo sa unprogram. Marami rin siyang tanong sa unprogram.
Except for the exceptions, you said. Yeah. As a general policy,
Yes,
Your
yes.
Honor, they release the whole budget, except that there are some budgetary items which are subject to certain conditions or contingencies like kailangan may MOA, yung mga ganon, kailangan may detailed engineering. So those are largely exempted from the comprehensive release, Your Honor.
The comprehensive release is expected during the first month or the first quarter of the calendar year?
First day daw.
First day.
Opo.
Congratulations for that. As a policy, okay. But that's a good policy. I hope, okay. And then yung retained amounts, yung ba yung, those are the ones with SARO, na you need a SARO for them to be released? Ganun po ba yan? Yung ba yun? Yung mga, which one?
Because some amendments need SARO. But which amendments? How do you differentiate? Naklaro lang.
Parang,
Because you need to preserve it over time. Exactly. So release it all.
pasok ko na.
And some funds, by their nature, Your Honor, are not meant to be released immediately.
Yes.
Yung mga because the need for it may occur later on, like yung repatriation fund, Your Honor, yung mga disaster fund, Your Honor, unless talagang nangyari yung disaster, then you need to release it. Pero I think as a matter of policy, they try to make it last for because chronologically there may occur that contingency or need.
And even the controversial contingent fund is not meant to be released January 1. Tama, di ba?
December.
That's
But I will get to that later, Mr. President. Mr. President, si Senator Cheese wants to have some interjection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished Minority Floor Leader. Just on this point, with the permission of our good chairman of the Committee on Finance, and to clarify some points, is it still the policy of the economic team, specifically the DBM, that any line item in the budget, it is considered also already as the release document sans the need of a SARO? Is that true for all line item projects in the budget? Because that was the practice, I believe, Secretary Jokno, who is now in finance, would remember that. To facilitate, to abbreviate the process, and to increase the absorptive capacity of our departments. Would that still be applicable in 2024, Mr. President, Your Honor?
is 24. 24.
Yes.
Yes, as a general rule, Your Honor, excepting appropriations that by virtue of law, general or special provisions, and rules and regulations have conditions or requirements before release.
Of course.
Lump sum appropriations in the agency budget and special purpose funds that have no details necessary for release, and those requiring a special budget under the general and special provisions.
Those do not include the line item budget, line items, Mr. President. So the policy still remains.
Yes, Your Honor.
And in that particular instance, the line agencies, correct me if I'm wrong, can actually begin the procurement process as early as October.
That's
So
correct.
that come January, when the budget is finally approved and published, they can already award, and the implementers can already take advantage of the summer months in the case, for example, of infrastructure projects. That would be correct.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Going back to the unprogrammed funds, Mr. President, Your Honor, you're correct. Last year, for this year, the unprogrammed funds proposed in NEP was increased by 300 billion under GAB and then also adopted in the GAA. That would be correct, Mr. President, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
The original proposal was 500 billion, and then it was increased to 807 or 801 billion, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, the rules are clear, Mr. President, Your Honor, and it's the same for 2023 and the same in the proposed budget for 2024 and the same for 2022.
Sorry, Mr. President. It wasn't 300, it's 219. It's for the increase in the GAA.
290?
219.
219.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. President, Your Honor, the rules are the same roughly. You must, number one, be able to point out to a new revenue source via the passage of a new tax measure. Or number two, you exceeded the collection targets. And number three, in the case of ODA, syempre, sabi mo nga kanina, na-release na yung loan eh. So specific yon. And I would assume na yung nasaan program na nirelease na malaki for 2023 mostly came from DOTR. I presume ODA yon na mga humigit kumulang 122, 124 billion. Would that be correct, Mr. President, Your Honor?
Yes, you're correct, Your Honor.
Now, my question, Mr. President, Your Honor, is approximately 218 billion was released from the unprogrammed fund out of the total, which makes it, to answer the question of Senator Coco earlier, 27% of the unprogrammed fund was released, not the usual 70%.
218 of what? Yes, I think that sounds right, Your Honor.
27.1% to be exact. My question, Your Honor, is tanggalin na natin yung DOTR na 152 billion. Sorry, it's not 122, it's 152 billion. Baka ODA yun eh. And can the gentleman confirm that was ODA? Meaning na-release yung loan, as you said earlier. 152 billion, 119 million, 449.
196.2 billion po yung sa FAPS or ODA niya.
Magkano po?
196.2.
196.2. Spread over the various departments.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, what about the balance of 22 billion, Mr. President, Your Honor, that was not via release of ODA? You should be able to point out, or the administration should be able to point out, either number one, there was a new tax revenue passed by government, or number two, they exceeded collection targets.
Yes, Your Honor.
So which one is it, Mr. President, Your Honor?
It is the excess income, Your Honor.
From?
From various items. There is a dividend collection, there is a income from the bond sinking fund, and there is interest income from national government deposits, Your Honor.
I think this is the point being raised by Senator Pimentel earlier, Mr. President, Your Honor, also for our own education and elucidation. September pa lang kasi nire-release na yung saan programmed eh. Kailan ba talaga natin masasabi na may excess tayo sa collection target? Is it on a month-to-month? Or paano pag bumagsak ang collection ng October, ng November, ng December? And we end up not meeting our targets based on the other items where government can get revenue, whether from the sale of assets, collection of duties, collection of taxes, or any windfall coming from a favorable decision. For the guidance of Congress, when exactly should the executive be doing this? Because in previous administrations, Your Honor, the unprogrammed fund was released much, much earlier, as early as the first quarter of a year. Ito nga, medyo third quarter of the year na, papunta na sa fourth quarter eh. But by way of policy and clarification, may we know exactly when can we say that there is an excess? Because sometimes an item falls short of the target, sometimes an item exceeds the target, but on the whole, it is still lacking. What is now the basis of the computation per item just to justify the release of unprogrammed, or shouldn't be computed as a whole, na kulang pa? Ngayon, kung kulang pa o kung sobra man ng September, paano tayo nakakatiyak na sobra yun hanggang December 31? Again, for our guidance, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Yeah, usually, according to the treasurer, it's second quarter usually is the earliest that they measure it. Yeah.
So may projection na sila nasosobra sa katapusan ng taon?
It's actual. It's the actual collection of that.
But you
the
don't
first
know
two
yet,
quarters.
therefore, what will happen beginning July to December 31. So again, that's where the question of the minority leader comes in, Mr. President. It's a standby authority, indeed, but it relies on the fact na may pagkukunan ng pondo na hindi inaasahan. Pero kung sobra ka man ng mid-year, kung sobra ka man ng first quarter, sobra ka man ng third quarter, baka pagdating ng last quarter, kulang na at sa kabuuan, kulang pero na-release na yung unprogrammed.
But yes, that's an accurate depiction. Your Honor.
So may we ask, I'm sure that has happened in the past. The National Treasurer would know, I'm sure, because she's been there for quite some time. Can she confirm if it has happened in the past that we released items in the unprogrammed fund, but at the end of the year, our revenue targets fell short of the projected revenue based on the BESF?
This never happened, according to her.
It has never happened. So, assuming it has never happened, it will not happen again this year, so it is the position of our Economic and Finance team that our revenue and income projections for 2023 will exceed by 218 billion the amount of money they released. Yes
Can
or
you-
no?
Can you say that again for my understanding, Your Honor?
Kasi nag-release sila ng 218 billion sa unprogrammed eh.
Yeah.
If it has never happened, o yung balance lang na 22 billion.
Spending yan. It doesn't have, walang ano yan, hindi kailangan ng additional revenue ito yan. Talagang deficit.
Well, as we discussed earlier, Your Honor, dun sa 218, 196, exceeding 196
Is
billion.
ODA.
Is ODA. So wala pong revenue
So 22 billion lang pinag-uusapan natin.
22 billion lang po ang pinag-uusapan.
22 billion lang. So
Opo,
ang projection nga nila, at the very least, it will increase by, they will exceed the target by 22
they're
billion
confident on
as
that.
of today.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
And in previous years, that was the case too, especially, for example, this year. Because the increase was tremendous, Mr. President, Your Honor. So kayang-kaya yon for the end of the year.
Well, I suppose they have their own formulation, Your Honor, where they balance all the considerations you mentioned.
Last point, Mr. President, Your Honor, on unprogrammed funds. Is there a prioritization in the list? Who gets to decide and how is it decided upon which items in the unprogrammed will be released? If it's ODA, siyempre, earmarked yun. But if it's not ODA,
Well, it's really the executive who decides, Your Honor. It's not based on any priority in terms of how it's listed in the budget. But with respect to the loan proceeds,
Earmarked yan.
that is decided by the availability of funds.
clearly that is set aside in earmarked.
Yes, Your
Now,
Honor.
so Mr. President, the listing that appears in the unprogrammed is not in any way a priority listing.
No, Your Honor.
Now, I would subscribe to the answer of the gentleman if the unprogrammed funds were not increased, therefore subject to the discretion of the executive, because he proposed that. But Congress increased it tremendously. Then whose discretion will it now be? Wala naman yun sa plano, pangarap at programa ng presidente, biglang nag-appear dun di ba? So, paano ngayon de-decidean ng executive yun? Eh wala naman yun sa original na plano niya. The point I'm driving at, Mr. President, is fine that it's decided upon by the executive, but there must be a decision-making process that is in a way transparent in order to avoid being unfair to those agencies that need funds chargeable under the unprogrammed fund.
There is a, ano ba to? Tawag dito? What is this? What is this called? There is a department circular wherein there is a prioritization, Your Honor. Setting aside the foreign assisted projects, just the those that fall into the two other conditionalities for the release of the unprogrammed. First is personal benefits. Second is social services or continuing public health emergency. Third is infrastructure projects. Four is non-infrastructure projects supportive of the 8-point agenda. Fifth is priority non-infrastructure projects identified by the President. And six is others.
Sixth is others.
Opo.
Again, for our understanding, Mr. President, yung prioritization na listing ba yan, kailangan ubusin lahat dun sa number 1, ubusin lahat dun sa number 2 bago marilisan yung number 3, o pwede niyang rilisan lahat yung 8 yan basta narilisan man lang yung number 1 bago marilisan yung number 8.
Well, it's not a strict prioritization in that sense, Your Honor. It's,
Which is why I want to
it's just
understand,
it's just a
Mr. President.
guide. It's just a guide for action. Pero yun ang priority talaga nila. It's in order of priority, pero it does not require exhaustion before they resort to the successive listings, Your Honor.
Essentially, that memorandum is useless because they can jump to number 7 anytime anyway. Or jump to number 6 without even funding number 1. Again, Mr. President, Your Honor, my point is, to lessen discretion, there should be rules that are laid down so that utilization of these funds can be availed of fairly, more fairly rather than based on pure discretion. And at the proper time, I won't belabor the point, Mr. President, at the proper time, I would suggest wording in the special provisions to that effect, even adopting the prioritization of the DBM's memorandum, or if it was issued by the DBM.
That would be possible, Your Honor.
One more point, Mr. President, Your Honor, on MPBF. The House of Representatives, Mr. President, in the GAB, comparing it with NEP for 2024, reduced MPBF by 70 billion. Last year, they reduced it by 63 billion. Would that be correct, Mr. President, Your Honor? Ito yung sinasabi ni Senator Coco kanina na pag-propose, mataas, pag inaprubahan, maliit na.
Tama ba? Tama yung figure? That's correct, Your Honor. You're correct, Your Honor.
Earlier, the gentleman said that the number 1 priority in our program was personal benefits. And yet that was the biggest item cut in the MPBF for 2024. Out from 93 billion, di ba, binaba nila ng 23 billion. So priority siya pagdating sa unprogrammed, pero hindi siya priority pagdating sa actual item na MPBF.
Well, yes, that's accurate, Your Honor.
But the gentleman increased it to his, and I credit him for that. He increased the allocation for MPBF
Thank you. Thank you.
by 30 billion.
Yeah. Thank you, Your Honor. I forgot that. Thank you.
So, may balance pang bawas sa MPBF ng mga 40 billion. I will not put the gentleman on the spot, but may I ask that I'm sure our LBRMO is competent enough. The gentleman I would like to see, Mr. President, Your Honor, where the 70 billion removed from MPBF by the House was placed in their, I'm sure nahimay na yun eh.
Yes, we can furnish you a list, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor. Thank you. Now, may I ask, what is the actual availment of MPBF? Kumasya ba, Mr. President, Your Honor?
For this year, Your Honor.
For this year, kasi di ba, ang laki ng binawasan ng 63 billion. Nagkulang ba? O tama lang? To show na tama lang palang bawasan kung hindi nagkulang. Sobrang naman pala talaga yung pinropose kung hindi nagkulang. And would the same still be true for 2024? After a bigger reduction of 70 billion instead of merely 63 billion?
Wait, which one is the actual?
Allotment release of all.
And what's the... Ito ang program. Ito ang program. Ito ang availment. The releases amount to 26.4 billion, Your Honor. There's a balance left of 335 million, Your Honor.
So tama lang palang bawasan ng Kongreso. Kasi sobra-sobra yung pinapropose palagi sa MPBF.
Well, we
Or-
still have 2 months to go, so we'll see. We'll have to see at the end of the year, Your Honor.
Or do they merely make do with what they have? For example, Mr. President, Your Honor, matagal nang nakakakumahog ang mga SUK. Forgive me, I'm the chair of the Committee on Higher and Technical Education. With respect to the salary increases due and owing to them, and with respect to the items to be created in SUKs given the requirements of CHED. So does that factor that in, or since binawasan, wag na lang muna?
Yeah, I remember that issue, Your Honor. I was still the vice chair for the SUKs, and we lobbied for that. But there was a technicality where it was not, they were not able to obtain it. There's a memorandum circular on that.
Issued by the DBM.
Yes, Your Honor. So, on that
No.
issue, what is the question, Your Honor?
The
Sorry.
point I'm driving at,
Yeah, yeah.
Mr. President, Your Honor, is dahil binawasan yung MPBF, DBM is now constrained to issue the necessary memoranda or regulations saying that these are the requirements, therefore you don't comply kasi wala naman din talagang pera dahil binawasan. Or, sobra ba talaga yung allocation na pwede naman talaga natin bawasan at katayin? Because sayang yung fiscal space eh. If it won't be used anyway, and this goes into the question earlier too with respect to MUP. The 106 or so billion na liability natin for, I'm calling it liability for next year, and the total cumulative liability of over 5 trillion, may utang pa ba tayo o wala na? Kasama ba sa binanggit niyang 106 billion yung sa veterans? Alam ko malaki pa utang natin sa veterano eh. Iba yung veteran sa MUP. Pension lang yun.
So, wala tayong utang. Wala tayong utang sa MPP. There are no more arrears to the veterans, according to them, Your Honor.
Kindly submit to us that, Mr. President, Your Honor, because as far as I know, there are, because the number of our veterans are increasing, not decreasing, Mr. President, Your Honor. But kindly just submit it to us,
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. President, Your Honor. One last point, Mr. President, Your Honor. So what is now the position of the administration with respect to MUP? What's the final answer? Magko-contribute ba ang mga sundalo at police and uniformed personnel o hindi na? O sundalo lang ang hindi magko-contribute, ang police magko-contribute pa rin, given as you said, the problem is burgeoning. It's 5 trillion, may reach 9 trillion in the next couple of years, in less than a decade. What is now the final answer of the administration with respect to MUP pension?
Only the new entrants into both the police and the military, Your Honor.
And all uniformed personnel?
Yes.
Now, Mr. President, Your Honor, if the attrition rate in the uniformed agencies is approximately 2 to 3% per year, you're talking of 50 years, 33 to 50 years before everyone in this agency of uniformed personnel would be contributing. Magsisimula pa lang yung iba, at the rate of 2 to 3% per year. At 2% per year, that's 50 years before everyone will retire. But that does not take into account, Mr. President, Your Honor, but all of those who will retire at the rate of 2%, minus 2% per year, we would still be paying for it. So may I ask that the gentleman submit to us, given this new position of the administration, what exactly is the financial burden kung 5 trillion yung kinakatakutan nyo kanina, for what period of time, gaano katagal, because tataas muna yan bago bumaba uli. And according to our own projections, it will take about 80 years to correct it dahil yung talagang wala nang nilalabas yung Kongreso. If magsisimula tayo sa simula na bagong entrants lamang. I'm sure the Department of Finance and the Economic Team has better and more accurate figures with respect to that, so that when the bill comes for deliberation, we already would be adequately informed about our choices and the difficult choices that we have to make at that time.
Yes, Your Honor, we'll furnish.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes, Honor.
President. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you
I'd
very
like
much,
to thank
Your
the economic team and the distinguished secretaries. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Senator Escudero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
I'm glad that the gentleman from Sorsogon propounded the questions of our minority leader. So I hope that the minority leader will wind up, Mr. President. But just kidding, Mr. President. And let me, at least, Mr. President, umikli na. And let me again move that we resume the interpellation of our dear minority leader on the very first item in the agenda today, the general principles. So move, Mr. President.
If there's objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. At any rate, Mr. President, the time that we spend on general principles actually save us time later on for the other agencies.
Thank you.
Yeah, if we spend maybe 3 more hours here, that saves us around a cumulative siguro 9 hours. Cumulative.
Alam ko sabihin nyo 5 minutes, so it saved us 5 minutes.
Well, Mr. President, so I think we can now leave the matter of unprogrammed appropriations, but can I make a request from the budget department, if they can give this representation a list of the items in the unprogrammed appropriations in 2023 which have been funded?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. Yun lang, which have been funded. Okay, thank you po. Sige, before I forget this topic, Mr. President, this is what I noticed. I think guidance lang ito from the experts, especially the department secretary. Sa COA reports, when we read them, ang daming findings about violation of the gender and development law. Dami. Mga agents, I mean, parang unfair naman, parang unfair na, I think the requirement is the agency must spend 5% of its budget. O ngayon, what is the, if the sponsor can enlighten this representation or the resource persons, how do we compute that?
5% of all...
5% of what? What is
all budgets.
Is that the total
budget.
programmed appropriations? Yeah, is that it? Is that how we compute it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that total program?
Just anecdotally, pati yung Senado ho, nahihirapan gastusin po yung
Precisely.
budget na yan. So, but thanks to Senator Risa, who's very creative in proposing how to use the budget. There are programs which natulungan niya yung Senado para magastos po yung budget na yun in accordance with the law.
So, are there some ideas from the economic managers or even the Department of Budget and Management so that to spare the agencies from COA findings? At saka, kasi lumaki na rin bigla eh. Lumaki bigla. So, what is the total program bali in effect sa for the national ano ba ito? Wala ba sila wala ito? Yun na nga. Yun na nga. Kaya dami nagbabayi. Kasi itapin. Nagiging reckless ka sa gastos mo.
Well, we just we're just thanks to your questioning, Your Honor. They're considering now issuing a DBM COA circular for the guidance of agencies, Your Honor.
Yes, kasi Secretary, Mr. President, kasi una namin tinatakbuhan sa budget process, tinitignan namin yung COA reports eh. Napapansin namin yung pattern eh. So I think we have to address this. It may not really be a problem
It's a recurring
on
problem.
a per agency problem. It might be some system, a mandatory system, which is the problem, Mr. President. So hingi lang po kami ng ideas para sa next time na balikan namin yung mga COA reports, mabawas-bawasan na po itong mga problems nila with compliance with the law, Mr. President. Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. And they can consult Senator Risa, the
Yes,
chairman of the Senate.
Mr. President, our Deputy Minority Leader wants to interject something.
Yes, our Deputy Minority Leader is recognized.
Salamat, Mr. President, and with the indulgence of the very kind chair, thank you for your words of support, not only for this representation, but for the gender and development spending of our institution. and to the Minority Leader. It's really a credit to all the women senators and our GAD office led by Attorney Tina. How much more proactive year on year, I think, the Senate has become in this aspect. And dahil nabanggit po ni Minority Leader, I'd just like to express to our DBM Secretary, who's our kabaro, our fellow woman, through the good chair. Matagal na pong advocacy ng mga women's and feminist movements to, they use this invented verb to engenderize the budget. Hindi pa nila naisip gawin yun sa budget ng buong national government all the time, pero they engage different departments, different agencies, and maybe it's time to take up their advocacy in terms of the GAA. So, just off the top of my head with no detailed program in mind, perhaps as one of the women members of the Senate, through the good chair, I could invite our good DBM Secretary bilang kabaro. Baka we can, do some modest look into this, paano mas ma-engender yung budget ng national government para matugunan yung very important observation ni Minority Leader to guide and also to encourage every government, department, agency, etc., to spend that 5% in the optimal way possible. So, salamat po, Mr. President. Maraming salamat sa good chair.
The Secretary shall be happy to sit down with you and hear you out
Salamat
on
po.
your ideas, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for that interjection from our Deputy Minority Leader. Now, Mr. President, is our budget for 2024 a cash-based one? How do we categorize this or label this?
It's a modified cash-based in the sense that there is it is no longer following the strict 1-year period for obligating and disbursing funds resulting in reversion, failure of which will result in reversion to the Treasury, Your Honor. There's a longer horizon.
What would that be, Mr. President? And for what items?
For next year, for personal services, 1 year disbursed for both obligation and disbursement for MOE and non-infrastructure capital outlay, 1.5 years for obligation and 1.5 years for disbursement. And for infrastructure capital outlay, it's 2 years for both obligation and disbursement, Your Honor.
Nakuha niyo yan? Hindi ko naintindihan. Okay, so it's modified in the sense that for 4 different classes of expenses, there would be a different rule, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor. This is based on experience where we attempted a strict cash-based system, but agencies had difficulties complying, Your Honor.
And this modified cash-based system was proposed from the very start by the executive branch, or is this the result of intervention
it is
by the legislature?
It is a modification of what we provided in the 2023 GAA, where we provided for 1 year and 2 years. 1 year for PS, 2 years for MOE and capital outlay. They've reduced it for MOE and other non-infrastructure CO, capital outlay from 2 years to 1.5 years, Your Honor.
Okay, and that's the initiative to change came from was contained in the NEP already.
It's already in the NEP,
Yes,
Your
okay.
Honor. Yes.
And we are agreeing to that, Mr. President, our committee.
Unless there are violent objections, I think that could be a reasonable provision, Your Honor.
We will this representation will defer to your expertise, Mr. President, as the chairman. So kayo na
Maybe
pong,
we're better off the
kayo
other
na
way
pong-
around, Your
Kayo
Honor.
na pong magturo sa amin kung anong mas maganda.
We'll try
Apo,
to.
apo.
But from experience, Your Honor, talagang mahirap po yung strict cash-based. That's why we came up with these modifications. Remember, in past years, we had to extend the effectivity of the GAA because of the inability of agencies to dispose of their budgets under the strict cash-based budgeting
Yes.
system, Your Honor.
Thank you for that, Mr. President.
Let me take advantage of the fact that the economic managers are here, Mr. President. Is this administration still pursuing this concept of right-sizing the government? Kasi dito sa budget process na namumulat yung ating mga mata, nakikita natin na may mga ahensya nga talaga dyan na hindi natin naririnig parate, very obscure, ganun-ganon. So, do you still, is the right sizing a priority or a program to be pursued by this administration, Mr.
Yes,
President?
it's a goal and aspiration of theirs, Your Honor, but I think they need an assist from the legislative, Your Honor.
Yeah, pero siguro just like the budget process, the idea or the direction should come from the executive branch. Konektado kasi dito sa budget process mo talaga makikita, ang dami palang mga malilit na hensya na nagtataka ka. Iba pa dyan, may isa pa dyan na created by a letter of instruction. Meron isa dyan, EO. Marami po tayong nakikita, Mr. President.
I agree with you fully, Your Honor.
And as a legislator, so how much more the DBM? This is their Bible, Mr. President. Dapat kabisado na nila ito at
Yes, Your Honor.
if they still want to pursue that. So yan ang tanong ko. Is it going to be pursued? They should take the lead, Mr. President.
Very much so, Your Honor. I think it's no less than the majority leader who is the guru or is spearheading the efforts in this chamber.
If I may, Mr. President, with the indulgence of our colleagues, this representation had been studying and conducting meetings, Your Honors, and no less than the minority leader witness how this representation had been asking questions during the budget deliberations of different agencies of the government, pointing out overlapping operations and even conducting the same trainings, for example, Mr. President. And so I would also like to invite the minority leader to join this representation in pushing for that very important, maybe not so popular measure that we wanted to espouse in this August chamber. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Okay, my second to the last topic, Mr. President. Second to last now. Earlier we established, I'm saving the best for last, but earlier we established 1.91 trillion pesos po ang ating babayaran sa principal and interest payments ng ating utang. My question is, how much are we programming or planning to borrow for next year, for 2024?
Total, both interest and principal, both interest and principal. Yeah, both. 2.4 trillion approximately, Your Honor.
2.4
Trillion.
2.4 trillion. So,
Magkano ba?
budget deficit, 1.35 trillion pesos. Tama. So definitely, utangin yon. But then, that budget deficit already includes the interest payments kasi kasama siya sa budget. So, do I add the budget deficit of 1.35 trillion to the principal debt payments of 1.24 trillion, which we plan to pay next year? That would be 2.59 trillion. And that would be greater than our planned borrowing. So, can we explain why we do not need to fully borrow the budget deficit plus the principal debt payment for next year, Mr. President?
We have excess cash from previous years, so to reduce borrowings going forward, they'll just use that to pay, Your Honor.
Correct, Mr. President. And may we know what generated the excess cash from the previous years, Mr. President?
A number of measures, Your Honor. Prudent management, also taking advantage of lower interest rates, higher incomes, Your Honor. So a combination of these.
Okay. Tama po ba yun that if we look at the deficit, this is the amount, mali siguro yun. Is the budget deficit the only amount that we need to borrow?
Also the principal payments, Your
Yes.
Honor. Yes.
So, the principal payment of 1.24 trillion, without, do we have excess cash to pay that already as of the moment?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, kaya natin, di ba? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me just take advantage of the presence of the BSP. BSP is here, Mr. President.
Wala po si Governor Eli.
Yes, but the representative.
He's in a conference, but
Yes.
Treasurer Leah is now with the Monetary Board, so she's also the resource person for the BSP, Your Honor. We also have the Deputy
Governor is
Governors
here.
here, Your Honor.
No, because on the polymer bills, Mr. President, take advantage ko na lang po ito before I go to my last point. Because tayo, I think the Senate passed an unnumbered resolution. I don't know kung na-numberan na natin that we are discouraging the BSP from continuing with this program. Kumusta na po itong polymer program niyo po where strangely, why is it strange? Strangely, number one, we will be replacing what we believe are biodegradable notes, cotton, abaca-based notes with plastic notes. Number two, we are eliminating from our notes a Philippine product, which is abaca, kilalang Pilipinas. Number three, BSP has a multi-billion peso printing line, printing facilities, which they cannot use to print this polymer bill. So, kaya this representation finds the program quite strange. Lagay ko na lang sa quotation marks yung quite strange. And I think when we discuss it here, there was on the spot, on the day itself when we discussed this, the Senate passed a resolution to discourage the continuation of this polymer notes program because ngayon nasa 1,000 pesos lang siya. But I think we are aware that the plan is to extend it to the 500 peso bill and to the other bills, Mr. President.
According to the BSP, polymer banknotes have more security features, making them harder to counterfeit than paper banknotes. Detailed images and sophisticated security features are embedded on the polymer banknotes using advanced technology designed to significantly reduce the risk of counterfeiting. And this was seen in various countries, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Malaysia, Mexico, Fiji, and Vietnam. Also, a lower number of counterfeiting cases after shifting to polymer banknotes, Your Honor. And there are other reasons. It's also supposedly more sanitary, more durable, and because of the longer lifespan, they require less frequent production, Your Honor. So those are the reasons for the shift.
Yes, I'm sure there were reasons considered, but of course, di ba parang counterintuitive yun that when you use a material which is non-plastic, you can even embed the security feature into the material. pagdating sa plastic, sa polymer, it's through a printing process lang, more or less. I don't know. But at any rate, Mr. President, maybe siguro if the BSP can give this representation, the plan,
They will give you examples of the polymer.
I
products, Your Honor.
already received samples, Mr. President. Kinuha na nga ng mga collector, Mr. President.
Mga kailangan niyo daw ng extra.
Hindi na po. Hindi na po. Siguro, siguro the plan, what is the plan? How many pieces will be produced of the 1,000, of the 500, over what period of time? And
They
then,
will furnish you the comprehensive information.
yes,
on
and
this,
then
Your
the
Honor.
total contract cost of this, Mr. President, medyo billion-billion din po ito.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi ba nakakatawa for us to spend billions for our own money when we have a billion
And
pesos?
what I would like to agree with you is yung sana yung local content was taken into consideration, Your Honor. As binigyang
Abakay.
sana binigyang tinimbang po yung importansya, yung halaga ng paggamit ng lokal na we all approve the Tatak
Yes.
Pinoy. So yun po. I think if we have that, if we mainstream that Tatak Pinoy as the law as the bill intends, then siguro that a major factor in the decision-making process is the local content, Your Honor. Not just that goes into the merits. It's given great merits in the decision-making process, Your Honor.
This is a multi-year plan by the BSP. Aabutan ito ng passage into law of the Tatak Pinoy bill. It will now become law. So I think it's about time that the BSP will now anticipate that the Tatak Pinoy program will be law. So, saving the best for last, Mr. President, can we talk about the confidential and intelligence funds? May we know how much in total? Example, I'm sure madali naman ma-disaggregate yung amount. Magkano po yung CIF for the 2024?
10B ba? 10B? Ha? Gana?
Yes, yan yung sagot din sa tanong mo. Tinanong mo rin ako how much lahat-lahat. Sa tingin ko.
10.1 nakalagay. At 10.1. Which one? Total of 9.82 billion in the committee report, Your Honor.
We reduced it, Mr. President? We reduced it.
The House reduced it, Your Honor.
May I ask
Yeah,
from
and when
the
we adopted in the committee report the House recommendations.
9.82 billion? Can I ask in the NEP? Can we ask the Secretary in the NEP how much did the executive branch recommend as CIF?
It's around 10.1 in the net, Your Honor. Saan yung binigay mo sa akin history?
So, para lang klaro, the CIF proposal was already incorporated in the NEP. May we ask how the executive branch determined what agency should be receiving what kind of CIF? Kasi dalawa yan. There's a CF and also an IF, Mr. President. CF means confidential funds and IF means intelligence funds. May we get the thought processes of the budget team, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor, certainly. Hindi, how do you decide? Yeah. But that's not the decision-making process. That's the concept.
Paki-double check yung figures.
Yung sa joint circular, sir. Yun ang reference namin. Sa joint circular.
Oh, but when you allot, like for 2024, for 2023, how did you, what was the decision? Thought process lang. I mean, thought process lang.
something is wrong sa sagot. Medyo mali ah. Tama ba? Tama ba yung figures ko?
Pero lahat ba na nag-request binigyan? Among the decision points and thought process, Your Honor, is who requested for it, and what was the justification for it, and did it contribute to that agency's mandate, Your Honor?
Okay, so at least meron din silang parang flow chart. Pero parang na-disregard din yata, Mr. President. Contributes to the mandate. So the mandate must have something to do with a criminal law enforcement, Mr. President, and maybe a national security safeguarding, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, but sa NEP may nakita
in
tayong-
general terms, yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
I think so.
I mean, because if we generalize everything, everything can be justified, Mr. President. It can be rationalized, Mr. President. So, it's good to know that on paper, may sinusunod ang ating budget team to as far as CIF is concerned. But when they drafted the NEP, mukhang na-disregard din po, in my opinion, Mr. President. Well, at any rate, Mr. President, the figures that you gave me, Your Honor, 10.1 billion ang CIF sa NEP.
Figures natin na percentage.
Yes. And then ang ating committee report. Tama ba yun, Mr. President? 10.1 billion ang NEP CIF, and then our committee report, since we adopted the House proposal, is 9.82 billion na lamang po ang total level of the CIF. So that's only a swing or a reduction of 280 million pesos, Mr. President?
Yes, I believe so, Your Honor.
Okay, but that's even smaller than
300, about 320, Your Honor, roughly.
So there's something wrong with our figures, Mr. President. At any rate,
Kasi 10.139 sa NEP, tapos
110.
9.82 sa Senate version. So roughly a difference of about
ilan to?
About,
290. 290. Let's
290, 300, Your Honor.
yeah,
roughly,
say
roughly.
let's just round it off to 300 million. Okay, so the committee report reduces the CIF by only 300 million pesos, Mr. President. So may we get, since this was the speech, the sponsorship speech was just made yesterday, can we be given, Mr. President, a summary where we can see how the CIF amounts were rebalanced in our committee report, Mr. President?
Yes, we will furnish, Your Honor.
Kasi yung controversial one, sa isang agency, 500 million na yun eh. So,
500, pero ni-realign ho kasi
Na-realign,
sa
okay. Na-realize it, yes.
NICA, sa
Yes,
NSC,
okay. To redistribute. Yes,
sa
thank you.
Coast Guard ho. Meron pong realignment na ganun ho. So the item is still the same, although it's no longer in the same agency.
And better still, realigned and then the total amount reduced. That's a good point also, because
Your Honor.
what we're watching for is yung proliferation or the multiplication of agencies requesting for it, Mr. President. So at any rate, Mr. President, pagdating siguro ng DBM budget, we will be asking on the release from the contingent fund to a confidential fund. Iba namang usapan yun. Sa DBM na po siguro yun, Mr. Or do you want it here right now or sa DBM time?
If we can dispose of it, why not, Your Honor?
Sige. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Asot, na-explain na niya? Paano?
I think you've warmed up sufficiently to,
Okay, so Mr. President.
uh,
Kasi we're still,
to
in
ask
the,
the questions,
we're still in
Your
the
Honor.
same topic. Sige, ganun na lang po. So for that controversial release in in December 2022, tama ba yun? Oh yes, from the contingent fund in the budget to the office of the Vice President, and then the amount, a part of the amount was treated as confidential fund. So may we get the thought processes behind this and then the legality, because, first question, the amounts in the contingent fund, they are regularly COA auditable in the regular process. Am I correct in that first statement? If that is true, then by releasing it as confidential fund, did we now allow a conversion of a fund which is audited in the regular COA manner to a special COA manner, Mr. President? Therefore, theoretically speaking, if that is allowed, the entire 13 trillion for this year and next year, that 2022 yata, 7 ba? 7, if I'm not mistaken, 7 billion. So theoretically speaking, that let's just talk about the 2024 level na lang of the contingent fund. Theoretically speaking, if we allow that, the 13 trillion contingent fund is convertible to a confidential and or intelligence fund, Mr. President?
Theoretically, yes, but practically speaking, it will not happen, Your Honor, because that contingent fund is meant for all contingencies that may occur for all agencies of government, meaning
Yes.
that fund can be released to any agency of government.
Correct, that's correct, Mr. President.
So it would not be responsible to release it in the form of confidential funds for the whole amount to
Yes,
be released
yes.
as confidential
Let's
funds.
say- let's say it's
because
not-
there
it's not-
may be other contingencies that may need funding, Your Honor.
But let us say it's not the whole amount, but amounts in the billions, theoretically, we will allow that, Mr. President. I think, kasi when we designed the budget, alam natin na, kaya nga tinatanong ko yung aggregate ng CIF eh. This is the aggregate amount now, which Congress will allow a special COA procedure for its auditing. And the rest of the amounts, regular COA procedure na, including the contingent fund in the amount of 13 billion pesos, Mr. President. So may we get, anyway, Mr. President, magkasama tayo rito sa Kongreso, may we get the opinion or the inputs of the Secretary of the DBM and the other secretaries and the economic team? As to proper budget practice, Mr. President, saan ka dito? Inano mo na lang, iklaro mo na lang. Tama na. Last na to. Sa DBM.
Wait, they're saying that if you look at the totality of the budget, the confidential and intelligence funds form 0.17 of the budget, Your Honor. So, siguro, it maybe as a rough guideline, baka dapat meron ding ganong klaseng
Yes.
proportionality with respect to the contingent, if ever, no? As a possible cap, if ever. But again, they also agree that it's not likely for it to be released all in the form because it's meant to answer for all it's a fund that's meant to answer for all contingencies. So, merong travel ho dyan, merong bagong batas na maipasa, merong bagong programa ang ating executive agencies or offices. So,
Yes.
the contingency fund has to answer for all of these, Your Honor.
Correct.
Not just for the need for confidential or intelligence funds. It answers for many other programs of government, Your Honor.
My point is, Mr. President, is during the budget process nga, we are discussing the aggregate amount for the CIF. Minomonitor natin kasi nga alam natin special treatment doon And yet there is this fund na malaki din, mas malaki pa sa amount na minomonitor natin na baka pwede rin convertible doon. So I don't think that is, if we allow that, I don't think that is good policy, Mr. President. Just my opinion, Mr.
I don't think the DBM or even the Office of the President will allow that, Your Honor.
But I think, Mr. President, itong controversial release noong December 2022 was from the very start, and the DBM knew this. It was being released as confidential fund to the Office of the Vice President. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Correct. So yun. So consciously it was done by the DBM na that okay, had it been released not as confidential fund, then it would have been auditable in the regular manner. Is
Yes,
that
Your Honor.
correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Correct.
That's correct.
And then when we allow the release to confidential fund, therefore, we follow the Joint Circular 2015 in the manner of its liquidation
Yes,
or audit, Mr. President.
Yes, there is a special
That's
procedure
it. That's
for
the
audit, Your Honor.
that's the point, Mr. President. So, ngayon, Mr. President, it is just for our information na lang or education. Was it a transfer from the contingent fund to the Office of the Vice President or a release?
It was a release.
Naguguluhan kasi ako sa explanation ng DBM.
It was a release, Your
It
Honor.
was a release.
Yes.
But when you look at the official documents reporting the movement of the funds, it is a transfer. Transfer to sa contingent fund, pagdating sa OVP and transfer from. Hindi po ba? So, does the word transfer have different meanings when we use it in the relation to the budget?
Hindi transfer dapat. Yeah. Yeah, pero transfer, does it mean something else than a release? Transfer and release interchangeable. No. Yeah, they're saying it's an error in their use of the word transfer. It should be release, Your Honor.
How many years na po yata ginagamit yung transfer? Ha?
Yeah, they're changing the terminology for 2024 to be more precise, Your Honor.
Okay. But yes, okay. But there are really also transfers. Tama. Tama po 'yon. Tama 'yon. There are some movement of funds are really transfers also. We will use the word
Yes.
transfer, but this particular one hindi to you
It's
don't
a release.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
So please improve everything so that we will also be able to properly also understand our budget. Paano pa po yung nagsusubaybay sa atin, lalo pong malilito na hindi naman nila trabaho ito. Ito, trabaho na nga natin, nahirapan pa tayo. So, Mr. President, at any rate, I have gone over the report submitted naman to the liquidation report for this controversial fund release, Mr. President. Which I will not divulge kasi rules namin, bawal sabihin ko anong nandun eh. Basta nakita ko na po. Okay. So, Mr. President, unless di pa pagod ang ating sponsor, pero, then, Mr. President, thank you na for the, I'm just joking. Thank you for the patience of our sponsor, Mr. President, and of course, our resource persons. And happy birthday to our NEDA Director General, Secretary. Thank you for your patience. At the time we spent for general principles actually will save us time down the road.
So
Mark my word,
you're
Mr.
dispensing
President.
with the agencies,
Mark
Your
my
Honor?
word.
You're now dispensing with the agencies?
Andi, meron tayong questions
Meron
kasi.
pa po.
Andito si Customs and si BIR, maraming, andito si PSA sa National ID, Mr. President, maraming. Kasi we also monitor the feedback from our constituency. Kung marami reklamo against yung agency, wala tayong choice, Mr. President, as representatives of the people. Kailangan bigyan din natin ng venue or avenue yung kanilang mga grievances, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. Maybe some of the agencies where there are no more questions, we can dispense with, especially those who were celebrating their birthdays.
I was about to
Mr.
say
President.
that.
Pero
I
baka
was
yung
about
iba
to
eh.
say that,
But the others might have questions, Mr. President.
may I, if you're...
Yeah, yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, Mr. President, there being no member who has manifested the intention to interpolate, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate on the general principles and move on to our agencies. I so move, Mr. President.
There's a motion by the majority leader to close the period of interpellation of the general principles. Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the National Economic and Development Authority, or NEDA, and its attached agencies, and recognize the distinguished sponsor, our chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, Senator Sani Angara, and to interpolate our minority leader. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, consideration of budget of National Economic Development Authority is hereby in order, and the chairperson of the Committee on Finance is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Ano ba itong 5 po? Ano ba ito? Diyan yan? Mr. President, thank you. With the permission and indulgence of our sponsor, so if this representation can propound the questions on the NEDA's budget, Mr. President.
We're always available, Your Honor.
Magkano ang NEDA? Wala ko yung introduction sa akin. Magkano sa NEDA? Kada NEDA, please, anong tawag ba doon? Expound on this program found in its budget called the Socioeconomic Policy and Planning Program. What is that specifically for, Mr. President?
NEDA coordinates the formulation, the updating and advocacy of several programs, the long-term vision, which is the ambition natin 2040, and then development plans at the national and regional levels, national area, regional spatial development framework plans, disaster rehabilitation and reconstruction plans. And these plans serve as guide for programming public investments and allocating resources, Your Honor. And to ensure transparency and participation, the NEDA Secretariat prepares the plans in consultation with various development stakeholders from the private sector, from civil society, from LGUs, government agencies, multilateral development partners, academe, and some outputs of these programs and activities include the following: the Philippine Development Plan, the Regional Development Plans, the Area Spatial Development Framework Plans, the Regional Spatial Development Framework Plans, the National Physical Framework Plan, the National Priority Plan, and any other plans that NED is tasked to prepare in accordance with pronouncements and priorities of the President, Your Honor.
So the outputs of the programs, of this particular program are plans, Mr. President? Plans, yes. And then the program is given a budget of 546 million pesos. Am I correct, Mr. President?
That's the budget for the Socio-Economic Policy and Planning Program. But for what I mentioned, the coordination of the and updating of plans, the budget is 273 million, Your Honor. And the remaining budget, or the balance of the 546 million, is spent for provision of secretariat and technical services to the NEDA board and other interagency committees. NEDA provides these services to the NEDA board and its committees: the Social Development Committee, the Tariff and Related Matters Committee, the Regional Development Committee, the National Land Use Committee, among other various interagency committees. And NEDA also conducts research and development studies to support its recommendations when formulating and providing advice to various stakeholders. And also, NEDA coordinates the conduct of sustainable development, or SDG-related activities, which includes the harmonization of the SDGs with the PDP. So that receives, those activities receive 53 million, or will receive 53 million. And the provision of support services to the RDC, where the NEDA provides technical and secretariat support and ensures congruence between national and regional plans and programs, as well as coordination, and extends to the, not only to the planning, but the implementation, monitoring, and evaluation stage. That's receiving a budget, will receive a budget of 90 million. And 128 million goes towards the provision of advisory services and assistance to the President, Cabinet, Congress, interagency bodies, and other government entities, making up a total of 546
500, yes.
million under the rubric of the NEDA's socio-economic policy and planning, Your Honor.
So the NEDA, in short, supports the RDC system, Mr. President, and the expenses necessary for supporting that is in this program.
Among
This-
others, yes, Your Honor.
The socio-economic policy planning program. That's
That's
where you
correct, Your Honor.
charge
That's
it,
correct.
Mr. President. Okay. And then the PDP, this is a 6-year, if I'm not mistaken, 6-year plan, is also the product of this particular program, Mr. President.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So, after publishing the PDP, Mr. President, what does NEDA do to ensure its the compliance, so its implementation, Mr. President? Kasi, are we making the PDP mandatory reading of everybody, Mr. President?
They monitor the implementation as well, Your Honor, of the PDP.
Anybody who is mandatorily required to read the PDP, Mr. President, from cover to cover?
Just the executive, though, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, the President's budget message mentions NEDA's social protection floor framework. Can you tell us, Mr. President, can the Director General tell us more about this, Mr. President? What is this framework about?
The social protection floor refers to a nationally defined set of basic social security guarantees that aim to prevent or alleviate poverty, vulnerability, and social exclusion. And the guarantee should ensure that at a minimum, everyone in need has access to essential health care and basic social services. This social protection floor, or SPF framework, aims to institutionalize the existing programs that provide support to vulnerable groups that have been proven to work so that they don't have to start all over again, Your Honor, and intended for progressive realization, building from existing programs, 4 basic guarantees that cover the entire life cycle. So health, including maternity care, children, active age, and older persons, Your Honor.
How was the social protection floor concept, Mr. President, used in coming up with the 2024 budget, Mr. President?
One of the products is the expansion of the feeding program from 120 to 220 days. That's a product of the work with the SPF framework, Your Honor.
So that meaning to say the 2024 budget, what is this? Is this the school feeding program or the
School-based feeding.
supplementary feeding program?
This is the school-based feeding, Your
So
Honor.
in the school-based feeding program, because of the NEDA's social protection floor framework, the executive adopted, expanded the time period for the program. Therefore, meaning to say we devoted more funds for the program.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's
And they're
what- that's what-
monitoring as the fiscal situation improves, then they will modify programs accordingly in a similar manner, Your Honor.
So one particular program of another department has been enhanced. So sana dami-damihan po natin, Mr. Secretary. Mas marami pa dapat. Ang dami pa siguro niyan, sa fishing, sa fisheries, ano pa po.
Yes, Your Honor. They agree with you.
Can we issue the challenge to the NEDA
Yes.
to incorporate more of this framework into
That's
the
also the
plans and
birthday wish of
improvement? Yes,
Secretary
okay.
Arce,
So we
Your
wish.
Honor.
Okay. There are 4. It covers the life cycle. Of course, the first step in the life cycle is the birthday. So a happy birthday to our Director General, and because of that, actually, I have no more questions to our birthday boy, addressed to our birthday boy, Mr. President. Pursuant to the social protection floor framework, which starts with the birth of a person, and we are marking the birthday of our Secretary, Director General of the NEDA. So I terminate my interpellation.
Thank you very much.
For
to
the
distinguished
office of the Secretary.
Minority Leader, yes.
For the office of the
And
Secretary.
which agencies would you like to stay, Your Honor?
I think also the others want the Philippine Statistics Authority also to stay. And if I can ask the Commission on Population and Development
The
to also
POPCOM.
stay, Mr.
Yes, Your Honor. So,
And the rest can celebrate the Director General's birthday, Mr. President.
so
Happy birthday, sir.
Thank you very much to our minority leader. Before I make a proper motion, Mr. President, may I move that we recognize our distinguished colleague for her manifestation. She's no longer asking questions as well, Mr. President, to give way to the celebration of the Secretary's birthday party. I move that we recognize Senator Pia Cayetano.
Mark,
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. President,
that's the most important question.
Chairman Sani, it's not a question, it's just a statement to put
Yes,
on
yes, ma'am.
record, no,
Yes, ma'am.
and to ensure that our birthday celebrant in the celebration of the life God has given him will always remind his team about the SDG targets. So for the record, NEDA is in charge of monitoring our SDG indicators. And I just want to put on record, as I will also be doing so for all the government agencies, but in particular NEDA and DBM, that we have, with the full support of our chairman, put research budgets in the state universities for futures thinking and sustainable development.
Also
so I
DAP,
would
Your
like,
Honor. Also DAP.
and also DAP.
Also
DAP
DAP.
actually,
That's your
if
initiative,
you
yeah.
recall, in the hearing, DAP already showed us, no, the output, yung research. So I'm happy that in the first year, I'm starting to receive this research, but now I want it to be more targeted. I would like to ask His Honor and his team to tell this, to give us a list, we can be the one to coordinate it, directing these SUCs on what are these research that we need to do. Because when I had a hearing, hearing and discussions, when the SDG committee was newly created, at the end of the day, it all boils down to what's our baseline? Research na naman, di ba? Of course, that research is parang survey lang eh. Survey lang yan. Hindi naman yan yung research talaga, survey lang. And then, what do we need now? What tools are available to us to ensure that with the limited resources we have, we can seek to achieve these targets, if not 2030, earlier, later. So lahat po yun. So I won't belabor the point. The Director General and I have discussed this already. It's simply me now taking this research to the next level and ensuring that when I take the floor again next year, we will be able to make use of the research funding that we have already given. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
just like Senator Pia Cayetano, before I
Thank
make
you,
a-
thank you. Just want to say thanks, Majority Leader,
Yes, please.
for the manifestation of the good lady, the chair of our Sustainable Development Goals Committee.
Yes, Mr. President, before I make the proper motion, may I also just state into the records, Mr. President, our wholehearted thanks and gratitude to the NEDA family for assisting us in the passage of our PET bill. This is the Trabaho para sa Bayan law. And remember, Mr. President, this interagency council will be led by NEDA. And so before we make the proper motion, Mr. President, may I just put into the record that number one, this particular law that we pass is a fulfillment of our commitment to the International Labor Organization, ILO Convention number 122, which states that each member shall declare and pursue as a major goal an active policy designated to promote full, productive, and freely chosen employment. And this is a master plan for our employment generation and employment strategy. And I would just like to put into the record, Mr. President, that no less than the President himself, President Marcos, during the signing of this particular law, instructed the Council and other partner agencies to fast-track the issuance of the IRR. I know that the law provides a period of 180 days, but again, no less than the President mentioned that he is very interested in ensuring that the IRR will be fast-tracked. So perhaps, Mr. President, I would just ask the department to give us an update regarding this particular law, a timeline of plans and activities, example, consultations with government agencies and stakeholders in crafting the Trabaho para sa Bayan plan, etc. So with that, Mr. President, and there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Department, National Economic and Development Authority and its attached agencies except Philippine Statistics Authority and Commission on Population and Development to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion of the majority to close the period of interpellation on the budget of the National Economic Development Authority, except for the two agencies mentioned, is hereby approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Majority Leader, we will make sure the NEDA submits the report on the implementing rules on your pet bill, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of the Department of Budget and Management and its attached agencies. And but before I do that, Mr. President, may I just state into the record that a while ago we were able to approve and submitted to the body's consideration the budget of National Economic and Development Authority, Office of the Secretary, Philippine National Volunteer Service Coordinating Council, Public-Private Partnership Center of the Philippines, Philippine Statistical Research and Training Institute, Tariff Commission, and the Philippine Institute for Development Studies. Ang iniwan lang natin, Mr. President, is the Philippine Statistics Authority and Commission on Population and Development. I just wanted to put that on record. At this juncture, Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the Department of Budget and Management and its attached agencies. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, consideration of the budget of the Department of Budget and Management is now in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, our Senate Finance Committee Chairman, Senator Sani Angara, and to interpolate and ask questions, no other than Senator Christopher Bongo. So move, Mr. President.
Our Chair of the Committee on Finance, Senator Sani Angara, and likewise Senator Bongo is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Just for the record, the total budget of the DBM for the Office of the Secretary, the Government Procurement Policy Board, and the Technical Support Office is 2,456,145 pesos, Your Honor.
Mr. President, first of all, I support the DBM in ensuring that government resources are utilized efficiently and effectively to help us achieve our national socio-economic development objectives. As our economy strives to recover from the pandemic, it is crucial that we manage the government's funds judiciously, making certain that not a single centavo goes to waste. Having said that, Mr. President, I would like to propound some questions regarding the budget of DBM. Will the good sponsor yield the floor for a few questions?
Yes, with pleasure, Your Honor, to the Vice Chair of the Committee on Finance and our Chair of the Senate Committees on Health and Sports, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, I laud the good sponsor for supporting the increases in the sports budget. 500 million was added in the committee report to the budget of the Philippine Sports Commission for the rehabilitation of our sports facilities and support to our athletes competing in international competitions. Napansin ko lang po, Mr.
I just followed your recommendation, Mr. President. Yeah.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Good sponsor. Na taon-taon po na maliit talaga ang natatanggap na budget po ng sports sa NEP. Napapansin ko lang po, Mr. President, pag nagsasubmit sila sa DBM ng 3 billion, tapos pagdating po sa committee, sasabihin nila sa amin less than 200 million lang po ang na-approve. At umaasa po sila sa Kongreso sa madagdagan po yung pondo nila. Every year po nakapagdagdag tayo ng budget. Salamat po sa ating chairman ng finance na very supportive. And of course, no, bilang chairman po siya ng SBP. At naging very successful po yung ating hosting nung FIBA. And of course, ating majority floor leader, very supportive rin po. So, ang ganda po ng takbo ng resulta, na-promote natin yung ating bansa sa FIBA, daming mga bisita, at nakita po, pag well-organized yung tournament, yun ang napansin ko pag organize, ang ganda po ng resulta. At,
Thank you for the kind words, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anyway, in fact, for next, sabi ko po na napakababa ng naaprubahan sa PSC every year. In fact, for next year, only 174 million was approved by the DBM for PSC. That is 0.004 of the national budget. And yet, Mr. President, good sponsor, we expect our athletes to perform in international competitions. Kapag nanalo sila, damay po ang buong bansa sa honor na dala nila. Pero pag natalo sila, panay sisi naman po ang inabot nila, binabash po sila parati, yet ang liit po ng suporta ng gobyerno sa kanila. Ang liit po ng porsyento ng pie. Kumbaga sa cake, wala pang icing. The PSC submitted a budget proposal of 3.3 billion to the DBM for 2024, but only 5% of their request was recommended for Congress approval by the DBM. So yun nga po, 174. May we know the reason for this? If the government truly consider sports as an instrument for nation building, bakit po masyadong maliit po ang pinopropose na budget para dito at 5% lang po ina-approve sa proposed budget nila na hiningi po sa DBM? Baka it's high time po na paglaanan na po natin ng pondo yung sports sa NEP pa lang para hindi po sila umasa sa Kongreso. At Mr. President, another point, napapansin ko po dahil masyado tayong umaasa dahil pwede rin silang kumuha sa National Sports Development Fund na karamihan po ay galing sa PAGCOR o sa sugal. In 2022, PAGCOR remitted 1.1 billion. Kulang pa ito sa kanilang proposed budget o sa requirement para sa pag-rehabilitate po ng Rizal Memorial Complex. Lumang-luma na po ito, dami na pang tulo. Pati po yung field sports rin po, no, na kung saan po tayo nakapaglaro, tulo po ang inabot natin. That is why I laud the good sponsor for always supporting additional budget for sports. As chairman po ng Committee on Sports, pakiusap ko sana po mabigyan po ito ng DBM ng halaga ang budget para sa sports. Sa NEP pa lang po. Sana po. In the 2024 NEP, maliit, no? 174. Salamat po, Mr.
Thank you,
Sponsor.
Your Honor. And I think the PSC is lucky to have you as a very strong advocate. Not only are you the chair of the subcommittee of the Committee on Finance handling PSC, but you're also the chairman of the Committee on Sports. So talagang naintindihan niyo po yung mga problema ng sektor. And talagang from a few sports associations, talagang dumami po yan. I think there's 80, or if I'm not mistaken, Your Honor, 70 or 80 sports associations which need support. And so we thank you for the good work you're doing. Sa DBM kasi talagang medyo nahirapan din sila dahil sa dami ng hinihingi ng ibang ahensya din. So they have to work from the NEP of the previous year. And hindi sila masyado, kung meron silang increase, they're also constrained na minsan na hindi gaano kalaki din yung nabibigay na increase sa National Expenditure Program from year to year, Your Honor.
Kulang talaga, Mr. President, ang suporta po mula sa gobyerno. Sabi ko nga, 0.0004% po ng national budget ang ina-allocate para sa kanila. And then, parati nilang inaasa sa Kongreso yung karagdagang suporta. Pero in-expect nga natin sa mga atleta natin na pagbigay sila ng honor sa atin, di po yun na bibigyan ng halaga masyado sa ating budget. Mas marami pang nauuna na hindi ganoon ka-importante. Kung bigyan po natin ng importansya ang ating mga atleta, nagbibigay nga po ng honor, Mr. President.
I agree with you completely, Your Honor. Kasi yung sports, nakaka-unify ho yan talaga. It's a unifying factor. It gives us pride and honor. At kita-kita po natin yung konting increase sa sports. Yan, si Senator Pia is one of the advocates, the sponsor of with Senator Sherwood, Senator Majority Leader, yung ating Sports Academy, with Your Honor also. So talagang yung konting nagagastos natin, talagang nagre-reap ng benefits. So as seen by the increased medal hauls, we had our first Olympic gold medal a few years ago. Tapos itong first Asian Games gold in basketball in a long time. So talagang pagka tinututukan po, does not take a huge amount of resources, pero talagang mabigyan lang ng konting pansin eh. Tama ho kayo na talagang makikita po yung resulta.
Also, Mr. President, since yung present administration natin, different approach po yung kampanya against illegal drugs. Isa po ang sports, no, na paraan na maingganyo po natin ang mga kabataan to get into sports and stay away from drugs and to keep us healthy and fit. Mr. President, another question about healthcare allowances. Mr. President, we passed Republic Act 11712, which grants continuing benefits and allowances to public and private healthcare workers during public health emergencies like COVID-19. Last July 2023, the state of public health emergency due to COVID-19 throughout the Philippines has been lifted by President Marcos. Sa kabila nito, may mga healthcare workers pa po ang hindi nababayaran ng kanilang HEA or health emergency allowances. Sa pag-iikot po natin sa iba't ibang parte ng bansa, may mga lumalapit sa atin. Nag-abot nga ng note, sir, yung aming HEA, hindi pa po na babayaran, hindi pa nila natatanggap. At parati nating sinasabi noon, sila po yung mga hero natin sa pandemya, hindi natin mararating ito, kinaroroonan natin, kundi po dahil sa kanila. In relation to this, I know the status of the release of funding for healthcare workers allowances. Almost 20 billion is in the 2023 budget of the Department of Health and 52.9 billion is in the unprogrammed fund. Magkano na po ang na-release dito at may na-release na po ba mula sa unprogrammed fund? At ano ho ba ang priority sa so-called unprogrammed fund na nandiyan dyan po sa ating national budget?
There's been 19.6 billion released from the programmed funds, Your Honor. And for the unprogrammed funds, there's been a release of 4 billion. That is just 2 weeks ago, Your Honor.
So ano pong target nito for 2023, Mr. President?
Target. Yeah, there's 50. Yung 4 billion released, hindi pa po fully disbursed, Your Honor. Meaning na nabigay na po sa ahensya, pero hindi pa po na-avail dahil hindi pa kumpleto yung documentary requirements. So hindi pa na-avail ng mga those entitled to ng health workers na entitled dito sa mga allowances, Your
So
Honor.
meaning ongoing pa po yung
Opo.
claims.
So kumbaga, pagka na fully na-release na or na-exhaust na yung pondong yon, tsaka na sila magre-release ulit, Your Honor.
For next year, Mr. President, the Department of Health requested a total of 66.3 billion for the compensation of COVID-19 workers in health facilities. Ibig sabihin, ito siguro yung na-compile nila na total na claims, no? Of this amount, only 19.9 billion is adopted in the 2024 NEP. May we know the reason why only this amount was approved?
It's a question of fiscal space also, Your Honor. It's competing with other financing requirements, but it's very important. So yun po yung rason kaya yung 19.9 lang ang nasama doon sa request ng, kung napapansin niyo po Your Honor, karamihan nung request ay talagang lumalampas doon sa nailalagay ho sa National Expenditure Program.
I would like to appeal to the DBM to release sufficient funds for the healthcare workers allowances. Please ensure that our modern day heroes get the allowances that they are entitled to. This is just a small incentive for our frontliners, and no amount of money is comparable to the sacrifices that they make for our country. Yung iba po, nagsakripisyo ng kanilang buhay, nagkasakit, namatay po yung iba. Importante po, mabalikan sila. Hindi talaga kaya ng fiscal space sa 2024. Baka po sana mabigyan po ito ng prioridad kung ilalagay nyo po kung sakasakali sa program amount po ng ating budget, Mr. President. Mr. President, ngayong taon po, another question, ang last year, 2023 na po yung last year po ng implementation ng salary standardization law. Ito pong Republic Act 11466 na ipinasa po natin noong 2019 sa 18th Congress. Ito po yung batas sa pagtataas ng sweldo nila dahil na rin po sa pagtaas ng presyo ng bilihin. Sinulong po natin ito dito sa 18th Congress. Ngayon po, sana po plano rin sana natin isulong itong salaries standardization law 6 para tuloy-tuloy po ang pag-increase ng sweldo since last year na po ito ng SSL 5 para po sa ating mga civil servants. If I may recall, during the DBCC hearing, napag-usapan po itong SSL 6. The DBM Secretary said that there is around 17 billion in the Miscellaneous Personnel Benefits Fund or MPBF for the implementation of SSL 6, and that the proposal is ongoing study. May we know the status of this study po para sa SSL 6, or ipupush nyo bang maisabatas ito or EO lang po?
The GCG is the one who undertook the study, Your Honor, and currently they're conducting the mandatory review of the terms of reference of the project, including the consultations with prospective firms that showed interest during the past failed biddings. DBM is also exploring alternatives options which may be pursued for the upcoming year as an interim measure, considering that the procurement of the consultancy services for the review of the compensation and position classification system of the government sector is still ongoing. So, yun po yung updates dito sa study.
Since nabawasan po yung MPBF sa NEP, no, makaka-apekto ho ba to sa kasakali sa implementation po ng salary standardization 6, Mr. President?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Sana po ay masiguro natin yung pondo para sa implementasyon ng taas sahod ng ating mga kawani sa gobyerno. Sila po yung nagsiservisyo po sa ating mga kababayan, lalo na po sa ngayon sa pagtaas po ng presyo ng bilihin. Mr. President, that is all. I am confident that under the capable leadership of Secretary Amina Pangandaman, the DBM will be able to manage our government budget efficiently at sana po'y walang masayang na pera po ng gobyerno. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much to Senator Go, and I think Sec Mina is also one with him in wanting to improve the compensation of our government workers. Salamat po, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to ask questions, but I was told that she will no longer ask questions anymore. May we recognize our distinguished colleague from the city of Taguig and Pateros, no other than Senator Pia Cayetano. So move, Mr. President.
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was never going to ask questions. I simply was going to make a statement similar to my statement in the deliberations of NEDA budget. Good afternoon, Secretary Mina and your team. My statements are pretty straightforward. I just really want to put on record previous discussions that I've had with the Secretary. I do believe that the principle of sustainable development should really be embodied in the preparation of the budget. And I had lauded DBM Secretary herself during the presentation of the budget in the hearing where it was specifically mentioned that the objective is to future-proof our budget. So that is a principle that I embrace and I'm happy about. But I do believe that some things we can do in the future budget process, in the budget process, and even henceforth as we approve this budget and as DBM releases those budget, is to explain to the people what are we sacrificing now for that future. Because people have to understand this. So pag sinabing, ang bagal nyo naman magpatayo, kasi pinaganda namin. Gumamit kami ng mas magandang klaseng materials. Yun yung reason kung bakit nagmahal o tumagal. O on the other hand naman, ay bumilis, bakit dati? Kasi may bagong technology. Paliwanag natin sa tao para naiintindihan nila yun. Then the second point I want to raise is exactly what I raised with NEDA, that since we have, and with the chairman's full support, have put sustainable development and futures thinking budget in the SUCs and DBM, gamitin niyo po sila. Kayo magsabi kung ano yung research na kailangan nyo. So I'll give you a couple of examples. For example, si CHED, no, higher education. So in that sector, obviously, napakalit ng budget nila compared to basic education. Understandable because we start with the basic. In fact, we start with early childhood. So sana, and there's already enough research that will tell us that we have to invest in early childhood. Pero napapabayaan natin ng early childhood. Nakafocus tayo dun sa grade 1 to grade 10. Tapos ngayon, naghahabol din tayo ng 11 and 12. Habol tayo ng 11 12, pinabayaan pa rin natin ang early childhood. So wala pa ako sa higher ed. So higher ed, same thing. We always look at what can we do to improve. So kayo sa DBM, kami ni Chairman Sani and of course, Chairman of Education, Senator Gatchalian, and the whole EDCOM team, including President Joel. Present si Colleague Cheese, nandun sa present siya ngayon. Anyway, may kulang na isa. 5 tayo, di ba?
5. Tama.
1, 2, okay, 5. Okay. What was my point? Maliit lang ang budget ng higher education compared to basic education. It is what it is, di ba? Kasi nga, mas konti din naman ang pumapasok doon. And if we are able to deliver world-class basic education, we're good, di ba? We only need that small percent that go into STEM, that go into healthcare, that go into education. So we keep looking. Hinahalugog natin yung budget. O dagdagan natin yung PS para more teachers are hired. O improve tayo ng capacity ng classroom. But our good universities and even our mediocre universities are all located in the cities. Para makakarating sa city yung mga nakatira 2 hours away, 3 hours away from the province. So dorm. O so awa ng Diyos, taon-taon ako nagpo-propose ng dorm. Talagang konti lang ang ma-insert ni chairman doon. And I know, I'm not complaining. Kung anong kaya, insert tayo na insert. But how will these people go to school? And we all know, taga-UP tayo, taon-taon, kulang yung pati dorm ng UP, kulang din. So parang napaka-basic, di ba? Sustainability, isang titira. Yung future, kaya naman i-predict kung ilan ang papasok. Bakit ba walang dorm? So that is my simple. I can go on and on. I won't wait for the chairman to take a sip of his drink because he knows these stories, no? We all know these stories. But if we line it up, draw it out, then we kind of know like, pwede ba? Possible ba yon in the term of President Bongbong? Makapagpatayo tayo ng dormitories that will be able to house 10,000 students? Kasi nag-budget na ako, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure you've seen my list. Maliliit lang yun. Ano ba yung capacity nun? kasi maliit lang yun eh. What's the budget per dorm? Parang no, but how much was the budget per dorm? 25 million. Sabi ko, ano kasya sa 25 million na dorm? 40 packs. O sige, it's a good start. Sabi ko, ano yun, 2 floors? Pwede ba dagdagan ng 3rd floor yun next year, 4th floor? But you have to start somewhere, so that's part of the future. So anyway, I've said my point, Mr. President. I chose to use examples that the public can understand, that the parents, that the students can resonate with. But at the end of the day, it's about us using tools and methodologies for evidence-based decisions that we need to make. We always support, but we will keep on pushing, no, to be able to make the most of that limited budget that we have. Thank you, Mr. President, and all the best to the Secretary and her team once we approve this budget. Thank you.
Thank you to our Vice Chair in charge of the SUCS, DepEd, higher education, for always pushing the envelope despite the scarce resources. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Thank you, Your Honor.
habang nagte-thank you na kayo sa amin, nakalimutan ko pala yung sa sports, idadagdag ko lang yung kay Senator Sani, kay Senator Bongo, which you fully support. Dun sa research na paggagawa natin, sana may nagtatrack how many youth will no longer take the path of drug addiction, of tambay sa kanto, because naging athlete siya. And how many people were united in the FIBA game na punong-puno lahat ng Coliseum? I mean, it's nation building. That's worth something. So that should all be valued. So I just wanted to add that because the chairman moves heaven and earth to accommodate these recommendations that we make for sports because he's a supporter himself. Sana kung sino man ang maging next chairman dahil mag-graduate na siya, ganun din yung mabibigay na support. So I have to put this here para when he graduates, masasabi ko na panindigan din ng next chairman yung ganong klase sports. Because ano yung value nun? It's not just the gold. It's the nation building that goes into all that. I had to add that. Sorry for that additional 1 minute.
I fully agree with the distinguished lady from Taguig, the senior vice chair, that the value of that is tremendous. It's in many ways you can say it's beyond pecuniary estimation, Your Honor. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me also state for the record my agreement to the manifestation statements made by our distinguished colleagues, Senator Pia and Senator Bong. This representation represented the country twice in international competition, and we know very well how sports influence our young people, especially our hope of the nation. So it is indeed very important, and we support the manifestations and initiatives of our dear colleague, Senator Pia. Next, Mr. President, to last but not the least, to ask questions on the budget of the Department of Budget and Management is no less than our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and with the permission of our sponsor, if we can
Yes,
commence with
certainly,
our,
certainly.
interpellation.
With pleasure, Your Honor.
So under consideration is our committee report, and from the summary given to us, the committee recommended 45 million increase in the budget of the DBM. So may we know why, Mr. President, and what is this for?
These are open government partnership activities, conduct of meetings and workshops, nationwide advocacy caravans. There are events, the OGP Asia, Open Government Partnership, and the Pacific Regional Summit, the Public Expenditure Management Network in Asia, or PENMA, Budget Community of Practice Conference. This is pursuant to the executive order issued by the President, EO 31, institutionalizing the Philippine Open Government Partnership, dated June 20 of this year, Your Honor.
So thank you, Mr. President. So what happened here? The DBM appealed to our committee to increase its own budget, Mr. President.
Yeah, maybe they inadvertently, with the habit of cutting, they cut their own budget, Your Honor.
Actually, yun ay tatanong ko, who makes the DBM's budget and who reviews the DBM's budget, Mr. President?
Seriously, Your Honor.
Yes, who reviews
because
the-
these EOs, there is another EO, Your Honor, the EO on strengthening the integration of public financial management information systems, or IFMIS. These EOs were both issued after the budget was prepared, Your Honor. So hindi na isama dun sa prinesenta kay Presidente. So kailangan ihabol ngayon.
So yeah, na-establish natin kanina, medyo more or less finalized na yung budget noong June.
Ito yung pag hindi natin na isama, ilalabas sa contingent fund, Your Honor.
As a release, not as a transfer. We have learned a lot this afternoon, Mr. President. Sabi ko
Opo.
nga sa inyo,
Opo.
we have not been wasting our time, Mr. President.
Not at all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. So thank you for that explanation, Mr. President. And Mr. President, a lot of people have noticed or have discovered yung mga double, multiple entries in the budget. So, DPWH during the committee hearing said that nahuli nila. Is it also DBM's job to be able to catch this, mga double and multiple entries in the budget?
Pag nasa NEP ho, pero minsan, some are subsequent to the preparation of the NEP, Your Honor. Some are insertions.
Yes, yeah.
Frankly speaking, and not necessarily from this chamber, but minsan, yung may isang proyekto na may dalawang proponent, Your Honor.
Yeah.
So, minsan hindi nababantayan. And it's as we said during the committee hearings, it's a waste of the fiscal space. Sayang po yung opportunity cost nung item na yun dahil may revenue yun, may supporting financing or appropriations, tapos hindi nagamit ho.
So yes, so in the printing, no hand si DBM, of course it's in one of the houses of Congress yan. Then it becomes law, then should we expect the DBM to be able to catch this, Mr. President? At
their level, insofar as it is practicable or possible, Your Honor, yes, definitely. But I don't think it's at their level, to be honest. I think it's the subsequent stages, Your Honor. Maybe the agencies where the double entries are found, Your Honor,
should be the ones to
should
be alert,
should be alert to this, Your
vigilant
Honor,
about
yeah.
this. Okay. So, but what is again, Mr. President, just for the record, when these double or multiple entries are found out, what happens? Paano to? Earlier we established that at the earliest possible time, the DBM releases the entire regular budget of the agencies. So, at the earliest possible time, so before the detection of the double or multiple entries. So, what happens now, Mr. President? It has been 2 to 3 times funded in the released amount, Mr. President. What is the policy of the DBM? What is on paper, what is the instruction of the DBM once such a situation is discovered, Mr. President?
They only fund the one item, Your Honor, and leaving the balance of unreleased appropriations, Your Honor.
Akala ko ba, Mr. President, at the start of the year, sabi nyo, release na po ng DBM ang total amount of the regular budget of the agencies. So, and then it was left to the agencies to discover the double or multiple entries, Mr. President. So,
well, the DPWH is peculiar in that respect that it's not released entirely. The congressional insertions are released later or subsequent, and dun nasa spot yung double entry. So of the 4.4 billion, DBM released approximately 2.7 billion. This left a balance of 1.6 unreleased appropriations for the double entries, Your Honor. So yun, nasayang yung 1.6 na fiscal space na yun, Your
yes,
Honor.
and, it's good. Nasayang in the sense na nabigay sana sa ibang PAP. Pero at least hindi nasayang in the sense na na-double.
Walang gastos.
Yes, double
walang
gastos sa
wasted funds in that
same
respect.
PAP. Mas masakit po yata yun, di ba?
Opo, mas
Opo,
masakla
mas
po
masakit
yun.
yun.
Opo.
Pero so, meaning to say that the DBM is guaranteeing us that with their high-tech systems, the programs that they are using, sa NEP, never nagkaka-double or multiple entries? Is that your guarantee?
Hindi, sa paggawa ng NEP. Meron pa ngayon.
Kasi kasama sa budget nila yung ano yan. Kasama nga sa budget. Ayan, pumunta natin sa budget nila yung ano yan.
Well, according to them, nagkakaroon din ho. So that's why they're pushing for this integration of public financial management information systems, or yung IFMIS, because that enables them to spot such double entries along the
That's
way.
part of their budget, right, Mr. President?
Opo,
Magkano
opo.
po ba yan? Hinihingi po doon? And is this a new procurement or an update of the system? Sabi ko sa inyo, may program silang binibili, diba, software, yan. Sabi ko sa inyo.
Bakit pinap? It was not a priority in the previous administration, so the program was stopped. But now, it's being funded to the tune of 387 million, Your Honor.
Yes, so for next year's budget, 300, ano pala?
87, Your Honor.
387 million for a certain software, which we will be using for the first time, or this is just an upgrade of an existing system, Mr. President?
First time. Yes, it's the first time, Your Honor.
So we should expect a lot more improvement because of this, Mr. President. Mahal din yung software, Mr. President. Napansin po ba ng DBM, being the expert in the budget, na ang mamahal nga ng mga software na pinagbibili natin, even yung mga subcontracted na mga programs. Can we have does the DBM have an explanation for this, Mr. President? Kasi para sa akin, parang napaka-arbitrary ng pricing ng software or ng IT products.
That's why like yung sa cloud, what we're trying to do is gawin siyang common use para PSDB and economies of scale.
Yes, they agree with you, Your Honor. The prices are really going up. That's why they're trying to endeavor to take measures to lower the prices of purchased goods and services. So one thing that they're pursuing is making the IT or computer software a common use good, meaning if it's classified as a common use good, then the PSDBM can buy it, or it can be purchased through the PSDBM, even if it's for use of other agencies other than the DBM. And they can take advantage of economies of scale, Your Honor. So that will lower the price.
Yeah, but ang laro nga sa software po is they customize it. That's why they will really take it out of this economies of scale concept, Mr. President. But at any rate, Mr. President, thank you for mentioning the PSDBM. No? Ang PSDBM, medyo hindi magandang image. Gumaganda na under the new leadership, but the past years, hindi magandang image. And then dala kasi actually niya, Madam Secretary, ang DBM. Can you explain to us the relationship between DBM and PSDBM? Does the Secretary have a supervisory role or control, or even a control power over the PSDBM?
They have administrative supervision over the PSDBM, Your Honor.
Does that include disciplinary, Mr. President? Administrative supervision means the Secretary of the DBM can or may discipline the PSDBM chief as well as the employees and staff?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, mabuti. O yan po. So, I hope that the PSDBM will in due time, improve its image and recover the reputation and the trust given to it, if ever nabigyan ito before, Mr. President. Okay, this PSDBM is not a creation of law, Mr. President.
It's a creation of a letter of instruction, Your Honor, which I think during martial law had the force of law, Your Honor.
The force of law.
Yeah.
And I have been informed that PSDBM does not ask for any funding from under the GAA. Am I correct, Mr. President?
Yes, because they charge fees, Your Honor, They charge service fees to
So-
agencies who
so it-
utilize their services. Yeah.
So in the budget of the DBM, Office of the Secretary, wala pong ni single peso dyan na pupunta sa PSDBM, even to the salaries of the staff of PSDBM.
Wala daw po.
So the PSDBM is a government entity, it's not even a corporation entity, existing out of revenues that it itself generates, Mr. President. Is that correct?
So not from
Kaya pala. And then kung makikita natin yung may mga abuses na mga entities or GOCCs, yun yung mga hindi humaharap sa Kongreso Mr. President. During budget season, yun yung mga hindi humaharap. Medyo pati yung corporate operating budgets nila is beyond our scrutiny, Mr. President. So,
pag humaharap ho sila, usually blue ribbon na po, hindi na finansang. Usually hindi na finansang kaharap nila, Mr. President.
yan na nga ang problema. So I think will the DBM allow this unique but strange situation of PSDBM to continue, or do you have plans to fix this by amendment of the LOI through law, Mr. President? So, kunyari, how many staff does the PSDBM have? Then lahat sila, all of these staff, are not in the payroll of the GAA.
While we're waiting for the numbers, Your Honor, I remember we had previous discussions in previous budget discussions. Karamihan dyan, contractual ho, or job order po yung ano. In fact, in one of the, I'm not sure if it was a finance hearing or a blue ribbon hearing, yung mga tinatanong natin mga empleyado, they were job orders. So.
Yeah.
They're all job orders.
Oh, they're all job orders, according to
They're
the
all
Secretary.
job orders.
Authorized 573, filled 375.
As a government, entire government.
573 job orders.
PSDBM.
Contractual,
Contractual. Field is around 300.
375.
There are 375 contractual employees at the PSDBM, Your Honor.
Sige, I'm just deferring to the expertise of the Secretary. I'm looking for guidance. Ano bang gawin natin? It's in the first place, is it really a strange, is it a strange government entity, Mr. President? Parang hindi siya normal Mr. President. Hindi yata siya normal. I don't think that it fits the description of a normal government entity na may PS itong mga taong ito, may career.
Baka pwede isama sa right sizing. Because right sizing includes creating the proper vehicle, di ba? Well, one possibility is for it to be included in the right sizing, Your Honor, because right sizing that does not only mean adding or subtracting employees, but also finding the right or most appropriate a legal entity appropriate to the function of the organization or agency, Your Honor.
So thank you for that, Mr. President. May we know, since the Budget Department is the expert on the budget, if we have already, if we can aggregate the amount for feasibility studies, which are scattered all over the budget.
Meron kaya? It's 19.24 billion, Your Honor.
19.24 billion pesos are for
For
feasibility
studies,
studies.
yes, feasibility studies, Your Honor.
Of different kinds siguro to.
Scattered all over,
Different nature na to.
Several agencies, Your Honor.
Kasama na rito ang feasibility study doon sa flood control program ng entire Bulacan, Mr. President.
That's many years in the making, Your Honor, so you can amortize it over several years.
Our Office of the Secretary's budget for 2024 is 38.76% higher compared to 2023 level. If this is correct, maybe you know why, Mr. President?
Saan ba yun?
Wala pa yata itong addition dito, no?
There is an increase in personnel services by 31.6 million. There's also increases in the MOE. This will cover traveling expenses and training expenses due to the expected travel and attendance of officials and employees in both the central and regional offices. It also covers professional services for ICT consultancy services for various ICT systems and solutions. There is also product support and maintenance for the BTMS. BTMS is linked to the IFMIS. BTMS stands for Budget Treasury Management System, Your Honor. And also there's an increase in capital outlay consisting of construction, land improvement, procurement of motor vehicles for the regional offices, ICT equipment for the DBM's IT system and BTMS, and office equipment and communications equipment, Your Honor.
Yes, yung professional services po natin is for ICT consultants, mga around 84 million. This is on top of, let us say, subscription expenses or outright purchase of software or ICT systems, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Mr. President, can I go to the local government support fund? Is this a fund managed by the DBM?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. This is in the amount of 16.6 billion pesos, and how?
Saan yun dito?
So from the name of the fund, this is most likely established for the benefit of local government units.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I think this is already existing for 2023 and previous years. So how's the LGU participation in this fund or program, Mr. President? How well aware are our LGUs in how to access this fund, Mr. President?
According to Secretary, they're very much aware of this program because they
Ubus po ito?
Ubus po, they receive a lot of requests and the funding is not sufficient for all the requests, Your Honor.
And ano pong, who are qualified to avail, and then what kind of projects will the money be put to, Mr.
Saan yung
President?
menu? Saan yung menu? Saan yung menu? There's a menu, Your Honor. I'm just waiting for it to be given to me so I can
Sama po, isa.
inform you of the types of projects that are funded by LGSF.
So there's a menu, and
Yes,
then
Your And guidelines on the amounts, etc.
okay, it's very specific, Mr. President. Na
I believe so, Your Honor.
Yes, sige. And are the 4th and 5th class LGUs the priorities, Mr. President? Or open to sa lahat from first to
It's
first?
open to all, Your Honor, and it covers, among others, construction, concreting, rehabilitation, repair, improvement, expansion, or upgrading of any of the following: local roads or bridges, public markets, multipurpose buildings, water supply and sanitation projects, evacuation centers, public cemeteries, purchase of equipment to support evacuation and camp management operations, establishment of materials recovery facility with sorting station, drop-off center, composting facility, and recycling facility. Ito lang. Yan lang yan.
There are 4 programs for this fund, Mr. President. Yung nabanggit niyo po, Mr. President, would be charged to which one? The financial assistance to LGUs, yun po yun?
Yes, Your Honor. Yung first, number 1.
Apo.
Apo.
Meron din pong water supply. Baka yung number 4, support and assistance fund to participatory budgeting of 1 billion. Is this limited to water supply systems?
Yes, for 5th and 6th class municipalities.
Yun pong hinahanap ko sa Mr. President, sana na
although on paper, sabi open to all, sana sa execution natin, meron tayong pabor-pabor na paboran ang lower categories po. Like the 4th to 5th class LGUs, municipalities.
I agree with you on that aspect, Your Honor.
Kaya nga, given the empirical data as executed by the DBM, have we been prioritizing the lower classes of the LGUs?
Yes, because this one focuses on the 4th and 6th income classes.
Para yung number one din sana, Mr. President, kasi mas malaki yung 5 billion yung financial assistance to LGUs. Have we been prioritizing the 4th to 5th classes also? Or
Have you been?
I hope hindi monopolize ito ng mga first and second classes, Mr. President.
Ano sabihin ko? Hindi, pero in the future, will you prioritize? Well, yes, it's possible that they can prioritize based on it's also based on the requests that they receive, Your Honor.
Sige po, Mr. President. At siguro, if we go back to the rationale why this was set aside, support fund, who needs support, the lower classes. But Mr. President, ito na yung I think the NTF LCAC is a program under this fund, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. That's
Called the Support to the Barangay Development Program. And the amount under our committee report is 8.64 billion pesos, Mr. President.
Correct, Your Honor, correct.
Mr. President, the COA flags the NTF LCAC for millions of unliquidated funds. So, what are we doing about this, Mr. President? And should we be continuing a program which has not been compliant with COA liquidation rules, Mr. President?
Yes, I think they're really, because it's a barangay-based program, may problema ho talaga sa implementation because some of the barangays, I think, are not capacitated to bid out some of these projects, so that delays the project. And we notice when we asked for accomplishment reports in the past, they would really give us reports which were quite general, and we would ask for, photographs and details, etc., Your Honor.
But the recipients, Mr. President, are also governmental entities, which have been existing for quite a period of time, so they should also know how to liquidate, Mr. President.
Ideally, that's the case, Your Honor, but I think it's only considered liquidated or disbursed at the LGU level, Your Honor. So it's not at the meaning tsaka lang siya ma-consider na liquidated kapag yung barangay mismo ang nakagamit ng pondo. And based on the document handed to me, there is a disbursement rate of 85% for 2021, 57% for 2022, 1.4% for 2023, which is very low. Yes, Your Honor.
1.4%.
Yes, Your Honor.
Of what amount, Mr. President? What's the amount for 2023?
This is of, well, the allocation is 6.3, but
Yes,
the 6.336, whereas the release is 6.329 billion, Your Honor.
Okay, but then the ano yung 1%, sir? The liquidation.
That's the obligation, the disbursement rate. Obligation rate is 12.5%, Your Honor.
Disbursement meaning to say the actual payments made to
Opo.
to the whatever the
To the
program
contractor
contractors,
or-
Mr.
yes,
President.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so what's the role of baka ma-blame kasi ang DBM dito. What's the role of the DBM here? Just to release the amount and then which to another department receives it, Mr. President? Para klaro, para hindi kayo ang nabiblame.
Monitoring the implementation of the project. It's the DILG who monitors the implementation of the project.
No, but
Your Honor.
the amount, when the DBM released the billions of pesos, sino pong recipient? That's what this representation wants to know.
Kada LGU. They release it to the Bureau of Treasury or the BTR, and the BTR releases it to the various LGUs, Your Honor.
When we say LGU, are we referring to the barangays directly or to a higher level LGUs?
Barangays and municipalities. Cities and municipalities, Mr. President.
Yes, but the ultimate beneficiary of the program is a barangay. Pag alam ko, there is actually a listing. Tama po ba?
Tama
There's
po.
already parang pre-identified na po yung barangays na kung saan lalanding itong perang ito.
Opo.
Tama po ba yan?
Tama po.
And yet, it will pass through the province, then the municipio, or the city, then the barang...
Sila magbibid nun. Sila magbibid ng project.
Kaya pala magulo itong programa ito. I-review na lang.
The explanation is they are released to the provinces, cities, or municipalities because the barangays have just been cleared. That's the word they use, cleared of insurgency. So they're not capacitated to bid out or to undertake the project, Your Honor.
Well, I think there's something wrong with the design of the program, Mr. President, and this will lead to more unliquidated amounts, Mr. President. Kasi yung mga barangays na yun, may officials yun eh. Naka-election tayo ron eh. And definitely, wala po tayong report na nakuha sa COMELEC that walang barangay na hindi nagkaroon ng election dito sa last barangay election, whether cleared or not cleared. So therefore, we have a functioning barangay level government in all our barangays, and if they're functioning, they're being audited, Mr. President. So I think something is wrong with the project kung ganyan po ang nangyayari na ang laki ng na-appropriate, ang laki ng na-allot, na-release na, hindi ma-disburse. So, what is the lifetime of the appropriation? Two years po ito? 1 year?
This is for 2023, it's 2 years, Your Honor. For 2024, it's 1.5. 2 years pa rin. 2 years pa rin, oh.
2 years pa rin for the
For capital outlay infrastructure, Your Honor.
for the barangay to obligate it.
And disburse.
Yes.
To both obligate and disburse.
In the NTF LCAC program, ang approach po natin is there is a listing. Will the barangays be itemized? 10 million ba per barangay? Parang ganun ba? 10 million per barangay. Will this be itemized or just annexed to the GAA?
Yeah, for 2024, it's 10 million per barangay. Your Honor.
Per barangay appearing on a certain list. Is that list going to be reproduced by line item in the GAA or an annex?
It's an annex, Your Honor.
What would be the difference, Mr. President? Can the annex be replaced, Mr. President?
Pwedeng baguhin after passage, after enactment? It can be changed after enactment, no? It cannot be changed after enactment, Your Honor, even if it's an annex. Yeah.
So we just chose the annex way. Hindi lang siya, wag lang siya itemize. That's it. It's
No,
just
it's
a choice.
itemized in the annex, Your Honor. The
Yes,
annex
yes,
is a
yes.
listing of the barangays and cities and municipalities. Maybe the page can give this to you, so you can take a look.
Yes, Mr. President, it does not appear as parang a regular item under the project listing sa GAA where there is a barangay, a description of what is the activity, and then the amount sa dulo. Hindi po ganon. So what is why the different treatment? Why? Is this just a decision that we should just annex the list, Mr. President? With technology, kayang-kaya na i-cut and paste po yun. Lalagyan lang siya amount.
You would like it included in the body of the GAA, Your
There must be
Honor.
a reason why it's not being included. I'm asking what's the reason, Mr. President? Ano pa tanong? Ito ba yun? MMDA ba yun? Saan ang MMDA ngayon na ba yun? Diyos ko ngayon na pala MMDA.
It's possible, Your Honor. It can be done to be put it in the body of the the GAA.
Nagtatanong lang po ako bakit ibang si treatment. So, diba? So okay, so. Siguro baka nga ano, Mr. President. Sige, let's wait for the inputs. So it's just a choice. It's just the. Is it?
Yes, Your Honor, I move to adjourn the session here between the LBRMO and the Secretary, Your Honor.
Sige po, Mr. President. At any rate, basta pagdating po rito sa pre-chosen na yung nakalista na po yung mga beneficiaries.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Dinaanan ko naman po, yun naman po yung mga kilalang mga lugar na by reputation are infested with the communist movement, Mr. President. So, kung ubos na ubos mo itong local government support fund, actually yung relevant dito is for the rest of the country, which would be the assistance to local financial assistance to local governments, and then the support and assistance fund to participatory budgeting para sa water systems po. Kung isuma total natin ito, and then there's a green program na for open spaces and infrastructure for active mobility. Pag isuma total natin itong tatlo, 8 billion pesos. Tama po, Mr. President?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And then the report by the DBM is talagang zero balance ito for all of the calendar years na merong ganito. Okay, so zero. Ubus po ito. Itong 5.
Naubos siya. Yeah, they're confident na fully expend po yung proyekto because of the demand.
Yes, that's why my next question, what is the demand? So, what is the demand? Yung 5 billion na yun, ubos, and then how many LGUs are we disappointing, Mr. President? Kaya para mag-guide kami na what is that real demand. We want to react to the real demand, Mr. President.
Peso term. They receive 1,000 requests a day according to the Secretary, Your Honor.
Ang request to date, 30 billion pesos.
Pero iba
The
doon siya.
request to date is 30 billion, Your Honor.
30 billion is the request. Okay. So at least alam natin, Mr. President, kung kailan din tayo atras.
Opo.
30 billion eh. But I'm sure meron din iba doon mga multiple requests na rin. So, mapagbigyan sana yung isang LGU then the other LGUs. Hindi naman yung paulit-ulit sa isang LGU. Wow. So, Mr. President, ano sa Metro Manila? I will ask about the MPBF, Mr. President. Our committee added 31 billion. May we know why, Mr. President?
I'm sorry, what's that?
MPBF, we added 31 billion committee under our own committee report.
Bakit?
Partial restoration ng
Yes, MMDA.
Bakit nga? Bakit?
16 kina.
It was, again, sorry.
60 yung kina.
Pagod na si sana i-break muna natin. CRD muna rin ako. Ikaw yung say, nandito siya eh. Nandito siya eh.
Sa MPBF.
Yung ganun na nagtatanong.
So the House got 60, we put in 30. So 30 ang binawas. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay. Medyo nahilo na ako eh. Can I have a minute suspension,
yes,
Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Mr. President, in answer to the previous question of the distinguished minority leader, what we placed or increased in the MPBF is the partial restoration of the cut made by the House. The House cut 70 billion from the MPBF and realigned it to various agencies. We partially restored that cut to the amount of 31 billion. And it is subject to vetting with the GCG because we don't know yet what is the actual requirement, Your Honor, for the MPBF. So we will await the final determination of the needs.
So we restored what was cut partially. Anyway, the MPBF purposes are the same.
Yun talaga
Yes.
yun yung talagang pinanggalingan ho ng pondo.
Opo,
So,
opo. But yung so the agencies where the House brought these funds that we are restoring, we have retained in their NEP amounts, in their NEP levels, Mr.
Yes,
President.
Your Honor. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President,
Hindi naman NEP level yan, GAB level yan.
dito po sa unprogrammed, Mr. President, in our committee report, there was an internal movement. Ang meaning ko by internal movement is that 23.5 billion we deducted and then we also added 23.5 billion. So may we get an explanation, Mr. President? So the total amount for unprogrammed did not move, and yet internally there was a movement, Mr. President. Ano ba itong budgetary support to other corporations?
These are all requests, agency requests. We were in receipt of some agency requests, so we realigned from the SAGIP program, which is the Strengthening Assistance for Government Infrastructure and Social Programs. We realigned the amount of 18.5 billion approximately to the creation of lawyer positions in the Public Attorney's Office, to the UACTEA, or the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education or Free Tuition Law, to the Social Pension for Indigent Senior Citizens, the Marawi Siege Victims Compensation Program, the OPAPRU, or the Office of the Presidential Advisor on the Peace Process, mandatories for operations and support services, for the establishment and operationalization of the National Amnesty Commission,
May kopya ka ba yan?
for the management and supervision of the comprehensive peace process, for the Government and Moro National Liberation Front Peace Process Transformation Program, and for the construction of a Supermax security facility, Your Honor. Those were the items from which the amount of 18.5 billion was realigned to, Your Honor, in the unprogrammed. These are all agency requests, Your Honor.
Our committee, Mr. President, from the summary given to me, we touch only 23.5 billion, Mr. President. 23.5 billion. Yan lang po yung ginalaw natin.
Sa unprogrammed, ang sa amin is 18.5, Your Honor.
18.5.
Opo.
Okay. So, I'm using, Mr. President, our committee report summary, page 8, Mr. President, page 8. XLIII.
We will give you a copy, Your Honor, para malinaw yung usapan ho. Biglang naubo yung LBRM mo sa request.
Can I have a minute suspension, Mr. President, so I can approach our chairman?
Session suspended.
They will approach you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the answer by our sponsor on the unprogrammed appropriations. Now, I was going over the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao and can only find the 10 billion under allocation to local government units.
May automatic
And yes, there is, di ba, by law, there is a block grant to the BARM. So where can we find this, Mr. President? In the budget? Yung algo sa...
But where is the automatic appropriations? Yung block grant, where is it located? Saan dito? Oh, give me nga they're located in the ALGU or the allocations to local government units. So andun po yung nabanggit niyo na 10 billion,
10 billion.
For the Bangsamoro, the Special Development Fund of 5 billion, and the share in national taxes of 5.08 billion. And the block grant is located in the automatic appropriations, Your Honor. So, kasama kasi, so in the amount of 70, 80 nakalagay.
70 B? 75?
Okay, sorry, it's 80 billion including the 10 billion. So 70 billion net,
70, yeah.
net of 70 billion, Your Honor.
Yes, the different treatment, Mr. President,
Binasa ko.
is because these are different funds. The ALGU for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao of 10 billion pesos found in the GAA is of a different nature from the block grant of 70 billion, not found in the GAA, but found in another book supporting the budget. Am I correct, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor.
So are these of the same nature? Can the BARM,
Are they all automatic?
is the 10 billion in the GAA
This is
also
new
in
appropriation.
the nature of a block grant? Tignan mo, anak. Gusto ko sagot, ano sagot sa tanong ko?
All three items. Yun nga, kaya nga yung tanong sa'yo, what is the nature of the other two? Kasi tinatanong niya, are all three? How do you compare them? So ano yung nature ng dalawa? Are they automatically appropriated or? Okay, that's the question. Yun ang sagot. Mr. President, the 70 billion of block grant is akin to the NTA or formerly the ERA, and that's automatically appropriated. Whereas the other two, the Special Development Fund and the share in national taxes, are new appropriations, not automatic appropriations, Your Honor.
Okay, so the total amount of NTA is not reflected on the bottom line of the budget, Mr. President? It is not.
It is
yeah.
reflected because the bottom line of 5.76
5.768.
trillion includes both automatic and new appropriations, Your Honor. So
Yes,
andun yung,
yes.
di ba? Meron
Yes,
new
correct.
appropriations, andun yung dalawang 5 billion. Whereas dun sa automatic, andun po yung 70 billion ng block grant, Your Honor.
Yeah, yes, thank you for that enlightening response, Mr. President. National tax allotment is under automatic appropriations, and
I was also enlightened.
and then the amount for NTA includes the block grant for the BARM.
No, it's separate. Separate
Hindi po,
pa ho.
yes.
It's 871 billion. Separate from the...
It's under others. Yes.
Also
Yes.
under ALGU, but under the automatic appropriations, Your Honor.
Right. Yes, it's under automatic appropriations.
Yes, Your Honor.
ALGU would be a different matter. 10 billion of ALGU goes to BARM.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tama ba yun?
That's correct,
Is
Your
that the correct statement?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anyway, for as long as we comply with the mandate of the law, Mr. President. Ano yung sa MMDA? Para last na. I'll just take advantage of the presence of the MMDA, Mr. President.
Yes, the officials are here, Your Honor.
The budget for the MMDA under our bill is 4.1 billion pesos, Mr. President.
That's correct, Your
And
Honor.
yet, what is this controversy about the transfer? So that I'll just understand the issue. There's a fund transfer from the DICT to the MMDA
Yan yun.
to the tune of 3 to 4 billion pesos for the free Wi-Fi project. Can the MMDA chairman give us more information about this?
The ICT wanted the MMDA to be the one to implement 1.2 billion of free Wi-Fi, Your Honor, because they thought that the MMDA would be well placed to implement the project. But it was questioned in the House, so sinole po ng MMDA sa DICT.
Bumalik sa DICT, balik sa kanilang programa, yung free Wi-Fi program. So, for us, as far as Metro Manila is concerned, sila, implement nila the same. So, yun lang yung point ko na hindi, binabantayan ko sana baka naman magduplication tayo ron. So, yun pala.
It's only one
So,
fund,
yes,
Your Honor.
balik ulit sa DICT. It's a matter of just DICT now centrally executing the program, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, no more issue there, Chairman? Wala na po. Okay, malinis na po ang
Wala na po,
issue
Your Honor.
Pagdating na lang po sa MMDA, so concentrate na lang tayo sa traffic, sir. How can the 4.1 billion pesos, Mr. Chairman, help MMDA alleviate the traffic situation in Metro Manila, Mr. President? Sweldo ba lahat ito, 4.1 billion? Or kalakihan nung bulk niya?
The 4.1 billion is broken up as follows, Your Honor. There is yung sweldo po, yung personal services is 65.8 million. Yung MOE po nila is 2.75 billion. Yung capital outlay is 1.3 billion, rounded off, Your Honor, totaling 4.13 billion.
Okay, so yung 1.3 billion na capital outlay, saan po pupunta yun, Mr. Chair, Mr. MMDA Chairman?
1.07 goes to flood control and sewerage management.
So flat.
And 242 million goes to the Pasig River Ferry Service, Your Honor.
Okay, so, Pasig River Ferry Service indirectly siguro relieves the traffic load, if that should prove to be efficient and attractive, Mr. President. Pero, so wala palang capital outlay expenditure to directly address the traffic problem. So it must be in the 2 plus billion MOE. Paano po gamit nun to help alleviate the traffic problem in Metro Manila, Mr. President? Maganda rin ako. Tas na to. Maganda rin.
Saan yun yung maintenance dito? Ito, 180. Well, there is a breakdown here for the MOE. For flood control, it's 395 million. For traffic and transport management, it's 110 million. For solid waste management, it's 1.9 billion. For the Pasig River Ferry Service MOE, it's 77 million. And for the MMDA roadside maintenance program, it's 180 million. I visited them 2 months ago, Your Honor, and they have a very nice building there in Pasig? In Pasig, Your Honor, and they have a command center. So how many screens are those? It's a room full of TV screens, and they monitor the traffic situation through the various intersections, Your Honor. So nakikita po nila saan gumagalaw yung traffic, saan hindi gumagalaw yung traffic. So that, I think that enables them to, you control the remotely, di ba? So these stoplights are controlled remotely, Your Honor. So they can see if one stoplight, for instance, is particularly crowded, then they can make it go and coordinate with the others. So that one allows the motorists to move quicker, Your Honor.
So anyway, ang gusto ko sabihin, hindi pa ramdam yung pagka-high-tech ng MMDA. So I hope in due time. Kailan po sila naging high-tech, Mr. Chairman?
Around 2 years, Your Honor.
2 years, hindi pa ramdam, Mr. Chairman. So I hope in due time. Yung enforcers po ba natin, traffic enforcers sa Metro Manila, are these under the employ of the MMDA?
Yes, Your Honor. There are around 2,000 of them, Your Honor.
Yes, but yung ating charge ba to dun sa PS or charge dun sa MOE?
Dito?
May MOE ano dun? Maliit kasi, masyadong maliit po yung halaga dun sa PS. Around 60 million lang yung narinig ko kanina.
They also have this is not the totality of their budget, Your Honor. They also get a share from the ERA, and they use that to pay their...
So may we know the totality of the MMDA
Magkano
budget?
share
So
niyo?
all the more medyo magtataka kami bakit na-traffic pa rin.
So, Your Honor, there is this is source of around 9.39 billion, Your Honor. That's the share from.
Plus, sir, should we add this to the 4.1 or that already?
Yes, it's added
To
to
add?
that.
To add. Lagay niyo pala.
Also, I'm sorry, Your Honor, it's the total.
Total.
So, the addition is about 4.5, Your Honor.
The addition comes from contributions of the 17 LGUs?
Well, there is yes, Your Honor, the great bulk, almost 4.4 billion of the 4.57 billion comes from the LGU contribution, Your Honor.
So we just wish the new chairman all the best, but please, sir, I mean, you may be high-tech, sana maramdaman ng taong bayan yung effect nung yung pagka-techy pa na. Okay, just one last point, Mr. President, bigla ko lang naisip, when our sponsor was enumerating the unprogrammed realignments made by the committee, all of a sudden, I just took note of that even the salaries for lawyers po ba yun? Nabanggit niya, may
Creation of lawyer positions in the public attorney's office. That was requested by the PAO, Your Honor.
Yes, isn't that supposed to be from the MPBF? Bakit natin nilagay sa program po yan? So, parang never siya makikreate kung nasaan program siya. Standby appropriation, Mr. President.
Indeed, you cannot put it in MPBF. You cannot put it in the MPBF according to them because there is no approved plantilla position yet, Your Honor.
Yung pag-approve ng plantilla position, isn't that executive action by the DBM, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi sa line natin, creation of lawyer positions in the public attorney's office, 507 million pesos. I don't think that is not the cost of creating them. That's the cost of now paying the people occupying the positions. Tama, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor.
Which, akala ko ba, once the position is created, and then if we start paying them, we charge this now to the MPBF. Is that the role of the MPBF fund?
Itong hinihingi ng wala pa to. Wala pa pong position to sa...
Precisely,
So,
Mr.
it has to
President.
be created, Your Honor.
Kahit ilagay natin ito sa unprogrammed, hindi rin pwedeng gastusin, walang posisyon. Pag gumawa ng posisyon by administrative action of the DBM, hinihingi yung gastusin doon, i-charge sa MPBF. I think that is the purpose of the MPBF, not an unprogrammed appropriation, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. I think the PAO is just being proactive in putting it here. But at the end of the day, it still depends on their action, Your Honor. The DBM needs to sign off on this.
No, I just find it strange and illogical, Mr. President, to put the salaries of needed government positions under a standby appropriation, which can be triggered by three circumstances when we already have anticipated that. Meron lang, but is that the role of the MPBF na for for newly created, we can charge it there?
Yes.
Actually, that's also another role of the contingent fund
If it's created
for newly created.
sa MPBF. Pag hindi pa created, pwede. It can be neither, Your Honor. It can be in the MPBF, it can be here, Your Honor. So, bakit natin nilagay? Hindi ko
No,
ilagay sa unit.
but the scenario is already governed by the budget system. Why are we putting it unprogrammed? I don't get it, Mr. President. When we have already invented the mechanism is the MPBF.
Bakit dito nilagay? Bakit mo dito nilagay?
Wala pa nga po siyang approve. Pag nilagyan natin program, sayang pera. Hindi
Anyway,
Although pwede na rin lagay sa
because the creation or the actualization of the positions will depend upon the DBM signing off on the creation, Your Honor. So if we place it in the program fund or the MPBF and the DBM decides not to create that position, then it's a waste of the fiscal space, Your Honor. So in the sense, it makes more sense to put it in the unprogrammed.
is the MPBF historically 100% spent?
Yes, more or less.
Year
Your Honor.
after year after year, 100% spent?
Yes, Your Honor.
So with that information, Mr. President, maybe there may be some sense. But I still disagree, Mr. President, so I hope the entire budget family will revisit this way of budgeting for the creation of positions in government. Kasi pagkakaintindi ko talaga, that's supposed to be the role of the MPBF. Tapos may secondary pa tayo, may second card pa tayo, which is the contingent fund, in my opinion, Mr. President. Okay. Okay, so Mr. President, I think we have reached the limit of human endurance, Mr. President, for today. So thank you for the patience of everybody, especially our sponsor and of course the resource persons, the Secretary of the Department of Budget Management and Management is here, has been here for the past ilang hours na, ma'am? 8 hours? Oo na, 8 hours na. And this is Secretary Jokno for the record. Andito po siya kanina. We just... No, I think he has a... It's still outside, but he has an official trip somewhere, so okay na, the minority doesn't mind if he has left earlier, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, distinguished minority.
He was here. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for the patience.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Before we make the final motion, Mr. President, may I ask that we recognize our Senate President Pro Tem, Senator Lauren Legarda.
Our Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I will not ask our Senate Committee on Finance Chairperson any question. Of course, I'm in full support of the budget. I simply wanted to make a brief manifestation, Mr. President. I would like to express my utmost support for the Open Government Partnership. First of all, I would like to congratulate the President on his signing Executive Order 31, entitled Institutionalizing the Philippine Open Government Partnership last June 2023, which institutionalized Open Government Partnership, or the OGP, in the Philippines. This means that through this executive order, all branches of government, despite being independent of each other, will now work closely to synchronize and complement our open government initiatives. This will pave the way for increased transparency, accountability, and public participation in all levels of government. I likewise congratulate our Budget Secretary, Amena Pangandaman, Chairman of the Philippine Open Government Partnership, for proposing this institutionalization of OGP to the President. In fact, in the LEDAC meeting which we attended a few weeks ago, there was a PowerPoint presentation on the OGP. I note that while the Philippines is a founding member of the OGP, one only among 8 countries, which was established in 2011. It boggles the mind why it had to take around 13 years to get it done. It is only now that the OGP has been institutionalized, and this is a testament, I believe, not only to the DBM and Secretary Pangandaman's understanding of how government works, but more importantly, the commitment to OGP and government accountability. And I think all of us who've been here for many years, if not decades, have been aspiring for this transparency and inclusivity. As part of the OGP commitment, the DBM has been performing very well with what is called the open budget process. And this means that all budget documents, which we've been asking for many, many years, are made available to the public. In fact, we can see the budget documents and all we need on the DBM website. But more than that, they also make the effort to laymanize these and, as I've espoused many years ago, to translate them to the different languages and dialects. But I'm not sure you can do it because there are more than 100 dialects and languages in the Philippines, and you would need the help of the KWF. Anyway, so that people in various provinces will not only have access, but also have a better understanding of the budget. So DBM is embarking on a massive digitalization effort for public financial management in the Philippines. Again, as an advocate of digitalization, I think this is of utmost importance, and I hope that you have placed a budget for yourselves for this digitalization, and not just for DBM, but for the other agencies of government. So I would like to manifest my congratulations and support, first to the President for EO29, strengthening the integration of public financial management information systems and streamlining processes thereof, directing the full adoption of the integrated financial management information system in government agencies. And I believe this will ensure not only the efficient delivery of quality services to the public, but also greater transparency. So back to OGP. The steering committee has undertaken a nationwide OGP campaign entitled OG Pinas, which seeks to create platforms for dialogue between the government and our people, represented by our NGOs, the CSOs, the youth, and sectoral multi-stakeholder organizations. I would like to express my support for this campaign. On this note, I would like to express my hope that even our institution, the Philippine Senate, whose anniversary we are celebrating today, will fully support the open government partnership. Because we believe, as we all do, that public office is a public trust. And it is incumbent upon us to be transparent, accountable, inclusive, and most of all, to welcome public participation at all levels. Having said that, Mr. President, I simply wanted to express my support for open government partnership and digitalization moves of the DBM, and I hope that this will cascade to the other agencies of government. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The department and this representation are very thankful for your support to our good Senate President Pro Tempore and also the Senior Vice Chair of the Finance Committee, Mr. President, Majority Leader.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to make a short manifestation also, Mr. President. And Senator Bato wanted also to join this manifestation, Mr. President, that we thank the entire DBM family. That's all, Mr. President. Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellation and consider the budget on Department of Budget and Management, Office of the Secretary, Government Procurement Policy Board, Technical Support Office, Budgetary Support to Government Corporations, Metropolitan Manila Development Authority, special shares of LGUs in the proceeds of national taxes, Local Government Support Fund, special shares of LGUs in the proceeds of fire code fees, barangay officials' death benefits, BARM, Contingent Fund, Miscellaneous Personnel Benefits Fund, National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Fund, Pension and Gratuity Fund, unprogrammed appropriations, to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion by the Majority Leader to close the period of interpellation and consider submitted the budget of the Department of Budget and Management, its attached agencies and offices. Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you,
Thank you, Mr. President.
distinguished
Thank you,
colleagues.
Majority Leader, and to our colleagues.
Thank you. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of Philippine Statistics Authority and Commission on Population and Development. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, can I ask for a minute suspension to allow our friends from DBM to vacate the premises?
Session suspended.
President, I move for the previous question to consider the budget of Philippine Statistics Authority and Commission on Population and Development, and recognize our distinguished sponsor, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, Senator Sani Angara, and to make a statement, Mr. President, no other than Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Yes, our distinguished sponsor, Senator Sani Angara, is recognized, and I believe to ask just very few questions. Maybe just one question. Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I will not ask any questions, but rather make an appeal to our good chairman of the Finance Committee. And I would like to thank him for receiving our letter recommending some improvements in the budget of the PSA, the BIR, and the DOF. But since we're discussing the PSA today, I'll focus on that. And we submitted 8 recommendations to the chair to, for his discretion and accommodation. Out of the 8, I thank the chair for accepting 1 of the recommendation. But I truly understand, Mr. President, because the amounts that we recommended are substantial, and it's not easy to find funds to augment some of the programs. But I would like to focus on the one that was accommodated, and this is a very important improvement that the chair of the Finance Committee made. This is on the functional literacy, education, and mass media, FLEMS. In the NEP, it was only allocated about 58 million pesos. And FLEMS, for the information of the body, is a very important survey that the PSA conducts every 4 years. And this measures the literacy and the illiteracy of our constituents, Mr. President. And during the hearing, we requested that if there's a possibility to make it granular, so that we will get information on literacy at a all the way to provincial and city level, Mr. President. So, and I would like to thank the chairman for improving the budget from 58 million to 208 million, Mr. President. And our recommendation is to add 160 million. And I would like to thank the chairman. That will enable the Education Commission to use the data to identify areas where we have high illiteracy rates and launch programs that will improve education outcomes in that area. So I'd like to thank the chairman for accommodating that our request. And the chairman, also being a commissioner, understand this very well, and I'm sure that the information and the data that will be collected through the FLEMS will be put into good use by the Education Commission. So that's the first manifestation, Mr. President.
Well, if I may make a brief response, Your Honor, Mr. President, I thank him for his kind words, and definitely I remember him even pushing for this, even at the committee level,
Yeah.
and asking about it, Your Honor. And well, we commit to help to try and look for funds for his other advocacies, Your Honor, going forward. But we also added for budgetary support for the NEDA PIDS. We also
Yeah,
that
yes,
you
Mr.
moved
President.
for, Your Honor.
Yeah.
So thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for that. The PIDS will also, the PIDS is the current research arm of the EDCOM, Mr. President, and over the 1 year deliberations and consultations of the EDCOM, there are other researches that we need in order to make evidence-based recommendations to the education sector. And being PIDS being the research arm, we recommended to increase the budget slightly so that they can conduct more research. Mr. President, the other item that I want to put on record and make an appeal to the good chairman is the item on the generation of community-based statistics, or the CBMS, Mr. Chairman. In the NEP, it's about 788 million. And our proposal is to increase it by 4.4 billion, Mr. Chairman. I know it's a hefty amount, so that's why...
Maliit lang pala, Your Honor.
Maliit lang, Mr. Chairman.
Maliit lang
Kayang-kaya.
Maliit lang pala. If you can convince the presiding officer to buy one less ship, maybe we can fund that, Your Honor.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I just want to emphasize that the last listahanan that we have, listahanan 3, was conducted pre-pandemic level. And because of that, it didn't capture the changes post-pandemic, meaning those families who went below the poverty line, and also consequently those families who went above the poverty line. And because of the unupdated list of poorest of the poor constituents, we have now a leakage of about 21% of the list, Mr. President. And if you convert that into the amount that we are giving the 4Ps, because listahanan is being used to identify beneficiaries in the 4Ps program, we're actually losing about 22 billion because of that leakage, Mr. President. And because of the CBMS law, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, the CBMS now is the tool to be used by PSA to identify the poorest of the poor. But because the amounts allocated is not enough to cover the entire country, the result of that is we might not have a complete updated list after the listahanan 3. No? So in other words, in short, Mr. President, we will not reduce, or we cannot eliminate the leakage because the list is not updated. So I just want to put that on record, Mr. President, and hopefully with divine intervention we can find 4 billion pesos, Mr. President.
We'll endeavor in the period of amendments, or maybe at the bicameral level, to look for...
Just don't look at the security sector.
Mr. President, lastly, Mr. President, I know this is also very important to all of us, is the national ID, Mr. President. And the national ID is the ultimate solution to eliminate spam, to eliminate scams, to eliminate all of this cyber fraud that's happening in our country, because the national ID system is designed to be foolproof. And if it's given to everyone, we can eliminate a lot of fraud happening in the cyberspace, Mr. President. And we recommended to improve it by 1.9 billion to cover all the backlogs, Mr. President. Currently, the capacity of the printing of the national ID is about 80,000 per day, Mr. President. And because of that low capacity, we will complete the entire national ID distribution by 2025. So that's about 2 years from now, Mr. President. So the 1.9 billion pesos, Mr. President, will improve the production and delivery of the national ID from 80,000 per day to 150,000 per day. And with that improved printing capacity, we can complete the delivery of the national ID system by next year, Mr. President, hopefully by end of next year. No? So, Mr. President, I just want to again put that on record, because with the recent experiences of here in the Senate and of our constituents of cyber fraud, of, you remember that SIM card fraud, yung unggoy na nagpa-register, Mr. President? Unggoy ngayon, nakakakuha na ng prepaid SIM card, Mr. President. So, and because of that incident, anyone can buy prepaid SIM card, and anyone can get their OTP and commit fraud, Mr. President. So the national ID is the tool to eliminate all of those frauds happening in our country, Mr. President. So that's a 1.9 billion appeal to already issue all of our national ID by next year, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, that's the items that I just want to put on record. And again, I thank the good chairman for accepting our recommendation to FLEMS, which is a very important tool for the education sector. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you to the gentleman from Valenzuela, the Vice Chair, for the subcommittee on energy and among others. And maybe we can work together to find sources of funding for these advocacies, which are very good advocacies, Your Honor. Thank you.
So may I just ask the chairman really one quick question as the PSA is there?
Yes, Your Honor.
I got information that,
Yes.
and I don't know if this is true, but I got information that the national ID is not being accepted by banks. Why is that so?
Yes, at the moment, that was a problem raised at the committee level because wala siyang signature, Your Honor.
A signature ng tao,
Yeah.
ng
But,
ID holder.
Yes, Your Honor, but since then, the BSP has issued what did they issue? A memorandum circular for the banks to accept the ID even without that signature.
Oh, kasi that was supposed to be the end all of all IDs, di ba?
Yes, Your
Okay,
Honor.
we'll just wait for them to implement. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'd like to put into the records that we appreciate the manifestation made by our distinguished colleague, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Basic Education. And I think it's very important, very insightful, Mr. President. Last but not the least, Mr. President, to ask questions on the budget of PSA and Commission on Population and Development is no less than our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague, the Minority Floor Leader, former Senate President, Senator Coco Pimentel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor, Mr. President, let's start with the PSA, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor.
The budget of the PSA is 8.9 billion pesos, thereabouts, Mr. President. And there's an increase of, ito increase ba of the committee?
The increase is
Did our-
163
Yes.
million, and that is the amendment of Senator Win, Your Honor.
That was the one.
Yes, the one he mentioned, Your Honor. Yeah.
What was that he mentioned, Mr. President?
It's the
National ID nga.
It's the FLEMS, Functional Literacy, Education, and Mass Media. It's a it's something that will help us assess the state of literacy and education in the country, Your Honor.
Okay. It's a study or a survey. Yes,
Yes,
Mr.
Your Honor.
So, okay. So, okay, yes, my next question kasi is, of the 8.9 billion, what amount is directly attributable to the national ID system, Mr. President?
1.6 lang of the 8.9. 1.6 billion, Your Honor.
1.6 billion, Mr. President. Is this to be expected, Mr. President, that every year we will be appropriating 1.6 billion to the PSA for the national ID system? Or is this part of the expenses due to the birth or the introduction of a new program, Mr. President?
Pero huling 1.6 na yun.
For last year, magkano yung...
Pero you need that 1.9 also. No?
Right now kasi center of 81.5 million na ang na-register. So ang target 92, ito yung priority.
So how much do you need to complete registration?
The registration is really the
And the cards. Verification and the cards. 3.5. And then what is the maintenance?
Remind you ko sa agricultural statistics. Kailangan tanungin ko siya.
3.5. 40%. Okay.
kasi mga ano na lang
Mga 650 million. Magiging. Your Honor, in response to your question, we will not be appropriating 1.6 billion every year. The 1.6 billion in the current budget proposal of the PSA is to complete registration of the population, Your Honor. And there's an additional 1.9 billion which Senator Sherwin, Vice Chair Sherwin, Senator Sherwin was advocating for as an insertion to enable them to finish printing the cards, to speed up the schedule rather than 2025 to finish it by the end of 2024, Your Honor. But according to USEC MAPA, he estimates that for the operations, we will maybe need 600 to 650 million a year. So not less than the
Yes,
1.6.
in due time, we will reach that amount to maintain the program. That there is a national ID being maintained by the PSA. It will be in the vicinity of
That's his
600.
estimate. That's his
Yes,
estimate, Your
600
Honor.
to 800.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this will never end, Mr. President. Kasi siyempre may pinapanganak o may mga hindi talaga nakaregister. So, itong all-out nating expenditure would be, it's to meet a target siguro. It's not really hindi naman kaya 100%. So what is that 100% of a target? What is that target, Mr.
92
President?
million, Your Honor.
92 million. That at least 92 million Filipinos will be covered under the national ID system. By what date, Mr. President?
By end of 2024? Before the end of 2024, Your Honor.
So we will we'll have an all-out drive to encourage Filipinos to secure, register and secure the ID, register under the system for next year. And the goal is that 92 million of them will register. Registration in the national ID system is not mandatory, Mr. President. Is that a correct statement?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was not
I said
able
that the registration in the national ID system is not mandatory.
It's not, Your Honor.
Yes, it's not mandatory. Correct. Okay, so anyway, alam na siguro naman ni Yusek yung mga problema, yung mga reklamo nga. May yung akin na raise na last year, tinatanong ko pa rin yung mga nakakausap ko, happy ba sila sa ID nila? Hindi pa rin daw dumating. Mga ganon, sir. So, that's our problem. So, we will be pouring in resources. You get a one-year extension. Yusek, okay lang ba yun? A one-year extension to get things done and correct the problems?
Yes, Your Honor.
How much have we poured into this project, Mr. President? From the very start up to year 2023, itong up to this year's budget, Mr. President.
Already spent. We've appropriated about 22 billion already for the last 5 or 6 years, Your Honor, for it. I say appropriated, but the bulk of that has been spent already, but that includes the 2023 appropriations, Your Honor.
Including this year. Well, at any rate, Mr. President, when we were deliberating this matter, I never thought it would reach that amount, Mr. President. Just to launch it, no? And then to set it in place, 22 billion na tayo. Wala, tapos we're asking for more for IDs, for the physical IDs. Wala pa pala dun yun, Mr. President.
They already have issued the 43 million IDs, Your Honor. So leaving out of the universe of 92, around 49 million IDs left to be issued, Your Honor.
The law envisions the issuance of a physical ID. There's no way out of that requirement of the law, Mr. President.
It's required.
Meron bang breach sila?
Right now, they're offering it digitally, Your Honor, but the law mentions physical.
Yes, I'm seeking guidance from the USEC nga. He must be the expert on the law. It's a physical ID. No? When we were talking about the national ID, we were envisioning a physical ID. So, habang hindi pa amended yan, that's our goal. No? Okay. Was there a breach of the data related to the national ID project and the civil registration program?
None po.
None.
Wala po.
Okay, so saan natin gagawa itong ano? Okay, that's good. That's good kung wala. Oh. But there was a report, Yusek, I did not make this up. There was a report, and then after investigation, the PSA tells us there was no breach.
Wala po.
Thank you for that. But then, okay, there's a civil registration. You have a civil registration program with a budget of 2 billion pesos. What is this for, Mr. President? Ito na isa, i-compare ko lang siya dun sa... Kinuha niyo yung papel ko rito.
Is the one we've been talking about.
Ano difference nito sa let go natin na isa?
So, it's not a duplication of the 1.6. Ibang, ito na yun. Yan na yan. The figure you mentioned, the 2.06 billion,
2.0.
includes the 1.6 billion that we've been discussing, Your Honor. So actually, the total amount allocated for the civil registration program is 458 million, Your Honor.
Okay, so just to be very clear, you indeed have a civil registration program, but then the amount for that in the GAA for next year would be 400 million.
Yes, Your Honor.
What is that for, Mr. President?
These are important activities which will be conducted by the PSA for its civil registration service, which includes the digitalization for the Philippine civil registration and vital statistics through the development of open CRVS module for the local civil registry offices, hospitals, Philippine Foreign Service posts, and Sharia courts, the implementation of the automated system for processing of Republic Act 9048 or the clerical error law petitions, and augmentation of manpower and equipment, Your Honor.
Will this be new systems, new software, or an upgrade or updating, Mr. President? Kasi,
The digitalization is the new, that is the new program, Your Honor. There are systems in place, but they would like to digitalize it, Your Honor.
okay, so that means they are not yet parang computerized as of the moment?
The PSA is already digital, but the local civil registrars are not, Your Honor. It's the local civil registrars who are the information providers.
So this is also a multi-year program, Mr. President? And what would be the projected total cost of the project, Mr. President, of the program, Mr. President?
And total cost. They project around 5 years at the cost of 750 million, Your Honor. 5 years at the cost of 750 million.
5 years.
Yeah.
So thank you, Mr. President. We were talking about, the right sizing of government, yung mga overlap. So if the USEC pinauwi na natin yung Philippine Statistical Research and Training Institute, can the USEC distinguish between your two agencies, Mr. President, as far as function responsibilities are concerned, Mr. President?
They both deal with statistics, but the PSA is the principal statistical agency in the Philippines, Your Honor. It's responsible for providing information emanating from all data collection. So they're responsible for collecting, processing, disseminating official statistics, among others, the census, the labor force survey, as well as other demographic and economic data. Whereas the PSRTI, or the Philippine Statistical Research and Training Institute, focuses on statistical research, training, and capacity building. It conducts research on statistical methodologies and techniques, and provides training and education in statistical concepts and techniques. They offer statistical training programs and courses to government personnel, researchers, and individuals interested in statistics, Your Honor.
Okay. So, yes, parang empowering our our public officials or public employees, maybe including PSA personnel, no? Sila po, tama po. The expert of the experts are found in the PSRTI. Is that correct?
They focus on training and capacity building, Your Honor, especially as you mentioned, our agencies and local government units, Your Honor.
the cream of the crop, sila. As far as statistics concerned, sila. The best of the best in the Philippines should be found in that institute, Mr. President.
When it comes to capacity building, they are the best, Your Honor, according to
In capacity
Yusek Mata.
building. I mean, yes. Regarding statistical research, siguro ganun. Diba? Survey taking, may interpretation, ganun ba yan? Designing, ganun ba yan? Hindi, Philippine Statistical Research.
Ano yung capacity?
Doon lang. Okay. Sige. Hindi, may phone in siya. Okay.
Yeah. The capacity building, if broken down, it consists of data collection as well as the interpretation of that data, Your Honor. Yun ang capacity na binibuild nila sa...
Na binibuild nila.
Opo. Yung sa gathering naman po, that's PSA. Ho. Like gathering
Yes, the actual
data.
gathering is
Yes,
PSA.
yes, yes.
But there's also some theoretical training on how to gather. Is that also the
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, yes.
the PSRTI?
Opo.
Yan, that is the problem, Yusek. Pagdating sa agricultural data and statistics, ano tayo? Yan ang malaking problema natin. Kaya ang gulo eh. When I attend the hearings of the DA, we ask for statistics for data, production, demand, consumption, etc. Bibigyan ka ng sagot. A few minutes later, iba na naman ang sagot, babagoy. So, these people did not undergo training of that institute, Mr. President? Hindi. Trainers nila.
Just some of them, according to Yusek.
Oo nga, pero DA should be a client agency. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yes, Your Honor.
But anyway, hindi naman sagutin to ni ano. This is headed by another person, right, Mr. President? This is not under ni. Pero yun lang po ang problema talaga pagdating sa agricultural statistics, ang gulong kausap po ng Department of Agriculture. Actually, naka-encounter na rin naman tayo ng ibang ahensya ng gobyerno na 10 minutes later, babaguhin yung sagot. Pero pagkabigay ng sagot, talagang ano po, with commitment and talagang emphasis. So,
May I add lang to the
yes,
discussion,
yes,
my dear colleague, Senator Mintel. The reason also why the Agri Department does not have any that's a big problem. Matagal na yung problema na yan. When you ask them, how much tomatoes are we producing? Hindi nila masagot. You ask them how much potatoes or corn are we producing? Hindi nila masagot. It's because when we devolved during the local government code, nawala ng tao sa field ang mga Department of Agriculture workers hanggang regional level na lang. And they don't live between us, ladies, and whoever's listening around the world. Hindi na umaalis sa opisina yung mga regional offices, nandun na sila. They're only coordinating with the MAO, Municipal Agricultural Officer, or the PAO, the Provincial Agricultural Officer. Pag hindi credible yung nilagay mong tao na PAO and MAO sa province and the municipality, wala din silang ginagawang trabaho. Hindi nila ginagawang trabaho nila. PAO yan Provincial Agriculture Officer. So, I think that it's one of the problems. And that's why I've been saying before when we create the rice production zones, RPZ, sabi ko, palabas mo lahat ng tao sa regional office kasi nandun na sila papalamig. So I think that's one of the problems. Wala na tayong tao sa ground. We don't have technicians on the ground going around making an honest-to-goodness assessment of the production of that particular year. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you,
yes,
Mr. President. Thank you.
Following up on the topic of the Senate President, isn't that part of the mandate of the PSA to generate accurate, reliable, dependable, trustworthy data on agriculture? The
Yes,
sector.
Your Honor. They collect that quarterly. Yeah. They made a report yesterday, Your Honor.
Oh, nga, yes, yes, it is part of the PSA's mandate.
Collect that
Unfortunately nga, Mr. President, ito
data, crops, fisheries.
Okay. The DA will compute the quantity to be allowed for the importation of a certain commodity. Very simple sila mag-compute din. Tama naman, logically correct. National production minus national demand or consumption, kung negative yun, for importation. Tama po, di ba? Ngayon tayo sa inyo, ang ginagawa daw nila, sa national production, kanino po yun? PSA o DA?
PSA po.
PSA, national production, meaning to say you have the manpower to really go around and then interview, ask, kanila production. Okay. Pagdating naman sa national demand, ang ginagawa nila, number of total population of the Philippines times the per capita consumption, getting it from PSA. Tama ba, Yusek? That's what they do. Yeah, because tinanong ko sila eh.
Yes, Your Honor.
But then when you determine the per capita consumption, yung original step, ang first step din ninyo is you estimate the gross supply, may ang wording ninyo, beginning stock, whatever that is, plus production, plus imports. There's one big cycle. Import is already incorporated in the formula determining the per capita. Tapos, that goes to translate sa DA into national consumption. And then the result is import. Umiikot lang po. Chicken and egg. You said something is really wrong kasi nga yan ang nangyayari. It's either our formula, our system is very wrong, or our national production data is wrong, because our national consumption data is also wrong. Ganun lang kasimple. Per capita consumption times population, that's the national consumption. Tapos yung resulta nun affects the import policy of the Department of Agriculture, Mr. President.
It sounds very convenient to me, Mr. President. Geared towards a certain policy. But
Kaya nga, that's why the PSA, I think, really also, you don't play a passive role,
so
Yusek.
according to the USEC mapa, they're harmonizing the data because they've noticed some discrepancies, as you've mentioned, Your Honor.
Andiyan, ayusin nyo, sir. I mean, ito, parang, if you make imports X, replace mo si import na X, and then we are determining X, but X is already part of the equation to determine X, something is wrong, Mr. President. I don't know if the USEC, I mean, they gave me their estimation procedures, pero hindi ko talaga rin ma-appreciate, Mr. President. I mean, we want to, because the basic problem kami nga is, we want to determine what should be the allowable quantity to be imported. At in-explain sa atin ng DA yung procedure. Umiikot lang. Yusek, I'm appealing to you na please be proactive in this. We cannot leave this to the DA alone kasi alam mo na, baka may ibang dahilan na mali ang, they want the inaccurate system. But the PSA should want the accurate system, an accurate way, Mr. President. So just an appeal, Mr. President, to the PSA. And then, I will give you my full budgetary support if you can really put things in order, Mr. President. Kasi dapat siguro our society must be, we have to keep track accurately of data. Kasi lalo na pagdating sa inflation, ang dami yung may index pa tayo sa inflation. Naku, napakadelikado, Mr. President. So with Mr. President, I also ask that the Commission on Population and Development be to stay, Mr. President. The budget of this commission is 532 million, if I'm not mistaken. Ang tanong ko lang po, ma'am, what are the PAPs of this commission? How come, ito lang, this is a personal feedback, how come I do not seem to feel the presence of this commission? I do not know the rest of my colleagues, pero as far as I'm concerned, I do not read about this commission, kahit walang negative, pero wala rin positive. So what is this commission all about, Mr. President? The rest, sweldo na, sweldo. Ano to ba?
The Philippine Population and Development Program is articulated through their intervention, Your Honor, the POPCOM, and the result is the Philippine Population and Development Plan of Action, PPD-POA, 2023 to 2028, Your Honor. And the goal is to optimize demographic opportunities and address persistent population issues and challenges to reap demographic dividend and accelerate sustainable and inclusive development at all levels.
So, if we are to ask the head of the agency, what would be the anong tawag mo doon? The greatest achievement or accomplishment of the agency for the past 2 to 3 years, Mr. President? Yun, bumibili ba to sila? Kaya tanungin ko.
Can I just read?
Yes, sir. It's really more in quotes. It's really about...
Saan? Meron ba siya English?
Okay to.
Sinabi na kay
There are 6 accomplishments here, Your Honor. First is that the POPCOM has provided 1,229 LGUs and national regional institutions with technical assistance and capacity to establish and implement functional population and development strategies and programs. 1,179 LGUs and relevant national institutions were capacitated and provided with technical assistance to significantly reduce the unmet need for modern family planning by at least 50%. 1,113 LGUs and relevant institutions were provided with various capacity building activities in line with the goal of reducing adolescent pregnancy by 10%. 295,000 plus couples and individuals were referred and served with their intended family planning method. There is a hotline, the Usap Tayo sa Family Planning, where 7,300 clients were reached through the official Facebook page of the agency and email, where 6,300 are females and 550 males were served. So a total of 5,289 were referred and given, what's FP? Were given family planning service, Your Honor. So the POPCOM, together with the DOH, civil society organizations, and development partners, produced the 8th annual RPRH law implementation report, which was submitted to Congress, Senate, and the Office of the President on June 29, 2022, Your Honor. These are some of their achievements.
Is the Commission involved in the actual procurement of items used for family planning?
No, Your Honor, it's DOH.
Okay, good. So it's you're on more of the theoretical, the teaching, the strategies. What is the goal? What is the ultimate goal? Are we to reduce, ano po yun, yung rate of reproduction? Is that a goal?
It's helping couples and families achieve their intended number of children, Your Honor.
And they are free to determine.
Yes,
There's
Your
there's no policy or bias that we are trying to bring the couples to realize that they should have a smaller number of children. Walang ganon. Wala pong ganon.
Wala po, Your Honor.
Okay, so thank you for that, Mr. President. So basta ba andun yung freedom of choice that is respected, that is part of the mandate of the commission. So pero merong latest news noon na tama ba bumaba daw yung ating what's that yung pag below 2 per couple na, that is the
Replacement level na po tayo.
2 is
Number of
replacement,
children,
diba?
2.1 is
What is it now?
1.9.
Yes, we're below the replacement level, Your Honor, of 2.1 children. We're now at 1.9.
that is PSA data. Okay, that's PSA 1.9.
Yes, Your Honor.
The 2 is the replacement ano tawag naman?
Replacement rate.
number? Replacement number. So, okay, so given this,
Replacement fertility level.
Okay, replacement fertility level is 2 kasi dalawa, yung parents dalawa ang offspring, they will replace them. PSA effort study reveals that it's now 1.9. How did that influence the thinking of the Population Commission? That they are glad with this development? Are they worried because of this development?
There are still differences across regions. So we still have regions
Okay na. Tapos na ako. Sakit na tuhod ko.
and so it's 1.2 already.
How do you react to that?
So we react giving advice to
Wala pa.
relevant agencies because it is not just achieving less number of children or intended children, but the quality. So now we are headed towards
Quality of children?
quality, like health, the health and
they can
educational, yeah. Because what we want for the youth is to be healthy and have the best education so that they become productive.
No, but like in terms of farm, 3 and yung sinabi mo, 1.2.
Mike, please, to Senator Cayetano.
While the resource person is giving our chairman a lengthy explanation, can I just put on record that I had that data checked? There is no other report that substantiates that because it is extremely impossible that we jump from a very high fertility rate to suddenly a very low fertility rate. So I asked the experts and there's a lot of people who doubt it, including me. I just want to put that on record. Hindi ko napapahabain. Wala pang 1 minute yung sagot ko. Hindi ako nakakadagdag sa pampahaba dito.
According to the POPCOM head, Your Honor, although 1.9 yung average across the regions, there is still a great disparity. So in BARM, for instance, the fertility rate is 3. In NCR, it's 1.2. So they have different reactions to this, and so 3, because in a place like BARM, they look at the quality of life of the individual or the family, and what the consequences of having 3 children, Your Honor, and they try to have a dialogue with the families or parents, Your Honor.
Yeah, but assuming, let's assume that it's accurate. Assumption. It does not affect the programs or the strategies of the Population Commission. You are indifferent to the figure of the fertility replacement rate.
Kailan yung French?
We are not indifferent because we still need to do more. Yes,
Do more in what
in
sense?
terms of helping couples achieve their intended number of children. In our center, we're also looking at more granular data. Women who were education.
Ituloy ko na.
They're
Parang
actually
education ko na lang din.
than those with better.
They're not indifferent, Your Honor, but they're also trying to use other data, which is more granular, to help families and couples achieve their intended families
Yes,
or number of children. Because an example given is women from lower economic status and lower education tend to have more children, Your Honor. So they're trying to address those situations such as that, Your Honor.
Tend to have, pag lower income, tend to have more children. And from more children. Pero kala ko ba freedom of choice? So what? Kung gusto
So you're devolving.
hindi dapat siya naapektuhan.
In coordination, they do this in coordination with the local government units, Your Honor.
Okay, but Mr. President, I need a reaction from the PSA Director General because we have a colleague here who does not believe that official data coming from the PSA. So we are really back to the accuracy, reliability, trustworthiness of our data, Mr. President.
If I can just add, I would expect POPCOM to also validate that through other means. Yung mga on the ground, yung mga LGUs, validate that. I will leave it at there, di ba? I'm not saying I don't believe PSA, but I'm saying you gotta check it out because I really doubt it highly.
So maybe just in writing lang, Mr. President, if the PSA can submit to us in writing an explanation sa paano na-arrive yung 1.9 and then why the contrary observation. Mr. President, last matter na lang ito. Yung LEDAC, hindi ko pina-let go to. Saan ba ito nahanap, Mr. President? We have searched the budget. We do not see this entry of 3.2 million for the LEDAC, Mr. President.
May I be allowed, Mr. President, to answer the question, Mr. President? It's now lodged in the, it's actually under the NEDA, Mr. President, and it's part of the Office of the Secretary's budget, the 3.25 million,
yes.
Mr. President.
So it's part of the budget of the Office of the Secretary of NEDA. That explains it, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
That we cannot find it, Mr. President. So that's my only
Thank you,
question
Mr.
about
President.
LEDAC, Mr. President.
Thank you. I hope the majority leader can answer
Tapos-
more questions.
So PSA, I hope talagang sir, USEC, your agency is very important, and the product of the output of your agency are also very important to be accurate, Mr. President. So thank you everybody. Sponsor, thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished minority leader.
Thank you,
very
Mr.
much.
President.
Thank you,
Mr.
Minority
President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of Philippine Statistics Authority and Commission on Population and Development to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the budgets, aforementioned budgets by the majority floor leader is hereby deemed submitted.
Mr. President, again, just to reiterate, when we approved the budget of the NEDA and its attached agencies, this already includes the budget of LEDAC, the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we suspend the session until 10 o'clock in the morning of Thursday, November 9, 2023. So move, Mr.
Pwedeng
President.
10:30?
10:30, Mr. President. Yes. 10:30, Mr. President.
10:30, we have half an hour
10:30,
more.
Mr.
Since we're
President.
going to be enjoying
Tomorrow
tonight.
morning, Mr.
Yeah, we have a
President.
dinner for our anniversary reunion. Therefore, there being no objection, the session is suspended until 10:30 in the morning, Thursday, November 9, 2023. Have a good evening, everyone.